Hi guys! How is everyone doing? So, okay. Hi ReddleVR, how are you doing? Hi Jacob, how are you doing? Hi Raven, how are you doing? Hope everyone is doing good. Oh, your neck hurts? Huh. Well, that's annoying. But what can you do? Sometimes stuff hurts. Yeah, the usual thing. We're gonna jump into some reactions, and yeah, that'll be the plan. I'm a bit late. Cause I'm setting up a lot of stuff. I've set up a Ko-fi, like some of you have suggested. I've set up the Discord fully, which means yeah, the Discord is fully available now. You can find it in the community tab. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of stuff. I am genuinely doing a lot of stuff. And I made a huge mistake. Not last stream, but last week Saturday, I messed up. Because I had, the echo on my microphone on, which means a lot of those reaction videos, now have echo in the, like my voice is being echoed. That is a little annoying, so yeah, that pisses me off a little, but you know, when you don't pay attention, it kinda sucks. It is what it is. Shadow Clips, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. You're already on the Discord? Nice. Good, I finally figured out how to get cheat codes to work in the DS emulator. Yeah, I also saw your stream for a little bit. Yeah, I definitely suggest getting a microphone. That makes it a lot more interactive. So yeah, invest in that in the future, I would say. Good luck on Discord, but I'm staying away from Discord for life. Okay, it's good. All is good. No issues. I'm not holding a gun to you yet and say, you must join the Discord. Because, you know, everything that's important you would also get here on the community tab. So if there's any announcements, you would get those here. I'm doing my own thing. Nice, cool. So yeah, there's no one is being forced to join the Discord. I was still reluctant to actually make one, because, I don't know. If somebody in that Discord does something stupid, I'm the asshole, pretty much. Because it's my Discord server. So yeah. Which means I will enforce rules very strictly. No getting around it, I guess. There's really not much I can do. I will definitely enforce those rules very strictly. I don't have Discord. I had it for a while, but I barely used it. Like, I genuinely barely used it. I usually only open it if, like, it gets some, like, if I'm, like, well, what's the word? For example, for, like, bots or something. For, like, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, because they rehost events sometimes and stuff. So that is why, and usually because some games require you to get them through Discord. That's pretty much what it is. I finally found out how to do the PK hacks egg method. Nice. I know I've only seen 2 types of people on Discord. 1 e-kittens and 2 creeps. Hey, yo! Are you calling me a creep? I'm just kidding. I wish I had Discord. Okay. Tales as old as time speaks of Jigglypuff that rests under the ocean. The awakening of this creature is going to be the end of sanity itself. Isn't that like pretty much Cthulhu? Because like when bro wakes up, or like when people are near it. Wait, no. Like some other like Lovecraftian entity is more like that, I would say. But yeah, Have you ever played? Wait, is it Epic Battle Fantasy? I think is what you mean. Not that I'm aware. Not that I'm aware. But yeah, you would need to explain to me what that is. I've just recently tried Final Fantasy XIV for the first time. I didn't know that the trial version was pretty much like endless, unlimited. So maybe I'll do a Final Fantasy XIV stream. I don't know, maybe, because I've started that game a little bit. Hey, you sing the Jigglypuff song? Absolutely not. I refuse. I refuse. Yeah. Let's. I have a couple of videos. Some more controversial, some less controversial. We'll see what I have access to here. I think we should also. I don't know the lyrics. Isn't it just Jigglypuff? Does it just sing its name, Jigglypuff? Epic Battle Fantasy were great Flash games and are still pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know that. Like, I never had access to, like, Flash games back in the day. So, I usually was just, yeah, limited to, back then, my GameCube and my Nintendo DS and stuff. That was usually my thing. I spent a lot of time with my GameCube. Way too many hours playing The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, Pokemon Colosseum, Metroid, and all that stuff. 5 is even on Steam now? Maybe I'll check that out. Maybe, you know, maybe. But yeah, I like playing games, but I restrict myself, otherwise 7 hours down the drain. I guess it's also a different situation, like usually when I play games, it's usually, nowadays, it's only on stream. I'm gonna be completely honest, if I play a game, it's usually only on stream. So I guess for me, it's still not a situation because I'm somewhat, productive, I guess, is what you could call it. That's what I would call it, being somewhat productive, at least. Yeah, but usually I don't really play anything outside of stream anymore. Might as well add more to my collection here. Yeah, let me switch over the scene here. It's dark! Where is it? It's still dark. What happened? What happened? Wait a minute. This, right? Oh, yeah, perfect. That works. I want to place myself not too far, because usually my head is going to disappear. That's just usually the case. I spent a lot of time thinking about Jigglypuff since I was a child. I think I need to be in... Guards! Get him! Get him! This man has lost his composure. Put him in the anti-Jigglypuff jail. Okay. Let me turn off the music first of all. We don't need that right now. Right? We don't need that right now. This video, I just hatched a horsey in Black 2. Nice. I'm gonna find horsey soon enough to shiny hunt, so that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, let me turn that on, right? Somehow like that. Make sure echo is turned off, right? I don't want that again. Maybe I'll move myself a little bit further there. Yeah, that'll do. That will do. I'm also getting a new webcam, so we'll see how different or how well it will look nowadays. I think around like maybe next month I'll be ready to get one. So the model is gonna be a bit more, what's the word? What's the word? I can be a bit more expressive. That's what I was looking for, that word. Do you know in the anime, Ninetales used illusion to seduce a child? I don't remember that one, but if that's true, that's weird. Also, something weird that back in that I didn't know, but just found out back in 2018, Pokemon only allowed pretty much straight relationships. I don't know if they've changed that, but in the game, they pretty much only allow like be used for in general be used for the franchise, just like straight relationships to be shown. That's kind of wild. I guess that's actually pretty based, to be fair, in some way, shape, or form. No, I can't get it right now, so I made one in PKX, not shiny. Okay, what the fuck? Okay. Like I said, that Ninetales one is new, but I want to get in, not yap too much, and we're gonna get into the reactions. So this one's gonna be interesting. So this is about Metroid. And I'm a very big Metroid fan. I originally started with Metroid Prime 2, then eventually played all like the other Metroid. I played Zero Mission a lot. Super Metroid was one of those where I sunk a lot of time in. Metroid Prime 1. Um, I for some odd reason I have like an issue a little bit with Metroid Prime 3. I didn't like it as much. I think that's probably due to the fact that I didn't like the controls of the Wii. Maybe if they ever release 3 again, that might change, you know? Because, yeah, Metroid Prime 3 completely relied on the motion control of the Wii, which was sucked a little. Metroid. I give it some egg moves. Nice. I think I had a little too much to drink. I need to get my head to stop spinning. See you when I return. Yeah, it's alcoholic. I'm just joking. But yeah, take a little rest. Um yeah, and I love Dread. I loved Samus Returns on the Nintendo on the 3DS, you know? And yeah, apparently they are hiring the woke squad pretty much. So yeah, let's get into this. This is the future of Metroid is in serious doubt by Smash JT. Yeah, let's get into it.
Metroid is one of the greatest video game series of all time, and if you haven't played it, you owe it to yourself to at least try it out. Because not only
I 100% agree. This truly is a peak Metroidvania. This is really one of those franchises that you should definitely like check out and at least like play. Like the games are pretty much like all games are pretty much available on emulators. You except for Dread, you can easily get to play any game of that series. It is that good.
only has it had groundbreaking mechanics and new ways to play, creating literally an entire genre of gaming just
Also, tell me if it's too loud, right? Tell me that. That's important, right? If it's too loud, tell me. Or too silent, whatever.
based off of the name alone, but also featuring a female protagonist and being one of the first games in history to do such a thing and bringing it to such prominence. And thankfully, up until now, it's been able to avoid that dreaded modern audience. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. A story is breaking right now that some people might hear this and say, oh man, Smash, you are blowing this way out of proportion. It's really not that big of a deal. But the more research I did on it and the further I went down this rabbit hole, the more I realized it actually could be some serious foreshadowing for the future of the series. Mercury Steam, the Spanish developer.
Mom, I'm scared. The weak people are creating hard times again.
development studio behind Metroid Dread, has recently followed quite the controversial figure on Twitter known as Blizzy. Blizzy is a Spanish feminist activist, and many have dubbed her the Anita Sarkeesian 2.0. She's backed by several activist organizations.
Anita Sarkeesian? That's not good. No! Not again! Not again! Stay away from this! Not another one of these.
And uses her platform to push censorship of in-game content, especially regarding portrayals of women that she claims to perpetuate harmful norms and stereotypes. This is someone that uses the grift of feminism to their advantage to make money, caring not for what they destroy along the way. Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out smashjt.com for the full article about how Mercury Steam has followed Blizzy and how this could provide a lot more negative insight for the future direction of Metroid in general. Metroid fans, brace yourselves. Mercury Steam, the Spanish development studio behind Metroid Dread and the Castlevania Lord of the Shadows series, is raising some proverbial eyebrows once again.
But Dread was so good. Metroid Dread was so good. I'm gonna be careful, but I don't believe it's gonna be too bad, right?
Over a recent social media choice and the potential impact on future Metroid games. The studio has drawn attention not for their gameplay innovations or upcoming projects this time, but instead due to an ideological shift that has many fans of the series extremely concerned. And when we dive into the background of this Blizzy character, it's going to tell you all you need to know about this Anita Sarkeesian 2.0. Learning the Law on Twitter said, breaking, Mercury Steam, the famous Spanish developer known for Castlevania Lord of Shadow and Metroid Dread, lately has been recruiting far-left developers into their team and has plans for new games in the Metroid Prime franchise.
So this would not only affect the 2D games, 2D in quotes, this would also affect the Prime series? Ugh. Ugh. That's awful.
They were caught following a well-known Spanish figure dubbed Anita Sarkeesian 2.0. Blizzy is an activist backed...
Get Gohan out of the way! Yo, the Red Deer, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Get Gohan out of there! Help my boy!
by several organizations and is known for promoting censorship of games that feature revealing clothing on female characters.
Is this low quality because of me? Is it... It's low quality because of the screenshot.
Her main goal is to combat heteronormativity. She has published books and profited from using Anita Sarkeesian's material. Her account is locked following the allegations from Spanish individuals.
Heteronormativity. That's, oh god, not that kind of buzzwords. Not those buzzwords, heteronormativity. Yeah, being hetero is normal. Sorry that scares you.
Individuals that she attempted to shut down dissenting voices who disagree with her radical views, and this is concerning. We are talking about a company that embraces the goals of feminist frequency in charge of future Metroid games. And in the interest of giving the full story, you guys know I don't want to give half of it. There is another side to this, which is why I say take all this as just a concern at this point. Spring on Twitter replied to me saying, Mercury Steam is a third-party studio who work with Nintendo, and when they work on Nintendo games, they work directly with Yoshito Sakamoto, the creator of Metroid. They do not have creative control.
Hey, then it might not be too bad, right? Then it might not be too bad, you know? As long as the original creator is there. Usually franchises go to shit when the original creator is no longer involved, which is why I'm gonna be interested in how Dragon Ball is gonna evolve.
control over Samus. This is considered co-development. Source below, and he links the official Nintendo YouTube video of the development of Metroid Dread. And he said, also, Retro Studios is technically the developer for Metroid. They are 100% owned by Nintendo. The future of Metroid is absolutely not in doubt. So now that I've given both sides of the perspective, I want to dive further into this video as why I lean towards being concerned just like Manga Lawyer is, knowing that deep down, ultimately, Nintendo does have creative control, and hoping that ultimately they always will make the right choice in the future. Once a studio known for high-stakes action games and a commitment to delivering experiences,
people say that it is not a concern, but then you have to realize that Pokemon officially has hired, we know this, there's an article out there, there's sources out there. We know that, well, Pokemon has hired a DEI person already, who, funnily enough, is also a yoga instructor before that, which is really weird. That is really weird. But yet, we should take this with a grain of salt. However, again, I don't know.
That fans treasure, Mercury Steam has, unfortunately, more recently, made a curious choice by actively going beyond recruiting developers and influencers with agendas that extend far beyond just game design. They've been spotted following Blizzy, a Spanish activist that's been dubbed Anita Sarkeesian 2.0, someone who stands out for their openly radical views against men specifically. Backed by several activist organizations, Blizzy's platform pushes for the censorship of in-game content, especially regarding the portrayals of women that she claims perpetuate.
You know how we would be able to shut up every modern feminist? 3 days where all men on the entire planet go on a strike. The world is gonna implode, pretty much. I don't get these people. I really don't get these people. I didn't even do anything. She hates me. What is this?
Harmful norms. Her public history aligns directly with the goals and the methods of Anita Sarkeesian's feminist frequency, which I've spoken about previously on this channel. Her influence has only grown due to her governmental ties. For years, she's used her platform to criticize games featuring female characters with, get this, revealing clothing, because oh my god, you can't do that because that marginalizes women.
I find this double standard very interesting. However, I would hear her position, but I probably know her position by now. Probably, it's interesting when feminists push for women not being revealing in video games, but then the interesting part becomes that those same feminists have no issue when women undress themselves on porn websites. Isn't that interesting? I find that very, very confusing. I have to say, that is very, very confusing.
Or something. But it's totally fine if, like, I don't know, a dude takes his shirt off in a game. No one's going to complain about that. She argues that this kind of aesthetic combats heteronormativity by...
Yeah, because when we take a shirt off, men think, oh my god, I need to look like that. That's pretty much what happens in video games when men take their shirt off. Dude is ripped, gotta hit the gym.
Enforcing what she perceives as outdated gender stereotypes, and you know exactly where I'm going with this. Blizzy's activism isn't just limited to social media or independent events. According to CryAlexa on Twitter, the Spanish government, particularly the Ministry of Equality, has extended a platform to her by sponsoring events where she's spoken to young people on feminist topics within gaming. And those same people that she talked to, those kids, laughed her out of the room, embarrassing her to the point of making her cry. So I guess from a certain level.
Wait, what? So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. The Spanish young people wiped the floor with her. Well, that's interesting to see.
light, there is some hope for the future. CryAlexa on Twitter said, "Hello, Mangaloyer. Blizzy is a Spanish activist who has been allowed by the Spanish government to give talks and even go to institutes to indoctrinate kids. She has been playing the victim for years because they expose her ridiculous feminist activism by looking for problems in video games that she invents to cry about. Many right-wing Spanish YouTubers have laughed at her for years, and she tried to get the government to make laws to silence them in addition to having half of Twitter blocked. A few days ago, I made a video about her because she was at a talk and the kids left her crying by ignoring her and laughing."
There is hope for the future! Can we have those kids here in Germany and our German kids can go there? Please? Well, that wouldn't solve the problem, but it would ease my pain. These young people are based.
At her. And I know a lot of people are going to hear this and say, okay, but what does this have to do with Metroid? So they followed her on Twitter. Big whoop, they follow a lot of people on Twitter. Who cares? Not a big deal. You can't cancel someone for who they follow, which is very true. But you got to admit, it's a little bit, I don't know, curious that the studio behind Metroid Dread just followed a very big activist feminist on Twitter. And you don't have any kind of concerns about that? The potential for Blizzy's influence with Mercury Steam is raising some questions about the future of Metroid in general. The franchise rooted in action, exploration, and a welcomed, nuanced approach to gender representation, Metroid's heroine, Samus Aran, has been a cultural icon in gaming for decades, celebrated for her strength and independence. But if the development team behind her next adventure prioritizes this kind of ideologically driven change, a lot of people fear that that very thing is what destroys the very qualities that made Samus special in the first place. Because once again, the people invading the video game industry do not care about video games. They care about...
We know this. We already know this. That they do not care about video games. We have two types of people that enter video games, right? Video gaming in general. We have the activists that push their own agenda, and we have the ones that want to make money. And both of these, if left unchecked, will ruin games. When I talk about money, I mean like in general, like these investors who just want to, you know, push their own goal of like making games for money's sake and not games for the sake of releasing a quality product. Yeah, that's pretty much what I mean.
About pushing ideologies, feminism, marginalized voices, pushing the agenda to the max, and destroying the entire industry, leaving it in their wake, not caring about the consequences of any of their actions. Myself and many longtime Metroid fans are extremely wary of what's going to lie ahead with all of this. For anyone that wants to get mad at me for bringing up this as a concern, that Mercury Steam's influence of the future of Metroid may be overblown, I understand that Metroid is ultimately controlled by Nintendo and the series co-creator Yoshito Sakamoto, not Mercury Steam. And if Mercury Steam fails to deliver, and if they're a part of anything Metroid moving forward, hopefully Nintendo can just shift the series to another.
The problem with that is that these people usually weasel their way into franchises. They rarely like when it's like a franchise that doesn't really like have anything to do with that kind of stuff. They usually weasel their way into it. So I do consider it a concern, not a big concern, as it isn't any main branch of like a main branch, but still, if these people usually weasel their way into this.
Another developer, because the buck stops with Nintendo, and hopefully they see enough and haven't been influenced enough by worldwide propaganda that's going on that's affecting other Japanese studios like Square Enix in particular right now, but also Namco Bandai, among a slew of others that are completely shifting the dynamic of how they make games because of ideologies that are being pressed worldwide right now. Thankfully, for the time being, Nintendo hasn't gone off the deep end yet, but it seems like it's just a matter of time, unfortunately, based off of the surrounding circumstances. Which is exactly why I want to call this out as soon as I see it happening, because this is exactly the type of slippery slope that always seems to transpire and turn into something far worse down the road. So at least I can say when it happens, hey, Remember when Smash made that video talking about how Metroid Dread and Metroid in general might be going down the proverbial woke path? Well, here was the signs. The warning signs were all there, and nobody did anything to stop it. Let's hope that's not the case. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. Again, shout out to Mangaloria.
Okay, so pretty much, for now, it seems like a nothing burger. However, this is still concerning as these people, like I said before, they weasel their way into franchises, yeah, movies, TV shows, video games, music. These people usually weasel their way into this, so not a big issue, however, very concerning, still. Now we know what's going on for me as a Metroid fan. This seems kinda, interesting to see. We'll see what happens, I guess. Again, I hope that does not have any effect, but again, following somebody, like, following does not mean endorsement, right? That does not mean endorsement. But with somebody that's that controversial, I don't know if this sentence applies here. But again, we'll have to see what happens. What I'm gonna react next is let's see. Let's jump into this. That's a weird intro, but I guess we'll have to see. This caught my attention, so we're gonna watch this. It's called "Book Talk is Terrifying" by Doxy Carter. I don't know much about like book TikTok. I'm curious to see what this is about. Again, I got no idea what this is about. We'll see. We'll see. Let's get into it. Again, Book Talk is Terrifying by Doxy Carter. Let's go. Let's go.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Recently, I have been reading books that contain impure acts, and I have been feeling things while reading these indecent words. What kind of impure acts are involved in these books? Oh, actually, I have the book on me. Here, let me put your hands on the headboard.
This will be bad. I can already tell. Like, I know what kind of books women read. These women are not innocent. They have their own form of pornography, in a sense. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Why? Because, Princess, you need leverage when you ride my face. Well, lust.
That went from 0 to 100 real quick. This is gonna be actually bad.
Is a very serious sin. I know, Father, and I'm so sorry. It's just that I love the part when he takes his and then he face and then he puts her and then he whips out his and
That bad, huh? That bad. Oh no.
and then she rides his until he finishes. Just say 10 Hail Marys and make sure you fast one meal for the next week. Yes, Father. Oh, and leave the book.
What the fuck?
Today we are talking about Book Talk. Book Talk started as a community on TikTok where people share their love for reading, review books, and post recommendations. But with every community comes sub-communities. And there's one specific sub-community on Book Talk that has taken over the Book Talk name.
I guess we can call this smut talk. I guess that's what I would refer to it to. Sounds like smut talk.
And it's women who read smut. And I'm gonna come out and say it. I like a little spice with my coffee in the morning. I like a little hot and heavy romance now and then. I read Twilight, New Moon, Eclipse, and Breaking Dawn just to get to the part where Edward and Bella boned. And then I never picked up the book again. Am I sharing too much? Probably. But what I think is so fascinating about Book Talk is how much of a melting pot of chaos it has become. But I've narrowed it down to 3 sections for you guys to understand it. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Just like any other part of TikTok, Book Talk has given a place for bookworms to feel like they can be themselves in and be loved in, and there's a lot of great things about Book Talk. I also think that it's much better to read a book for a few minutes a day than scroll. I don't. Book Talk.
Guilty. I'm also guilty. Though it's not really scrolling. It's more like editing videos all day. Sitting in front of a screen all day. That's pretty much what it is. But the intro is already interesting.
Talk also is a great place for recommendations of a book if you're looking for something super specific. Book Talk will have it. They can steer you in the right direction. Okay, that's it for the good. So there's been a lot of discourse online about if it's okay.
I think that was a cat. I think that was a cat. Because is that the same cat that's right now on the couch?
To read smut in public or not.
The women are reading porn everywhere. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Does anybody else think it's fucking weird how normalized reading smut in like a room full of people is for people?
I wouldn't advise people to read dirty, filthy smut in public, but if you do, can I interest you in book socks? Why let everyone know you're gooning when you don't have to?
I've never expected to hear the words book and gooning in the same sentence. What even?
With book socks, no one can tell what kind of smut you're reading in the subway, in the park, or even in the plane. But
fuck the ad.
Good girl. Just like that.
I need to bleach my ears. I need to bleach my ears.
That's perfect, baby.
Ugh. Do you really need that kind of encouragement to pick up a tomato? Stay at home, you filthy animal. She's probably listening to true crime. I guarantee you nobody is thinking that you're listening to true crime. If you were listening to true crime with a smile that says, I'm about to cream my jeans, I would be very concerned for you. But that's for later on in the video.
Be a good girl and go buy yourself a book. Yeah, that's it.
I feel dirty. I feel like wanting to take a shower. This is horrendous.
You're doing so good, love. Add it to the cart. You can take it. Press that checkout button hard.
Capitalism be kinda thirsty now, huh?
I feel dirty. I'm gonna take a shower. The stream was nice, but I'm gonna take a shower. That is, ugh.
They've resorted to other measures. No more, I'm obsessed with this book that I just got. No more, you need this book in your life. No, it's, hey baby girl, why don't you add a little book in your cart? Daddy wants you to spend your money for me. There are so many bad things to come out of Book Talk. Also by bad, I mean cringe. And one of the cringiest things that I kept seeing while scrolling through endless amounts of corn on my For You page is book dedications. Leans in to whisper in your ear, aren't you such a good girl? Go on and read this book with your legs wide open for me.
Find Xi Jinping and force him to read this. I want to know what do men think when they say this shit. I would rather be tortured. Probably. What the fuck? The United States is right. Ban TikTok!
Ew. Just ew. I don't like that. Just can't help but think of the author typing that out for me because I'm not in the fantasy world yet. It's just the author saying that, right?
What a good fucking girl you are. Spread these pages while you spread your legs. Let all the unhinged, depraved darkness out.
What? What? What am I reading? What am I hearing? What is this? I just swallowed my puke back pretty much. Oh.
Do they mean letting the unhinged, depraved darkness out from in between my legs? Excuse me, but there is no unhinged, depraved darkness there. Only roses and sparkles.
What kind of darkness? Are you, I don't know, a vessel for a demon or something? Or for demons? What? That's so weird.
And rainbows down there. So fuck you. Do you guys remember Teeth? That movie where the girl has teeth down there? Now that's unhinged, depraved darkness.
Yeah. I'ma punch Adam and Eve when I see them. Nobody's stopping me. No angel, certainly not God, nobody will stop me. I will punch Adam and Eve. This was a mistake. Can you just mute her? How would that work with the reaction?
That's only a romance movie if you're really freaky.
To Baby Shark, step aside. Daddy Shark is here now.
This is 100% women writing this. 100%. 100%.
I can't believe that there are people that would do something like this.
That one's gotta be the worst, right? I know you did not turn Baby Shark kinky. What the hell?
Did you tell him about me? How you stroke those pages when you think of me? Sincerely, your book boyfriend.
I'm supposed to be stroking the pages? Am I supposed to be getting the book off? This is the opposite of what I was expecting. This also gives a whole new meaning to finishing the book.
Really? Right now? You know what makes people feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, whatever I've been seeing here. We're 6 minutes in and I can confidently say book talk is terrifying.
Right. Sorry. He's into public stuff.
You know how it's a saying, like the
Did she just pretty much jerk off the book? Okay.
bar is on the floor or the bar is in hell when it comes to dating men, meaning like a lot of men are doing the bare minimum and it's being seen as like this wonderful thing. And you would think that in the fantasy world or book talk world men would be better, but they're not. I don't know what she's doing.
It is a dog, never mind, it is a dog. This is a dog. Yeah, it is a dog. I was wrong. Or maybe she does have both? I don't know. As a woman, this doesn't make just men uncomfortable. This is so ugh. And they call us degenerates. Also, what does it say? Men doing the bare minimum. I've seen men do more than most women. Well, I guess it's my experience, so it doesn't matter.
When he refuses to wear protection, don't you ever wear one? She asks. Always, he replies.
But there's not a chance in hell I'm wearing one for you.
Go on.
Girl, what is this? Somebody sedate me! Why would you find this attractive? He's just gonna give you an STD, girl. He's lying to you. She just gave birth, and then he says to the doctor, how long until she can get pregnant again?
So they're romanticizing getting pregnant? Okay.
I am not having the same emotions as the girl in the video. This isn't giving me butterflies, this is giving me cockroaches. They're crawling around in my stomach trying to dig their way out while they get slowly murdered by the acid in my esophagus and stomach. They're cooked. I haven't taken my antacid yet today, and I feel nauseous is the whole thing that I was saying there. Plus, like, damn, she just gave birth. Damn! This feels like the same energy as the husband stitch, and if you don't know what that is, I'm happy for you. Keep living in bliss, my dear.
Husband what? I'll not Google that. I better not Google that.
Won't harm you with that information today. By far, the cringiest thing to come out of book talk is the thirst traps from Mask Talk and Bike Talk. Mask Talk and Bike Talk were made popular by book talk because some women are attracted to men with masks. I don't know why that would be. Personally, I need to see a man's face if I know he's going to be attractive or not. What if he takes off his mask and he's a generic handsome man? Ugh. What if he's Glenn Powell? Ugh! And Mask Talk and Bike Talk are basically just thirst traps. I personally don't love it.
Did I understand that correctly? Did she really just say bike talk? Like, bicycle? Bike? How? How is this possible? The mask one is also weird, but the bikes?
It's actually quite horrific.
Lift your hips for me. Let me take those off. No, don't say a single word.
I feel sexually abused. I feel violated. I feel violated.
I want your whimpers to tell me yes. I want your movements and moans to tell me I'm hitting the right spot. Are you ready?
I feel so uncomfortable.
Oh my god! Oh god! This man needs to be locked away. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Straight to jail.
Straight to jail. Straight to jail. I feel violated through that video. Oh my god. Ew.
My dude.
You can handle another finger.
We went from books to porn, pretty much.
Me, the minute I get my hands onto that Studio Ghibli water slime, I need that going straight into an IV, into my soul. I want that slime so bad. Yeah, I like this more. This is nice.
Oh, that's satisfying.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I know, everybody has their preference, okay? That's totally fine. But for those ladies who like the mask off, there are plenty of thirst traps dedicated to book talk for you. So here you go.
You're an asshole.
I'm an asshole, yet you're dripping all over my hand.
What did I do? This was a mistake. What am I watching? What am I watching?
What does that say about you?
Thanks for taking me out on a date today. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, me too. Do you maybe want to hold hands?
Sure, I'd love to.
Ew! What the heck, you jerk? You're dripping all over my hands. What? Oh, that's just my Studio Ghibli tear slime. I carry it around for good luck. Oh. Anyways, you want to bang or what? There are plenty more thirst traps like that, but we don't really need to damage ourselves mentally even more.
Next video? No, we are almost done with this. I will sit through this no matter how disgusting it may get. We got the bad. We don't have the ugly yet.
Than we have with those, so it's time to move on to the next topic, which is more mentally damaging. So here we go.
No.
Dark romance is a term you might have heard recently, and it's a subgenre of romance that
I know where this is going, and I think you know where this is going as well. This is gonna be some berserk type shit.
is more sinister and morbid than other romance novels. If you don't understand what I mean, let's just say 50 Shades of Grey I would put on the lighter side of dark romance. Maybe gray romance? I'm sorry. And this, by the way, is a humongous trigger warning for the things we're going to talk about. While doing my research, I found out that Haunting Adeline was like one of the most popular books from Book Talk that is the dark romance category. It's like a Hallmark movie if it were sick and twisted. It's about this girl who moves back to her hometown and then becomes the victim of a stalker. But what's surprising about this is that the stalker is actually the male lead. And I think this is where Bike Talk comes from, because the main character in Haunting Adeline rides a bicycle. And I could be wrong here, but I feel like this is also the reason.
This makes me cringe. This is grossing me out, to be fair.
Reason that women are posting like how they want to be stalked and how they're glorifying being stalked now. When a 6'5" tattooed serial killer who rides a motorcycle, wears a ghost face mask, and kills every guy you date takes you to a cabin and tells you to run.
It's interesting how I am starting to see why some murderers, serial killers, have female fans. I'm starting to see a pattern. Is this the slippery slope? You start with books and then slowly start into being into serial killers? Also funny how they're always good looking. It's never Jack the nerd that lives in his mother's basement.
6'5", kills people, takes you to a cabin? Babe, you're not into criminals, you're into Slender Man. When your stalker marks his territory by pissing in your backyard and kills any man who touches you. What turn on is that in any century? What am I reading? Including a man you've known since you were a child. He kills your dad? Girl, dump him. What is going on? And rips the heart out of the doctor's chest who prescribed your birth control pills.
Really? That sounds like a pregnancy kink. Brother,
That is just strange. That's not sexy at all. It's a real book. I'm a monster DNA experiment and she's everything my beast wants. I mean, is it weird that I find this scenario less harmful than Haunting Adeline? I mean, because it's obviously not real and nobody is a monster DNA hybrid man. I think that what is so dangerous about this is that real men will take this and run with it.
who gave these women the monster fucker permit? Revoke that license immediately.
Like, there are some real creeps out there who are enjoying that you want this scenario to happen. You have to protect yourself and not put out everything on the internet. I mean, look at this guy. His name is Jack the Ripper, and he is on TikTok and talks about how he is a diagnosed psychopath. And he's got some really interesting videos about how his mind works, and people in the comments are just going feral over him, gnawing at the bars of their iron enclosures to get to this psychopath.
The girls swear they want a psychopath till I'm walking them back to their car like this. Waited until I see what's in my trash
That is a full-on body bag. I understand loving a fantasy and having some
What am I seeing here? Genuinely, what am I seeing? They do that in some of the anime I watch where they make the good guy, the bad guy, good looking. Yeah, but like the difference is like that. Yeah, it's just weird, cause like all the violence. They want to be a victim. They want to be a victim.
Something you're into. Everybody's got their own thing, okay? I actually think it's like belittling people's experiences that have gotten stalked and had terrible things done to them. I'm just not a fan of people making jokes about like wanting this to happen to them. But maybe that's just me being a stick in the mud. I don't know. What do you guys
I have no issue. You can stalk me all you want. You'll get bored anyways.
think about this? Let me know your thoughts on dark romance. I'd love to hear them. I just want to go over quickly how people are saying that book talk is just women with corn addictions. When you generalize something so big into women with just corn addictions, I think that's really problematic. It's harmful for people with real corn addictions and also completely generalizes book talk into something that it's not. That's just a tiny piece of it. One of the biggest series to come to book talk is A Court of Thorns and Roses, or ACOTAR for short.
Porn addiction does not mean just watching pornography. Smut is definitely porn. My lady, smut is definitely porn. If you just consume smut, you are a porn addict. Sorry to tell you that.
Short. And just so we're clear about how big ACOTAR is in the book talk community, it's like cottage cheese to fitness influencers. Blended cottage cheese is a magical food that changes lives. There's so much protein. You can turn it into queso, you can turn it into cheesecake.
I will not turn it into queso. That was a bad joke.
Getting off topic, this is not what this video is about. Have you guys tried it? It's really good, actually. But while people want you to believe that reading ACOTAR is like a girl reading page after page after page of explicit content, it's an 800-page book, and there's 2 or 3 scenes or chapters that are explicit. And that's way more tame than any HBO show I've watched. So instead of corn, I would say that the majority of romance books on book talk are like that of a movie with a rated R setting, I don't know, or a rated mature or something. However, there are definitely women who are definitely addicted to reading smut, but that's probably just not the majority of people who are enjoying this content. And I want to say that even though they are addicted to corn, at least nobody's getting trafficked, at least no one is getting exploited. I mean, this is probably the healthiest way to be addicted to corn.
The problem is that, from what my experience is, that it will slowly lead into the video side. For men, it starts for women different than it starts for men. For women, it starts with smut. For men, the addiction starts with sexy sports clips on some weird TV channel. And from there, it will evolve into something more ridiculous. And for women, it starts with smut. The more you know.
Corn. Now, I'm not really a part of book talk, but if you are a part of book talk and I've maybe twinged at something a little that made you upset, you can make fun of me. This is me opening myself up to you poking fun at me. I read so many different webtoons reading the same exact plot where I want the main character to be reincarnated as a villain into the storybook that they read, and they fall in love with the main character, and then, I mean, come on, guys. There you go. There's some Doxy Carter lore. And to all you that are gonna poke fun at me and say that's cringe, that's weird, fuck you, I'm the coolest bitch ever. That's all I have to talk about today. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you being here.
I shouldn't have watched this. I shouldn't have watched this. This was really, really weird. But anyways, that was still entertaining. A bit. Book talk is terrifying, absolutely, now, but that was still fun to watch. Anyways, yeah, this was very interesting to see. Man, Man, this is something. This was something. Ew. When we're already at like the topic of weird influencer and like weird content creator type of shit, I think I got another one.
This is my morning.
And this is by Soggy Cereal. I have already reacted to another to a Soggy Cereal video. It was about the animal abuse on YouTube Kids. So yeah, exposing the influencer industry by Soggy Cereal. Let's get into it. My morning routine. Okay, let's see.
This is my morning routine. I'm currently waking up at 5:30. I'm reading the 5 a.m. club, so this inspires me to do this. Then have some electrolytes, get hydrated as soon as possible. And I turn my sauna on, write down my dark thoughts.
5 a.m. club. Holy shit. It has changed my life.
Being part of the 5 a.m.
This is my
Let me read this. Ever since reading the 5 a.m. club, I've found great benefits from waking up early and using that time for my own self. What are you? A British? Mind and body is taken care of before the chaos ensues. It's quiet. No one is awake, and my productive levels have skyrocketed since doing this. Bro, you have placebo affected yourself. You could wake up at 5 and still be a lazy fuck. I don't think like that does anything for you, bro.
I'm currently waking up at 5:30. I'm reading the 5 a.m. club, so this inspires me to do this. Then have some electrolytes, get hydrated as soon as possible. And I turn my sauna on, write down my dark thoughts.
5 a.m. club. Holy shit. It has changed my life.
Being part of the 5 a.m. club has changed my life. See, I've always been more of a night owl, with my most productive moments being during the afternoon until late at night, but now that I started setting my alarm at 5 a.m., I wake up so tired and pissed off that every time of day feels like the late afternoon. First thing I do is watch my favorite YouTube video while talking with the voices in my head that came from sleep deprivation. Then by 6:30, after my second alarm, since I fell asleep again,
I mean, waking up at 5 is like not really a big issue. Like I usually wake up around 5, so I guess that's me. However, I've been doing it for years, so I don't feel tired when doing this. Others probably will, because they're not used to it.
I finally gathered the strength to stop snoozing and get coffee brewing. At 7, my brain is finally able to process information, so I start watching my favorite influencer and... Wait a second. That clock says 7:15. You're telling me influencer number 12,752 is lying to me? What the f... Hey, my bowl of cereal, is it just me, or are influencers making life...
You call your community a bowl of cereal? Ah, that's more creative than some VTuber communities. Congratulations, I haven't heard that one before.
Way too complicated. Just last week, I've had 37 different influencers in my feed, each telling me how to live, how to become happy and successful.
If you want to be successful at a young age, you have to be really intentional with your goals.
You have to be a literal rat.
You have to be a bitch. You're only depressed when you have time to be depressed.
I know if I'm the only one, but while at first constantly being exposed to people who are seemingly more successful than I am, telling me what to do, was at first just making me feel bad about my own.
Yo, Marek, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hey, cool looking person. You mean me? Thank you, I guess. Thank you.
Own shortcomings. It's now getting to a point that it's just driving me insane. With all their different rules and all their different lifestyles, most of them conflicting with one another. But you still need to implement...
There's one thing, and one thing only, that will make you achieve your goals. It's consistency. You will get nothing done without being consistent. You need to do things that you don't want to do, because they need to be done. I like to quote Mike Tyson here. Discipline is doing things that you don't want like you love them. I don't feel like streaming every single day. I don't feel like uploading every single day. I don't feel like working out every single day. But I still do it. Because it needs to be done.
And all of them, otherwise you'll go through life feeling miserable, according to them.
You're only depressed when you have time to be depressed.
But honestly, their lifestyle tips are just getting stupid.
I never do dishes. Why would I waste my time cleaning dishes?
Overconsumption is not at all problematic and will make you happy, so spend $5,000 a month on skincare. Buy this useless product. Make sure to stock your entire fridge with about $500 of soda, snacks and energy drinks. Because I really need my daily intake of Baby Bell cheeses and Gator.
I mean, Baby Bell is pretty great. Baby Bell is pretty great. I have to admit. They taste nice.
Yeah, I want the diet of a toddler, or else I'm gonna get cranky. Drink coffee every 3 hours while fitnessing and working on a Sunday to stay on that grind set. Get up at...
That's not healthy. I can say to you right now that constantly drinking coffee, especially like pre-workout, is not healthy. It's not good for your heart. Don't do that.
5 a.m. every single day, including weekends, so you can spend 3 hours on cleaning, making coffee and fitness all alone by yourself, just so you can start working at 8 or 9 a.m. and get off at 5 p.m. like everybody else, except while everyone else is having fun after work. You're now exhausted and have to get to bed by 8 or 9 p.m. to maintain your recommended 8 to 9 hours sleep schedule that these influencers
6 or 5. That's my sleep schedule.
are also preaching you to do. So stupid. To no one's surprise, most of their lifestyle tips and tricks are just nuggets of pseudo-wisdom.
Here is exactly why you should avoid eating salad for your health.
With no scientific backing that they try to sell as these grandiose keys to success.
Keep those layers coming off bit by bit, and you will one day look back and compare your previous lettuce self to your new lettuce self.
What? Now I don't think water and cocoa, and now all sugary drinks taste horrible to me. Usually when I drink like drinks that have sugar, mostly juices, and then usually it's juices from our own like fruits, and like yeah, it's either water or that. Aside from that, coffee, tea is always pretty nice, but usually just like water and here and there like juice. That's pretty much it.
Look at that definition. Look at that definition.
Even though they might seem incredibly stupid, they aren't. Okay, some of them are, but most...
Remember the guy? That's the guy that destroyed his Camaro. I think was it a Camaro? No. A McLaren. Yeah, it was a McLaren. Absolute retard. And then he asked his friend to film him while his friend was bleeding heavily.
Most of them are aware of the fact that what they preach is just over-romanticized bullshit. The 5 a.m. rule, for example, is based on a book, The 5 a.m. Club, written by Robin Sharma, a wise philosopher in the eyes of the lifestyle influencer, and a fraud in those of professional book reviewers. They describe his book as follows. The entire book feels like everything someone who hates self-help books would claim are the worst things about them. Cliché, just a ploy to get money from the masses of sheeple, a bunch of obvious material you learned by the time you were 13. So, pretty much a manifesto for lifestyle influencers to peddle to their viewers and take all of their money.
This book is freaking trash.
You think these guys actually wake up at 5 every single day because it's some magical key to success? Fuck no! Making you believe they do is their magical key to success.
Abdullah, I think is your name. What the hell? Yeah, what the hell? Truly, what the hell? Waking up at 5 is not, like, it doesn't really change much, I would say. It's, how do I put this? It's more like, I just need more time. I just need more time. So, sleep less and wake up earlier. I need more time. That's my issue.
They can't even put in the effort to do it at least once for their TikTok preaching about the 5 a.m. club. This girl tried her best changing the hour on her car dashboard, but the clock at the gym says 7:15. And this guy was caught lying because he lives in Tennessee, where during the months of October, November, which is the time at which he uploaded this reel, there is no sunlight until about 7. Yet he's out at 5:30 and there's already more sunlight than the average day in Belgium.
Then have some electrolytes, get hydrated as soon as possible. This has been a game changer for me.
Gee, he's really hammering down on those electrolytes. Might it be because he's secretly sponsored by them?
That's usually what this is. These people are usually sponsored. That's usually the case. Not gonna lie, it's already 11 p.m. for me right now. For me, it's 4:19 p.m.
Which brings me to the reason that I wanted to make this video. The amount of lifestyle influencers that made their entire career on nothing but lies and fake wealth is insane. Which I wouldn't care about if they weren't purposefully, directly and negatively manipulated, influencing people with their lies. Because their success is built on their viewers.
I remember when people 1720. For me, it's 1620. Okay, so remember the time where some female influencers were trying to sell you what was it? Just a different powder, trying to lie to you, saying that this powder is specifically catered to women, and like everything else is like not good because like it's catered to men in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, that's pretty much this.
Feeling unfulfilled in life and idolizing them. And they lie about everything.
I have been paralyzed trying to find or looking at furniture for the new house. We are going back to Florida. God, what the fuck are my kids doing? Hold on. I want to make sure when we're there, well, let's be honest. I need a living room TV, master bedroom, kids' rooms, because you ain't talking to me. Like, I don't know. Go to your room. I just bought 3 washers and dryers yesterday because we, at this house, there's a lot of shit to do.
Oh man, moving from my
Okay. Let me go back.
Of shit to do.
Oh man.
Wrong. Let me go back again.
Oh man, moving from my first.
Come on.
3 washers and dryers.
6 TVs. Why the hell does every single one of your child, that means you have 4 children, 4 of them need their own TV? That electrical bill is gonna be high, but from the looks of it, she probably has that money. 3 washers and 3 dryers. What do you need? Wait, okay. 3 washers and 3 dryers. There were once 6 people living in this house. Here. And 1 washer and 1 dryer was enough. Huh?
Yesterday, because we, at this house, there's a lot of shit to do.
Oh man, moving from my first mansion into my second, even bigger mansion without having to sell my first one is so stressful. I had to open my laptop and order 6 TVs and 3 dryers because our new house is just so big. Oh wait, no, even this completely out of touch story, devoid of any relatability, is actually just a pity ad for the 3 washers and dryers she bought. And while I'm
Isn't this illegal? It was so funny to see the bathwater drama a couple of years ago. Anyone who would buy a girl's bathwater, a whole nother level of weird. You mean the whole Belle Delphine situation, I think? You are absolute fucking degenerate if you bought bathwater from a woman. Like, absolutely.
Aware that many influencers seem as if they're this successful or rich. Most of them simply aren't. These guys don't own a private jet. They rent a photo studio for $75 an hour with a group of 10, with free parking. That's why more and more of these private jet photo studios are being made, so they can pretend they own one, and make you feel bad in the process for actually having your life together. Because where's your private jet, broke boy? Everything to desperately maintain this
I'm scared of flying. No private jets for me, guys.
Facade of success to keep flexing on their viewers like insecure douchebags, so that their viewers will keep idolizing them and do whatever they tell them to do, and they can squeeze as much money as possible out of them. And I'm not only talking about the alpha male grind set douchefluencers that we already knew were full of BS. There's so many lying authentic influencers, each with fake wealth, that the term pseudo-authentic influencer is now a thing. Faking authenticity, success, and legitimacy so you trust them, and they can sell you more products and services that they don't use and you don't really need. This influencer with 1.1 million followers took a picture in front of an empty seat in business class.
Is it just me, or is it weird flexing with things that you do not own? Is it just me? This is so weird. Why do you flex stuff you don't have?
With ads, and then had to sit on her actual seat in economy class, like the rest of us peasants. You know those traveling influencers preaching that you'll achieve happiness by spending your entire life savings on vacations? Yeah, they don't really live a life of constant traveling. Usually they'll go on like a single vacation paid by some resort or company in exchange for advertising, and then take hundreds of pictures all in different outfits with backgrounds that could literally be the backdrop of any vacation destination in the world. And then they'll post a few pictures every few weeks with different lied about locations added to those posts. Or, you know, you could just Photoshop your travel pics like this influencer.
I mean, I think Instagram could use a community notes feature. Yo, Zuck! Ever thought about that? Also, British. She's in British territory.
With like 570,000 followers. Here you have her with the beautiful skyline of New York, except it's missing an entire skyscraper. And unless if she has learned a way to not just influence her viewers, but also physics, a window reflection should reflect the side of your body facing it, not your back facing away from it. Oh look, here she's at the Taj Mahal with her shadow apparently allergic to water, her dress and handbag vaporizing in thin air, stone grooves extending into the pool, and Photoshop birds on top of it all. And honestly, these trees look kinda weird. But this one looks even weirder because it's growing out of her head. And don't get me started on those Dubai influencers. I don't want to see a big shiny tower that looks pretty from the outside but doesn't have much going on under its surface.
There's also a lot of people who just go to Dubai, take a picture there, and yeah, that's it. Just like the flex that make it seem like they have money when they have absolutely nothing.
Not even a sewage system where everyday trucks have to transport 7 tons of poop out of to keep up the facade of superficial perfection. What is this? An allegory for influencers? Talking about superficial. You know those designer clothing influencers flexing on you with their $5,000 Chanel trash bag shirts? most of them are fake. Actually, some influencers are so
Yeah, who would have thought that these were fake? I wonder how much of like these are genuinely actually rich, these people. How many of these?
infamous for using fake designer merch to seem more successful than they actually are, that they are now being paid by companies to promote illegal knockoffs to their viewers. But you know what really grinds my gears? Those massive overconsumption product haul influencers who unpack like a month's salary worth of clothes in one 20-second TikTok, then do the exact same thing 2 weeks later, acting as if their TikToks aren't the content creation pollution equivalent.
Is the copious amount of makeup necessary?
To Taylor Swift's private jet usage. If only Taylor was also using a private jet photo studio. Don't get me wrong, I think sharing your thoughts on products you're excited about or sponsored by with your viewers is great. But when you get enough products to bury yourself alive in on a daily basis, don't you think that's a bit excessive? You're basically...
We call this a shopping addiction. These women have a shopping addiction. That's pretty much, if they aren't sponsored, if they are buying this with their own money, they have a shopping addiction.
On doing 5 years of global recycling efforts with a single TikTok. Because you're romanticizing shopaholism and overconsumption, normalizing mass pollution for your millions of viewers who will spend their hard-earned money on your shitty trends.
Their viral lip balms.
And since those overconsumption influencers know they'll get backlash from producing more garbage in a single day than most people do in a year, they say they'll give away all of their unwanted products instead of letting them go to waste. But one of the largest product haul influencers has just been crowned as the most dishonest influencer of all time with no integrity whatsoever, so she's gotta be telling the truth, right?
You know people are spending their hard-earned money on these products and you're misleading them. And that is disgusting. That is by definition, you're a fraudulent scam artist liar. Gross.
I guess at least she's not like those assholes who return their clothes after filming.
Yeah, she is not giving her unwanted products away. That is not what she will do. She's just gonna throw them away when she doesn't want them anymore. That's literally what it is. Just like with food, what a lot of people do with food. At least a lot of she's people like that are pretty much the supermarket equivalent of yeah, they are pretty much like the beauty equivalent of like supermarkets. Where, for example, here in Germany, if you get something out of like like out of the trash of some supermarket, they still own that trash, which means that if you try to find something edible in there, they will sue you. The more you know.
Filming their clothing haul TikTok, tricking their audience into buying all of these pieces of clothing via their affiliate links, while they themselves just returned their units.
There are a lot of fashion and lifestyle influencers who buy products and return them. And over the years, there's been a lot more reporting of fashion influencers who do these like clothing hauls, but they actually can't afford most of the clothes they're buying, so they return it. But they create this illusion of the lifestyle they can afford and the clothes that they wear, but it's largely fabricated. So when you're seeing influencers flaunting my outfit of the day and you feel a little bit of envy, just know that there's a good chance they don't own all those clothes.
Which is actually even more harmful for the environment because...
This is so weird. The question is, how did she find that? How do you find that out that that is the case? Is somebody telling that?
Those units have to go through yet another transport, cleaning and repackaging process, or still end up in a landfill, since most of the time that's cheaper for the company. And because retail companies are losing billions of dollars on people just returning their clothing after using it only once for a social media video, most of them have now completely dropped their free return policy and started charging for it. $6 returning fee. And now I have to keep these pants, which are way too tight. Jesus, maybe I should stop comparing myself with toxic online pixels that can easily be faked, photoshopped, or manipulated to make me feel like shit and influence me for money. So now I've got to deal with my pants being too tight for my balls and getting in between my ass. Ooh, you know what? Screw this guy. Instead, I'm gonna start flaunting my wealth, but to my real life friends and family, so
I have to admit though, wearing pants that don't fit is really uncomfortable. I had to do that for a while because I was still a little too fat, and then I had to wear sizes that were too small for me. Eventually they fitted though. I don't know. I love thrift shops. It can be as cheap as €1, not made in China. It's often high quality. Yeah. I also really like buying used electronics in a cheaper way. A lot of people out there are like they need to like some stuff, right? If you want to wear clothes that are like used, I can second hand. I can understand, okay? I can understand. But like electronics and stuff, like electricity, machines, whatever, I think when they are refurbished, they are first of all a lot cheaper usually. Refurbished products are usually still very good. So that's what I often go for.
I can start real toxicity. First I gotta check my bank accounts. Oh man. Maybe I should brag with my subscriber count? Nah, I gotta reach 1 million subscribers before I can become a pretentious, braggy douche-tuber. So if you enjoyed this video, please watch some of my other videos.
Yeah, this was good. This was good. Yeah, this was fun to watch. Yeah, this was enjoyable. And yeah, it is just the harsh truth that a lot of these motherfuckers are straight up lying. We know this. We know this. And yeah, there's not much to say here. The problem is that a lot of people don't really look into this, and then they don't realize that people are lying. So that's a huge issue. I have another video to watch.
So I've talked.
And we're gonna watch another Royalty is Here video. I usually like watching his videos. They're usually really funny. And especially in this situation, Ramblitz number 16, dear God. Usually, here I was actually personally in some way involved, because I was also covering this situation with, Tigerholic, a femboy VTuber who was absolutely, demolished, by, false allegations. He still doesn't have his YouTube back, and yeah, we'll just get into it. What happened to the femboy VTuber? Royalty is Here. Let's start.
A lot about femboys. Probably 3 whole videos. And have gained the reputation of someone that specialises in said subject. To us, I don't think this is natural.
Every video. Holy shit! Every video he mentions at least once femboys. I am famous! Holy shit! What the fuck? What the fuck? Mom, I made it! Jesus Christ. I'm in the Royalty is Here video. Are you good, bro? You want to tell us something?
Believe me, it was a bachelor's degree that was a...
Chad, I'm famous! Wait a minute! Oh no, how did I get here?
obtained without my willing cooperation, and unfortunately have acquired a number of people that watch my videos that are femboys. Are you one of them? Who are joking? You probably
There's
are.
no
A few months
way!
ago, I talked about a femboy VTuber that was
There is no way I'm in this video! What the fuck, dude? That's a new one.
being deplatformed, targeted, and slandered, and they went by the name Bungo Tiger or Tigerholic. And said video was going to be very different, and I even had made so at the end of that video. That video was going to be the opposite of what it came out to be, but when making it, looking at the evidence of all the claims lobbied against them, some were proved wrong and some were just created for malicious intent.
Yeah, bro was pretty much, holy fuck, I'm in this video. Oh my god. Pretty much the dude got absolutely demolished because, yeah, people were lying about him. What the fuck is this? What am I seeing here? What the hell am I seeing here? Dear God. I am shocked. I did not expect this whatsoever. He is that annoying German guy. Oh my god. Anyways, Korkorg is here. Yo, how are you doing? I didn't ask you.
Cute. I was energetic, I was fun.
And the video actually ended up being supporting this femboy VTuber, but still retained the title I was gonna name it. Now after uploading that video, I just thought, you know, this is something I was interested in. I talked about it, made a video, uploaded it, and thought nothing else of it. Like many of the videos uploaded to this channel, it is just me talking about things I was interested in. This is not me admitting to taking an interest in femboys, by the way. But once I've...
Well, what do you say about that? I guess I'm here.
Video was uploaded, really did hit the fan. I'm talking liquid diarrhea with corn kernels. And I talked about this on one of my streams, how I got blamed for this whole scenario being the instigator. People thought I kicked the bucket of liquid dog feces and did not clean up after myself. And I thought it was complete bullshit.
You know what? This is bullshit.
And I still to this day think it's complete bullshit. I would like to forward the blame to Rev Says Desu and the VTuber Cure. I had nothing to do with it. I was picking daisies at the time. But anyway, after that video...
Yeah. He made multiple videos on Tiger. I am still in shock that I'm in this video. How the hell did that happen? How the hell did that happen? I'm so confused. I am seriously in like confusion. Who's that person in your thumbnail? I swear I've seen that person him somewhere. I'm famous!
Video was made, a lot of things happened, and I wanted to wait until the sediment settled before talking about the pure chaos that happened afterwards, because there was a lot of monkey shit throwing and just a general disarray. But a few...
Yeah, so what happened pretty much is Nox spreaded, not allegedly, bro did not use the word allegedly, bro pretty much spread the idea that Tiger was a pedophile, which he isn't. However, the art he commissioned is a bit weird. That is straight up toddlercon, sorry bro, but it has to get out here. It's weird.
Months later now, I can finally open my Fallout shelter. That is not a reference to the Bethesda game for handheld devices, although it is a great game to sink your time and money into. But I thought I'd give a continuation to that video and correct some things I got wrong. Yeah, I'll say it. I'll admit it. I used to play VR chat, and the one time in a decade I am finally wrong. But anyway, quickly, what was the Tiger situation?
No, Tiger is an indie streamer who, I don't know the whole story.
Well, if you don't know what the situation was, here it is quickly. Tiger is a femboy VTuber.
I swear I've seen you from this one video I saw. Could be. This is a new video by Royalties here, so I guess, how did bro find me? I do not know, but I guess he did. Somebody Whoever I find, if I find out who told him that, I'm gonna find you. And I'm gonna kill you.
That had a bunch of allegations lobbied against them, such as communicating with a minor, being abusive towards Discord mods, being Dr. Disrespect Mark II, transphobia and homophobia, and just all around being a terrible person. These allegations were made by past mods, past stalker, and people they faintly interacted.
Yeah, so pretty much what happened is somebody gave him like what? I don't know how much it was. Was it 6 figures or 5 figures? I'm gonna go with 5 figures. Money like 5 figures high money. That is insane. Maybe it was more. I don't know how much he really got, but it was insane. But some stalker, and one stalker, even like went to his like the city he lives in to try and find him.
And what didn't help with this was that other VTubers had been circulating this info.
It's human garbage, by the way. This woman. I have to say woman. I don't want to say woman, but I have to say woman. This is a piece of shit. I managed to get blocked on her main account and on her NSFW account. Love to see it. This is human garbage. She was spreading her adult content to minors on her Discord because the Discord wasn't 18+, even though it was NSFW content. Wait. She also people who were in her own like VTuber group called VT Rainbow are still getting harassed, and yeah, this human is evil. She also made a full nude stream on Twitch because she abused the Twitch TOS, and she got relatively quickly unbanned.
Information, many not with the message that this was all alleged. A key example is when Nuxtaku introduced this situation to Moist Critical.
Left to tutoring money.
Is this HoloLive?
No, Taiga is an indie streamer who, I don't know the whole story, but Taiga was outed to be a
Even prefacing it by saying he doesn't know the whole story, but still goes on to tell Moist Critical this.
Yeah. And then we'd spread lies because we don't know the whole story. Honestly, half the time I don't know the drama. Know the drama people are talking about. I like to stay in my bubble. The problem is I'm a VTuber. Drama is pretty much how do I put this? Normal. And I mean, like drama, it can go from like this stuff to somebody was mean to me on Discord type of drama. That's how bad it can be. And some drama is also interesting to see when we compare it to man does something evil, woman does something evil. Let's look at the consequences. There is a certain bias to female VTubers that luxury male VTubers don't have. The drama is real in this space.
This person is a PDF file. Why do I have to use file types to refer to this? Why can't I just say the word? And even
because YouTube will demonetize you, and the moment I get monetization, I have to stop swearing. I have to tone that down.
When he got outed for being wrong, used the excuse he just believed what friends told him.
Like, I was in a video and I was talking about it, and I also alleged that he did that because close friends of mine told me, and I saw, creepy conversations of him talking to kids and or talking about kids and liking little boys and stuff like that. Who knows if it's a joke, and like I alleged it also because a friend told me.
Posted a premature apology under the video and got in contact with Tiger to say that he was going to do another video with Moist Critical, straightening everything out and going into more VTuber drama. And surprise, surprise, that video never came.
Not only did that video never appear, he also made the pinned comment that he made. He edited the pinned comment, and if you might not notice, but if you edit a pinned comment, it will be unpinned. So eventually he edited it, it got unpinned, and then he had to repin it again. Which means a lot of people did not see this.
This guy Bungo Taiga, and I apologized to him privately that.
Let me be clear. Let me check exactly what he said. If I do a sequel with Charlie, I was planning on it. I'll try to clear the record more publicly. I'll also do more research. Again, I don't know right now, however, I'll try to rectify any extra damage I caused and hope you can accept my apology. This was in December 22nd, 2022. 2022! He said he was going to make a sequel video with Moist Critical.
I still can't understand that this is not a chick. My brain cannot make the connection with that voice. However, yeah. Back to the topic. Yeah, that was it. We got a really mediocre apology this year. I think somewhere maybe in July? June? Around there. We got a really bad apology, and I think most people run with that now, because we ain't getting more.
Video never came.
But even if he did make a video like that, the damage was already done. With the involvement of Moist Critical, this situation almost exploded with the limited context that was given, along with the fact that other VTubers in the community were telling other VTubers to avoid Tiger, with such examples as Marina. But both Marina and Nux have apologized in some capacity, which we'll get into later because it was one.
He will be the best catfish, pretty much. It is still insane as I cannot make that connection. Also, we got a lot of base people here.
Which we'll get into later because it was one weird apology, but with allegations launched by previous mods, a weird apology.
Can we get the screen again?
Stalker, and then further distribution by other people. Overall, ruined Tiger's reputation. Nobody wanted to get involved with them, and people constantly harassed them because of these allegations.
Dude, just let me have that screen, thank you.
As Marina, but both.
We got Lumi here. We got Oko. I think somewhere here. Oh, there's Mizu. We got a lot of based VTubers here to be seen. Lumi is pretty cool. Oko to the left. In the middle is the mermaid. That's Lumi. To the left we have Oko. Pretty cool VTuber. Did some shitty things though, so I'm careful. And to the right we have Mizu, the guy, the chick, whatever, with the blue hair.
Both Marina and Nux have apologized in some capacity, which we'll get into later because it was one weird apology, but with allegations launched by previous mods, a stalker, and then further distribution by other people, overall ruined Tiger's reputation. Nobody wanted to get involved with them, and people constantly harassed them because of these allegations.
And it's because no one wants to touch me because of the things like people like Nux say about me.
Allegations that were allegedly not true and taken out of context. A previous private investigator looked into the situation and created the document The Exoneration of Bungo Tiger, where it was found that the previous mods that created a document on Tiger did so with malicious intent because they harbored feelings for them. They were lost in the femboy saw.
Krokorok, you wanna fight? I bet you make some nice leather boots. I bet you do.
And because of this, they neglected their mod duties, so they got unmodded. Created a now taken down document that would expose Bungo Tiger, along with a website, both of which was referenced in the exoneration of Bungo Tiger document. Now, even with the exoneration, surprise, surprise, their reputation was still ruined.
Shit just keeps kind of happening. Like I kind of just can't catch a break. It's over.
And on top of that, their YouTube channel would be removed due to sexually explicit content and just after hitting 100,000 subscribers and getting their silver play button. But YouTube would be even more cruel, leading Tiger with a carrot on a stick, believing they would get their channel back and then yoinking it away again.
Psych! Say psych right now! Gone again. Eradicated. Yeah, and he still doesn't have it back.
By a series of reviews on their channel, making the statement it was safe to be on YouTube, and that it was their mistake, and then took it down again, and then denied any further appeals. This has happened with other VTubers on YouTube. And
come at me, anime boy. I'll get my knives ready. You're getting skinned.
many of them actually got their YouTube channels back, except
Iron Mouse,
Tiger,
yeah.
which is still in the void to this day. Alongside this, they were mass reported on other platforms, with one even bragging they did it, leaving them only with Twitch left. And obviously, all of that took a strain on their mental health. But that was the summary of the situation initially. Things changed as more people got involved, and eventually some parties started apologising. Albeit kind of shitly. But that was the summarization of it, and what I talked about in my previous video in depth. But now I want to speak about some of the things I got wrong before I speak about what happened next.
Because there's like a few things that the person who made it got wrong.
But yes, as stated before, I got some things wrong. One of which was the timeline. In my video, I described it in a way where it was all done simultaneously, when in reality it was basically a domino effect, one thing happening after another, but the events in order are the...
Yeah, I also got... on my video, I also got some things wrong. I also did get some things wrong, and yeah. However, people didn't, like, I noticed that after the fact. However, my video didn't have the reach to do anything, so I guess it's fine, but I did also get some things wrong.
The mod speaking out about Tiger, which Tiger promptly responded to, publishing a tweet longer, basically denouncing everything they said. The millionaire stalker then made their appearance, became frustrated with Tiger's reaction to them, and made the document and website. Nuxtaku took note and presented this to Charlie. In the video, I showed Penguin Zero every VTuber drama, and at the same time, the VTuber community started circulating this information. And then the exoneration document came out, but majority of people still didn't see the entire picture. Nuxtaku pinned a comment under the video, basically saying they had apologized and reached out to Tiger, something they would do once again later on. Tiger then loses his YouTube channel, then later other platforms, due to mass reporting. And that is basically the situation.
So that is the full timeline. My voice is dead from laughing like a maniac, for being shocked at that jump scare in the beginning.
Summed up. Another thing I got wrong was that I said it was the same stalker, when in fact the person that produced the document and the one that was mass reporting were two different people. I was made blatantly aware by this by the person themselves, who apparently has only been mass reporting Tiger's channel because they wanted attention.
You don't even have any grammar, Crockrock. What do you mean? You're not doing anything. You can't even write.
And they were being attacked. And then goes on to say they did it because the content was too sexual, but is reposting porn on Twitter, and then begs for YouTube.
Wasn't this guy also going after, like, Shy Lily and stuff? If I remember correctly, and some other people. I could be wrong though, but I think that was the same guy.
YouTube to reinstate their channel. Like, none of this is making any sense.
Like, I am sorry.
Now, after my original post, a lot of things have changed. Most notably, the people advertising the document that allegedly exposed Tiger, made by the past mods and the stalker, with a lot of context missing from the screenshots taken. Some of the people advertising these documents were in the VTuber community, and promoted hate towards Tiger when this initially came out. One example is the VTuber Mariner, who went out of their way to make sure everyone associated with Tiger knew about this. And they have since apologized on stream.
You know, and I will even, if Tiger watches this, like, I am sorry.
But when you were hard shilling that the point was true, and even going out of your way to get in contact...
Sorry, Crockrock, but my ads is better spelling than you. I'm just kidding.
For people that were associated with Tiger, the apology leaves a tiny bit more to be desired, but hats off to them, they did admit they were wrong and did apologize. Now, another person that initially got it wrong was Nuxtaku, the person that has arguably taken the most.
Yeah, however, that apology was kinda, you know, kinda dog shit. Kinda horrendous. He dodged a bit around like his whatever that apology was. Again, we'll take it because we're not getting anything better.
backlash from this situation and has said it is one of the biggest mistakes of his career.
And I made a huge up. Without hyperbole, this was the biggest mistake of my career, and I am deeply, deeply sorry for spreading misinformation and for causing any undue hate to be sent Taiga's way.
And for some reason thinks he is the one getting the entire blame for the situation.
But also, in the wake of Taiga getting banned, people on YouTube seem to be blaming me for his unjust ban, which is wildly untrue as well.
With Taiga making some tweets.
I mean, you did contribute to the harassment. You did do that. I love how you're just reacting to the serious stuff, and I'm just trash talking. Hey, maybe you should change your name to Garbordo. Or Trubbish.
Tweets about him before their ban. And Nux seemed to cite my video to say I blamed him, or even infer that fact, when speaking about why Taiga was banned and the situation in general. And I don't know how he got that from this video, but the only thing he's to blame for is his blatant ignorance. He made an offhand comment that he didn't know entirely was true in front of one of the biggest YouTubers and advertised the situation as that as a truth. That is the only thing he is initially to blame for. And yeah, he made a mistake. Should he have known everything about the situation before making that statement? Yes. Should he have been believing what somebody else told him, supposedly one of his friends who has not been named? Definitely no. This was done 2 years ago and I wouldn't have known about it if it wasn't for Nux. But a lot of other...
This entire thing, like, no, he is not like... He's not like at full entirely. But he does have... didn't have the accountability for a little over 2 years to... like, actually apologize and, like, make things right. He just needed to make, like, a 5-minute dedicated video. Literally, that would be literally it. That would have been literally it.
Other people would have viewed that video and not looked at the context and came up with their own conclusion. A majority of people would just take his word for fact. And it's not like he was DMing people Taiga was associated with to tell them Taiga is potentially a predator or something. So I don't think he did this with malicious intent. But the way he dealt with it afterwards was terrible. He speaks out that he apologised and got it over with, then doubles down at times, with more offhand comments that got him in this situation.
About the truth, bro! Right. I thought you cared about, stood up for small creators. I do. Especially when the small creators don't have sussy interactions in regards to minors. Was wildly irresponsible making a claim like that, as there was not sufficient evidence for that shit. The DMs that were leaked were not of that shit. And 2 months later, Taiga was exonerated of the grooming allegations by a private eye.
And yeah, he did apologise in private DMs, but never did so publicly.
The problem with sorting things privately is retarded, because when you say something in public, you also have to make a public apology if you do fuck up. How is it so difficult to understand this? Sometimes I do feel like I'm the only adult.
Where all of his audience could see it, till recent months. Because he used the excuse that he apologised privately and on the Some Ordinary podcast. And yeah, he did. But a point a lot of people are making is that he should have apologised in his own video. And
the problem with that Some Ordinary like podcast thing, that was like 3 to 4 hours in, and it was like really short, so people didn't see that anyways. Let's be fucking honest.
in the same format he did with the accusation, not just a small segment on a podcast, and not just a pinned comment. But what makes it worse is when he did publicly apologise, saying he fucked up and this is one of the worst things in his career, there is a kick stream of him saying another offhand comment. In almost the same time frame he was apologising, which sort of invalidates it, makes it seem less sincere. And the evidence he's talking about is the DM where he wants pictures of a 17-year-old or something, when they were 19 at the time, which sounds terrible saying out loud. And yeah, that screenshot is very much damning. And looking back at it from my previous video, when it was initially released, I think if they added more context to that screenshot, like maybe later messages, they would have definitely had a point. But they don't. And Taiga, when addressing this situation, said it was a joke.
There is a DM where Taiga is speaking to someone who uncovered a minor posting lewds in their Discord channel. That is what they call child, in case you needed a translation.
I was fucking like, what, 19? I was fucking 19. I had been normalized to this fucking behavior, okay? I thought it was normal. I was like, well, it's not the fucking end of the world. It's a fucking 2-year age gap. That's legal where I live. What's the big deal? Like, I don't know. It's fucking 17. Who cares? They'll be illegal in a year. That was my mindset at the time. Obviously, that's wrong now. I'm keenly aware with, like, the whole fucking thing. Years of grooming, years of doing the same shit. I was...
The entire situation of Taiga, if you, like, really... Charizard! I wonder what would happen if somebody turns off that flame on your tail. Back to it. The entire thing, obviously, I think is still weird. Like, the 17 and 19-year-old is a bit weird, I have to admit. And there's not really like, yo, it was a joke. The problem is that, was it really? We don't have any evidence that it was. And after hearing it a couple of times and seeing it through Kirsch's lens, I realized that, yeah, I realized that, how do you say it? I realized that this is weird, clearly. Also the art that he commissioned is also mad disgusting. I don't want anybody to look this up, and I won't put it anywhere, but if you try to find it, you will probably find it, and it's really weird and off-putting. This entire situation, if you summarize it, it's 3 degenerates having a falling out and beating each other's ass.
I was like, what's the fucking big deal? It was an unhealthy mindset to be in, and I made a fucking bad joke because I was like, you know, what the fuck ever, you know, and it is what it is.
A very much disgusting joke, but when talking about it, they say,
look what you did to me. I'm as thick as EDP now. Isn't that also a pedophile? Ew.
I was 19 at the time, and they thought because of the age gap, they could make that joke. And in present reflection, they say they shouldn't have made that joke at all. And people still to this day use that screenshot against them to verify they are a PDF file. But as said, that screenshot leaves a lot to be desired. If the accuser added more context, like with later messages, instead of just cutting it off here, I think they would have had a point. But that is just my opinion. But when you're speaking about apologizing to a person you accused was a PDF file with no knowledge of the situation, and then you come out and apologize for it, saying they aren't, but on a kick stream there's you saying this, it just makes no sense and can be viewed as insincere. The one thing they did get right is the mod abuse. Tiger did later admit that they were toxic in that situation.
Let's touch on the mod abuse. Because, like, you know Nux hasn't looked into it, right? You know he hasn't fucking looked into it. Man, if people want to get on me for, like, just kind of being mean and, like, toxic, fair. You know what I mean?
But apart from that, regarding the Nux situation, Nux is simply...
I mean, depends on what you consider toxic, you know? Because, like, if your mod is not doing your job, is not doing the job that they're supposed to do, it's kind of like, it might as well, you know, give them a warning a couple of times, and if they don't do it, just look for a new mod, to be fair.
To blame for advertising the whole situation as true. That is it. He didn't have a personal hand in the situation, or have anything to do with Tiger being banned. He just advertised the situation and made it worse, and then went on this weird merry-go-round of avoiding responsibility. And I know a lot of people hate Nux. He has quite quickly become one of the most hated VTubers due to past controversies and this one, but I genuinely believe...
He's also a hypocrite. And a lot of people know that he's a hypocrite.
That one offhand comment that started everything was not done with malicious intent, but just blatant ignorance, and not knowing the value of his platform and words and who he was with, and then made it worse for everyone with his dealing with the situation. The last thing I wanted to talk about was the update with the millionaires.
I am toxic. Croc, I 100% know it's you. This is an alt. I can feel it.
Stalker. as they have supposedly made some comments on the platform Kiwi Farms. But one comment I want to look at is his reply to somebody that made a video on the farm, where that person said, like, half of my video is saying how he's a schizophrenic. He posts the following paragraph. And once again, this may not be them. They go on to say they never flew out to Canada to stalk Tiger. They lived there originally and had an apartment, and that he never loved Tiger. They also go and say Tiger is straight and just acts gay. And in fact, he is the victim here. But to protect Tiger, he won't say anything. But his statement on saying he never loved Tiger is contradicted by the statement, he and I really loved each other. Which potentially he could be saying as friends, but it is a out of the norm way to put it. He also goes on to say,
this entire thing just escalated, okay? This entire thing just escalated. Because some other guy wasn't able to fuck another guy's ass. Think about that.
Say he regrets making the website and regrets doxing Tiger, but makes the accusation that Tiger harassed their girlfriend first, and even dedicates a whole message to Tiger at the bottom. But yeah, that is the whole situation and the update. Tiger does have another Twitter account, but does not have access to their YouTube. A lot of people, even Nugs, are advocating for them to get their channel back, but once again, it is in the void.
It is in the void. I don't think Tiger will get it back. I really don't. Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video also. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that I think Tigers can continue, and should continue if he wants to. Well, I assume he's continuing his VTuber thingy. But I don't think he will get his channel back. I don't see it. I really don't see it, because sometimes when YouTube does sometimes something, if you're not like at the size of something like Iron Mouse, you ain't getting your channel back. That's not happening. But yeah, that was the whole situation pretty much now. Wait a minute. Didn't my comments make it clear that it was me, dummy? I already had the feeling that it was you, obviously. It's just weird that your oldest is another Pokemon. Also, who are you calling a dummy, you fool? Yo, how about let me drink something real quick. I hate water with no bubbles, and I have to drink water with no bubbles. Let's go!
Data leaks, extortion, and...
This is by No Text to Speech. I've reacted to a couple of his videos before. This is how one man got Discord banned in Turkey by No Text to Speech. So let's get into it.
Data leaks, extortion, and 3 dead. This is the Discord incident and how one man got Discord banned in the entire country of Turkey. Now, this whole story is an accumulation of problems that happened throughout Turkey's recent history, and pertaining to this video, the most important problem with Turkey right now is femicides. Turkey, as well as a handful of other countries, have an increasing problem with violence against women, specifically murders against women, which are known as femicides.
This is the same account, obviously. I've seen this video about North Korean spy. Okay, Discord, what's that? Hell.
In fact, in just August of 2024 alone, 33 women were murdered by men and 24 died under suspicious circumstances in Turkey. And the reason why this is such a big problem...
Well, it depends. I think we need a more accurate description of what a femicide is. I think a femicide is killing somebody because they are women. The question is like, I want more context for this. I will believe it, but I want more context.
is because back in 2011, there was something called the Istanbul Convention. Now, the Istanbul Convention is the first legally binding instrument which creates a comprehensive legal framework and approach to combat violence against women. The Istanbul Convention is designed and focused on preventing domestic violence, protecting victims, like providing women and children with specialist support services and shelter, and finally, the last thing of the Istanbul Convention is that it's focused on prosecuting accused offenders. And the way that they prosecute accused offenders is that they make stuff like stalking and psychological violence all the way up to sexual assault and honor killing all criminalized. So when you sign the convention, you add these as illegal things that you cannot do. And the thing with the Istanbul Convention is that back when it was signed in 2011, Turkey was actually the first country to sign the convention. Now, taking a look at this map, these are the countries in Europe that have done something with the Istanbul Convention. The countries in blue have signed and enforced the Istanbul Convention. The countries in purple have signed the Istanbul Convention, but they don't actually enforce the policies. And any orange or gray countries did not sign the Istanbul Convention. And you'll notice that Turkey is in red, and it's not for a good reason. Because on the 20th of March 2021, Turkey has
I'm never going to Turkey. You shouldn't. Same with India. I think, general, if you want to travel, don't. This may sound harsh, but don't go into a Muslim country. Or India, for that matter. Because they don't fucking care. They will kill you. And they will make your husband and boyfriend watch.
Unilaterally withdrawn from the Istanbul Convention. According to the current president of Turkey, the Istanbul Convention, which was originally intended to promote women's rights, was hijacked by a group of people attempting to normalize homosexuality. The Turkish president is saying that LGBT people are brainwashing people with the Istanbul Convention, and being part of the LGBT group is incompatible with Turkey's social and family values, which is why—
I mean, some LGBTQ people are brainwashing people. Not all of them, but some definitely are. Ever heard of the term crack an egg? Like, the people that use that term are so weird. But yeah, terms like crack an egg is one term that people that try to manipulate LGBTQ people, that try to manipulate others into coming out as, yeah.
Why we decided to withdraw from protecting women as a whole, because apparently all women are gay according to Turkey. And Turkey withdrawing from the Istanbul Convention didn't make anything better, and that is the kindling—
All women are gay. That reminds me of like some TV show where some guy said, all women are bisexual. Weird.
That led to the incident. On October 4th, 2024, 3 people died. We have Sami Chalik, who is a 19-year-old male who worked as a butcher. We have Ayşe Nush Halil, a 19-year-old girl. And we have Iqbal Uzunaj. My pronunciations are horrible, I apologize. So on this day at around 3:30 p.m., Semi went to Ayşe Nush's home, and after entering the home, he killed her by slitting her throat. Now, shortly after the first murder, Semi met with Iqbal near the historic city walls in Fatih. Now, there are images of Semi at the top of these walls that circulate around the internet, and what happened inside of these historic walls is that Sami decapitated and dismembered Iqbal's body. And as
that went from 0 to 100 real quick.
we will later see, this is fulfilling some sort of fantasy that Sami had. But after dismembering the body, Sami called the 19-year-old Iqbal's mother, claiming that her daughter's phone had fallen from the city walls. And as Iqbal's mother arrived on scene, hoping to retrieve the phone, Sami, with the decapitated head in hand, threw the dismembered head at Iqbal's mother, and then Sami soon after followed suit by jumping from the walls himself. During the investigation of this double murder suicide, it turns out that Sami had a history of psychological issues and some disturbing drawings. It turns out when the authorities were looking—
I want to ask where the parents were, but I assume that those parents didn't care about their son's mental state.
into this murder, Sami had a history of psychological problems and had been hospitalized 5 times over the past year due to mental health issues. And according to a police statement from Sami's father, he said, "When I entered the room, I saw drawings that resembled satanic figures. When I asked about them, he said, 'You wouldn't understand. Our generation's ways of thinking are different.'" And while police were searching the Chalik's residence, they found a notebook containing disturbing charcoal drawings of dismembered human figures, which eerily resemble how he committed the murders. Sami Chalik even had 3 prior criminal records and worked as a butcher, including these weird drawings and...
Bro was fucking training. This is so weird.
Also attempted self-buy before. With all of these previous treatments at mental health hospitals, this was easily preventable. And instead of doing something that would actually protect women, they banned broadcasting the story about the murder, but it caused a public outrage. And on the next day, a whole bunch of men and women protested in front of the walls, claiming that Turkey needs to do something about the increasing femicide rates. And just to give you even more perspective on the situation, during this protest,
there's a reason I carry a knife on me at night, just in case. Understandable. I think women should have weapons to protect themselves. Here you aren't able really to carry a knife, which is why and me personally, if I were in the city, if I were to live in a city, I'm not leaving at night. I'm gonna stay in my apartment if that were the case. Even as a man, our cities are no longer safe. Calling 4K? What? At this point, it's out of context. It is not safe for anybody anymore.
Other murders happened against 4 women total. 6 women got murdered by men in a span of like 2 to 3 days. It's clear this is a pretty big fucking problem. And as tensions were rising, things got even worse. Because it turns out during the investigation, it was revealed that Sami Chalik was in communication with people called incels on a messaging app. After the incident, the police decided to launch a major surveillance nationwide after there was a whole bunch of supportive and praising posts that were spread on the internet. But what this showed people is that there's not just one completely batshit insane dude out there. There were groups of people who were batshit insane thinking that violence against women because they're women was completely okay. Given that Turkey withdrew themselves from
This is what happens also if you try to cut off people who clearly need help. This will not be a Turkey only thing soon. This will happen everywhere where there's gonna be sexually frustrated men. I don't know how to solve that issue though. That's the problem. But that will happen more and more. It is weird to me that somebody can be this focused on getting like going down that slippery slope of like hating women to the point you want to kill them because you aren't getting access to them. I don't get it. It is just weird to me.
The Istanbul Convention, people didn't trust the fact that Turkish police or authorities were going to do anything in terms of surveillance and trying to find these people that are being supportive and praising these femicides. It turns out people took to Twitter to share information and try to figure out the people that are behind these incel groups that are saying that it's okay to murder women. And it turns out the people that are doing this would record them doing it and stream it on Discord. They are recording themselves committing a crime and then it would be shared on the internet. There are videos of them
What? These motherfuckers are streaming this? I think Turkey has a... Does Turkey have a death penalty? If so, it is pretty obvious what has to happen to these men.
calling the authorities, basically swatting someone, where they intentionally get a massive police response at someone's house to either scare them or try to get them murdered by a cop. There are also videos of them directly calling victims and extorting them. There's videos of these people getting minors to get nude on camera and say things for some sort of sick tweet.
Yep. I'm gonna say it. Kill them.
twisted sexual fantasy, they forced a minor girl to pour alcohol on their private parts and then set it on fire. And it turns out the way these people got extorted and the reason why these victims were following these orders from random...
If you get attacked by someone, just hit them with your phone. No. Try to run away. Don't try to fight. Run away. Damn, Jack the Ripper would have liked that. Probably. Again, it's just weird. It's just weird. Why would you want a girl to put alcohol on her private parts and then set herself on fire? This is so weird.
Random dudes on the internet was because the Turkish government completely failed to protect these kids. Because it turns out back in 2016, there was an article talking how Turkish authorities are probing a huge ID data leak. Now, not much came of it until a couple years later, where Turkish citizens' data harvested from government portal are being sold on March 8th of 2024. Turkey had this kind of government portal thing where you were required as a citizen to upload information, and someone hacked into it, stole all of that data, and started selling it to people. It would be sold in a Telegram group for only 150 Turkish lira, or about 4.6 euros. And the data that you could get from buying this data breach are phone numbers, addresses, health records, bank information, business records. And the most worrying part about this is that this is not like a breach that happened. The data was being updated in real time, being actively harvested from eDevlet, which is Turkey's online government portal. And from the report, they said there was data that was shown as late as October 2023 on its homepage. And what...
So they pretty much like drained data for a longer period of time, and these motherfuckers weren't doing anything. This sounds kinda as incompetent as the German government.
What malicious people would do is they would use this information to extort people with it. For example, with a phone number and address, these people would call individuals, tell them that they know where they live, and if you don't do what I say, I'm gonna come to your house and kill you. But they'll also just say very simple stuff like, I'll call your parents and let them know what you're doing on the internet. That is enough to trick these kids into doing things like hurting themselves, or hurting others, or hurting their animals. And the worst part about this whole entire situation is that by a pretty big Turkish YouTuber, there was a video back in December 2022 talking about this data leak and how people are selling data and using it to extort people on Discord and on different social media platforms. He also showed that these people did credit card fraud, bought a whole bunch of fraudulent iPhones to resell them. These people were cyber criminals through and through and were found 2 years ago. But the problem just got worse because there was one video that was released.
How does this get worse? These motherfuckers really had all the time in the world. They had years to do this. I guess the Turkish government is incompetent.
That got the attention of almost everyone in Turkey. Just a day after the initial 2 murders, when everyone was shocked about all this happening, there was a video released on social media of a girl saying that she was blackmailed and her identity was compromised on Discord, which is why she harmed herself. In fact, this video was posted on Instagram.
Everyone has their kings, don't judge. That actually wanted to make me time out you. I'll be real. That is unfortunately not funny.
I'm here struggling to live and they come and threaten.
The moment minors are involved, it's no longer funny.
Threaten me, saying things like, I'll swat your house or something. They say, if you don't cut yourself, I'll send everything to your family. I'm trying to live with this fear. They constantly threaten me, saying that if I don't cut myself, then they'll do this or that. And just when you thought you had everything figured out, it turns out this video is completely fake. The person was allegedly part of the community. In fact, they tried to use this video and the murder of those 2.
I'll agree. I'll also judge. There are kings that are weird. Jeez, I'm joking. I seems like somebody got scared real quick. I like to inflict terror on people. Yeah, but I agree. I'll judge as well. There are some things where I'm like, why do you like diapers, for example? You are fucking weird. Stay away from me.
Girls, the violent murder of those two girls, to try and advertise their Discord server, which they would use to extort women. The people behind these groups want to be known as evil. They want infamy. But it turns out they got a little bit more attention than what they wanted. Because according to a recorded conversation in the Discord server by one of my viewers which translated it, which by the way I think the viewer himself is self-snitching because he's been part of the group from a...
No, I was talking about the murder part. Mm-hmm.
year ago, but he didn't tell me that. I had to figure it out myself. Regardless, these people are just completely mentally fucked. Let me just put it out there. According to their conversation, the guy, Nico, that is talking, said, "We provided a good service and had a great time together. Recently, we've become a topic for 81 million people. The reason could be because we got a few donkeys beaten up or someone to cut their arms or legs, whatever. The loyalty video blew up on Twitter, and the news broke right when we were about to start a League of Legends stream on Kick. We were about to switch to the League of Legends stream, and suddenly I saw that we were trending on Twitter and everywhere. But what's important isn't really being famous. This is how we make our money, by blackmailing people. But clearly, it bothered a few bastards, so they made us public on Twitter. It seems our work has really gotten to some people. Those who compete with us couldn't keep up. That's why we're in this situation. Like I said, no one can intimidate or stop us." Because according to a tweet by the minister...
This is fucking weird. This is fucking weird. Turkey, what are you doing? Grog is innocent. Is he?
Minister of Internal Affairs of the Republic of Turkey, I don't know why politicians have to be on Twitter, but that's just a different day rant, Ankara Police Department has determined that the person referred to as HZ Ibu Sahil from the administrators of the group named C31K, which is actively present on the Telegram and Discord social networking platforms, is a child's name EK and has been taken into custody. The person referred to as Arda Bateman has been determined to be a child named AT and has been taken into custody by our Istanbul Police Department. The most important thing about this whole entire thing, we will not show mercy to those who try to poison our society, especially our children and youth, who are the apple to our eye with their perverted thoughts on social media. We have a score to settle with the bullies who force our children to sexually abuse, those who tend to violence against women and spread hatred and grudge. No matter which hole you hide in the cyber world, our cyber patrols, cringe, will find you one by one and bring you to justice. Now, these two people that were arrested were moderators of the C31K group, but that's on top of 3 other arrests.
So they are getting these motherfuckers slowly but surely. Okay. At least one good thing. But you're still stupid because you still let these motherfuckers run around for years. And you didn't do anything.
That occurred regarding this incident. Because on October 6th, they revealed that the video involving the blackmail of a young girl, the one we talked about, was staged, but as a consequence, the girl, who was identified, was taken into protective custody and interviewed with the assistance of a psychologist, and the person responsible for spreading the video, an 18-year-old named TD, was arrested in Ankara, and prior to these arrests, 3 other individuals, TD, MEO, and FT, were also detained for their involvement with a Discord group that operated under the name Haha. I guess they won't be laughing now in prison, but the cosmic irony we all love to see. Now, I have one more thing to say about this tweet, but just before I get into it, I want to say that this extortion unfortunately happens more than you would think on Discord. It's not something that is...
I wonder how Turkish prisoners like behave close to people who harm children. I'm genuinely curious. It's called a dark sense of humor. Yeah, but children to me are a soft topic.
Impossible to find. The issue, though, is that these groups have been operating for a while. Haha has existed for at least a year, if I recall correctly from the information that I have, and nothing happened to them until these murders happened and until people got upset. Law enforcement will move extremely slow unless there's a lot of press and pressure to speed things up. So when it comes to this stuff, as me being a YouTuber and picking ideas, either I cover this stuff and potentially ruin the investigation if there's one occurring, or I speed up the investigation. It's a coin flip that I don't want to make, which is why you don't see a lot of these videos, but it does happen quite a bit on Discord. On the bright side, though, the thing with this tweet that is extremely important that I want you to take away is that the people that were detained are children, a child named EK, a child named AT. These...
What? The baby pigeon on my window died? Aww. As I died in front of my eyes. Oh no! Why? It was so sad. Why didn't you do anything?
These people are minors, and initially, there was a common misconception with a lot of these extortion groups that if you were a teenager doing this, if you were a minor, you would be invincible because you couldn't be charged by adult law.
These were fucking minors killing these and like harming these other kids? What the fuck? I think they have something similar to how when the crime is too hard, they will be judged by adult standards.
But with this tweet, it's clear they're not showing mercy to these kids. Now, that's just Turkey, but I have heard through the grapevine that the US is maybe starting to do the same. Once there is a legal precedent, the speed that law enforcement can move is a lot quicker, so these people can get put where they deserve, in fucking jail. Despite all that, people are still angry. The fire is just too big. And with this public outrage and this focus on Discord, there was one final straw that broke the camel's back. Because it turns out during the investigation of Semi Chalik's double murder suicide, Ecole TV released a video recording that apparently was shot a year ago. And in this video, Semi is seen addressing a person. The video begins with the words, "Iqbal, I wanted to say goodbye to you in private. I am finally dying." After Chalik says that he apologizes for what he made her go through, he says, "But there is something I have to tell you. I can't."
So he knew her in this case. So he knew her, okay. That makes a lot more sense now. So he knew her. I tried doing something, but my mom stopped me, and the pigeon mom would attack me, my hand, every time I tried going close. Okay, yeah, okay. But why are you listening to this? Why are you in chat? I could ask you this question as well. That's known as a reaction. Scary concept, I know.
Came to kill you the day I saw you yesterday. And then he says that he has given up on it. This dude had a manifesto video from a year ago, and nothing happened. If this was reported and the Istanbul Convention was in place, this dude would be in jail and this whole entire murder would be prevented. So then the government decided to actually do something. Instead of signing back into the Istanbul Convention to protect women overall, both online and offline, on October 8th, 2024, the Minister of Justice of the Republic of Turkey made a tweet. Everything's a tweet at this point. Upon the request of the Ankara Chief Public Prosecutor's Office, the Ankara First Criminal Court of Peace has ruled that all publications on the social media platform called Discord be
Okay, so instead of like so let me get this straight. They banned Discord instead of attacking the root of the problem. Are these idiots? I mean, that's a rhetorical question, but these are idiots. A reaction video, those were so 2016. I'm questioning if you even were old enough to witness that. You can actually switch the videos you want to watch.
removed from content and access to the specified URL addresses be blocked from Turkey due to the existence of sufficient suspicion that the crimes of child sexual abuse and obscenity are being committed. So to solve the problem of these femicides that are happening throughout Turkey, the government decided to ban a chat platform called Discord because apparently that will fix everything. Now, if you're a younger person, you realize how stupid this is because Discord's not all completely bad, but you need to understand that a lot of the older people in Turkey are completely misled on what Discord is. According to one of my viewers, the opinion is that the ministers think that Discord and Telegram groups are exclusive and you need to be invited to register on Discord. They assume that if you want to be on Discord, you need to have a
At this point, I'm starting to not get it anymore, because, like, this is, like, boomer acting. Also, like, this is not going to stop the killing of women, right? because they just can't communicate. What you did, you caused more damage actually with that, because now you do not have access anymore to those people. Which means that now they're just gonna go around and kill people anyways. Kill women anyways. These people are so stupid.
A special invite link and not just discord.com/login and then you click on the register button and then you make an account. So they assume that everyone on Discord are these incel groups that hate women. And to further explain, another viewer of mine told their dad that they banned Discord and his dad said, good thing they got rid of that harmful app. In case you're not a young person and you don't know what Discord is just a chatting app. It's exactly how you can just go on your phone and text your grandma or your grandpa or just anyone. And I think the best part about Turkey banning Discord is the fact that it actually does nothing. If you block the app, you can just use a VPN to bypass it, which allows you to still use Discord, as if nothing.
As usual. So those people are just going to continue while the government officials just sit there and do nothing and think like they've done something big and huge and great.
Happens. All this ban against Discord actually does is make older people feel safe. People that don't understand Discord now feel like things are safe, but nothing has actually happened. But that's my opinion on the matter, and I think it's important to see what Turkey said regarding the ban, because the details that they give paint a little bit of a different story on what's going on. So if you spend some time digging into this and you ask the question, why did Discord get banned according to Turkish authorities, you get a completely different answer. Because looking at articles, the Transport and Infrastructure Minister said that the nature of the Discord platform made it difficult for authorities to monitor and intervene when illegal or criminal content is shared. The wording around this is making me think there's something else going on. In fact, security personnel cannot go through the content. We can only intervene when users complain to us about content shared there. And the reason for the ban is apparently Discord refuses to share its own information, including IP addresses and content, with our security units, and as a result, they were forced to block access. Now, the interesting thing about this is that there's actually a case very similar to this Turkey one that happened in Brazil. They had a case of extortion communities where kids were being extorted to visit other people's houses, and then there was the resulting horrendous crimes that occurred after that, but I covered all that in a previous video, and the thing that's important about that is that Discord gave.
So the reason why they banned Discord is not because of like the stuff that happened. It's because Turkey does not have access to like everything. Chats, IP addresses, whatever. Pretty much they don't have the ability to surveil all the people using the app. Pretty much what the issue is. So they're lying through their teeth. Rob, is 23 young? Are you young? I would consider 23 young. Maybe. For some things it's young, for some things it's old. I mean, Roblox is banned in Turkey too, not Discord.
Gave a bunch of information regarding these users to Brazil. But why at this point now is Discord not helping Turkey regarding their situation with extortion? Well, to answer that question, you need to understand how Discord works with law enforcement. But generally speaking, there is a government request portal that any government can sign into to try and get information on Discord users. You need to have a government email, you need to fill in required fields in a web form, you need to make an application to get someone's information, and you need to upload a copy of any relevant documents. So a subpoena for information or a search warrant. A very important point that they have is that they will not comply with overly broad or vague requests. In fact, the cool thing about Discord, which I would praise, but I can't anymore, they have something called transparency reports where they'll actually show you how many times law enforcement has reached out to Discord for information. And the reason why I can't praise this is because they stopped doing it in 2024. Awesome. I love not having transparency in a transparency report. But taking a look at the Q3 2023 transparency report, the important thing I want to look at is information requests. And you can see when it comes to the United States government Discord, they get like 1,300 requests and they give 1,200 requests. However, when we get to international government information requests, that's where things look really horrible. Argentina, 2 requests, 0 produced. Australia, 12 requests, 0 produced. Produced basically means like, did they...
So produced means, did they actually get any information? Pretty much. I like to stay positive, but with all that's going on in the world, it's kind of hard. Understandable. It is very hard to stay positive. But I'm also pretty much I'm not negative. I wouldn't say that. I'm more like realistic, logical. You know what makes the most sense. I'm too depressed because of the pigeon. Oh, don't be depressed. It is what it is. You weren't able to do anything.
Actually give the information, just to make that clear. But you can see, all zeros until we get to Brazil, and that's when the whole Brazil thing was happening. Out of the total of 186 requests, only 26 were granted because of Brazil. I looked through all the reports, and out of the ones that identify specific countries, Turkey only submitted 3 reports. 0 for 3, baby. They did not get any actual information from Discord. The reason why Turkey didn't get any information is something I can only speculate on, but this could either be governments refusing to follow any basic instructions that Discord lays out, which does happen. I've dealt with police agencies that are borderline brain damaged. Or the refusal to give information might be because of mutual legal assistance treaties. Law and all that stuff is really complex. Or this could just be Discord not doing anything. I do want to point out though that out of all the depressing stuff I just said in the last minute or so, that haha server, the one with the extortion, has been banned from Discord, and I'm pretty sure that all the messages have been archived for the courts. But there's
Hopefully. Because if they didn't, that's a problem.
actually one more thing that could be the reason why Turkey didn't get any information from Discord. Because in a BBC article talking about how Discord got blocked because Discord refused to share information, the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure said that this is a completely closed system. You cannot enter and exit as you wish. This makes it sound like Turkey wanted complete control and access to Discord servers, and Discord said no. And the thing is that
yeah, and that was the reason why they banned them, pretty much, that in this case. The writing is on the wall. It was not because that the bad stuff was happening to minors and women, obviously.
this is not actually that much of a reach, because there's an article by the EFF, Electronic Frontier Foundation, that talks about how Turkey is doubling down on violations of digital privacy and free expression from 2020. It turns out Turkey implemented the emergency surveillance decrees after the 2016 coup that granted the Turkish government unrestricted access to communications data without a court order, which basically means they could go into any application and get information on it, which is basically government spying. Considering this happens in 2022, it's not a far reach that Turkey was trying to get complete access.
I mean, let's be fucking honest here. Even the government saying they are not spying, these motherfuckers are clearly spying. They're probably spying on me as we speak. I see you, my FBI agent. I see you. I know that you're there. Turn off.
To Discord to, again, fulfill their major surveillance program, which also would majorly surveil on anyone that criticizes the Turkish government, which, again, as a reminder, does not comply with Discord's guidelines of overly broad or vague requests. I feel like this is an issue of Turkey asking for everything and Discord saying, follow our fucking rules, you idiot. And in terms of Turkish government trying to spy on you and censorship in general, if you look at Turkey's Freedom on the Net 2023 score, it's 30 out of 100. It's actually classified Turkey as a country not free. And just to give you an example, Turkey banned Wikipedia for almost 3 years. They eventually ended the ban, and the reason why they banned Wikipedia is because, you know, Wikipedia, that basically tells you everything that has ever happened, refused to delete articles critical of Turkey's government. Now, getting back to Turkey not being free on the internet, I'm going to have this article linked in the description because it is absolutely ginormous. Looking at Score B1, limits on content. It turns out during the February 2023 earthquakes, the Turkish government blocked Twitter for 8 hours, ostensibly to combat disinformation about those incidents. What disinformation are you going to have from an earthquake? But the Turkish...
Maybe, they weren't helping enough? Because, like, remember the United States? During the hurricane? During the first hurricane, where people were not doing, like, where the government wasn't doing anything? Maybe that kind of situation?
government blocked Twitter for 8 hours during an emergency, which hindered emergency rescue efforts as people have been using Twitter to try and call for help following the disaster. And the craziest thing I've seen on this article is score B5 are online sources of information controlled or manipulated by the government or other powerful actors to advance a particular political interest. They got a score 1 out of 4. When you hear this shit, you're gonna straight up just, I don't even know at this point. Ahead of the May 2023 general elections, pro-government disinformation was rampant online. The president shared a misleading video on social media depicting the CHP candidate standing alongside wanted terrorists. That'll show them. And an independent media report found that the AKP paid $10,000 to an Egyptian company to develop and promote the video. And it turns out, according to numerous reports, they have revealed that the ruling
Yeah, I ain't going to Turkey. Never, never, ever.
AKP party has enlisted an army of trolls, numbering around 8,000 individuals as of 2023 to manipulate online discussions, drive particular agendas, and combat government critics on social media. Oh, hi, honey, you just got home from work. How was your day at work? Oh, man, it was tough. I had to talk teenagers online, but thank goodness the government's paying for it. So anyways, that's all I got in terms of the Turkey ban, but I just want to say that Discord has to get their shit together. This is only one of these extortion communities that's based in Turkey. I know 4 communities off the top of my head that are based in the US that do this exact same thing.
Yeah, aside from that, we have groomers on there, pedophiles, everything is on there. They cannot get their shit together, and I don't think they ever will. Though, like I said, the Turkish government is kind of retarded. I have to say this. Sorry, my poor Turkish viewers, but it is what it is. Yeah. Not much to say here. Really not much to say here. Really not much to say here. Its death was so painful, man. It's just desperate to breathe. It was a little... Turkey is dumb, and you get shot after talking to the FBI agent. 100%, 5 snipers aimed. Oh no! Shoot me. I'll stay in Europe for life, in countries with low immigration problem. Yeah, or non-Muslim countries. Apparently. Because they ain't doing shit. There was an informative video. Maybe not like the most interesting, but it was fairly informative. I gotta take a break. I cannot speak. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I'll be right back. Okay, guys? I'll be right back. Really? A doo-doo break? The fuck you mean a doo-doo break? Man, okay. Let's continue. Let's look at a few things that I want to get through. Let's remove this from the playlist. Let's remove this from the playlist. Let's watch this.
These are Michael's allegations.
Let's watch this. This is by Logic Beagle. Men can be victims. Female narcissist abuse. I'm interested to see what this is about. I'm very interested to see what this is about. I mean, we all know men can be victims, right? We all know this. But yeah. Let's get into this. Men can be victims. Female narcissist abuse by Logic Beagle. Let's get into it.
He says that she attacked with football moves and tackles and punched, kicked in the face, had a chair that was swung at him from across the room. His mouth was cut up, bloody nose and scratches on his face, neck, and chest. So you say she has come at you, she has attacked you. If she starts punching you, then you turn around and walk away. If she starts following you, then you walk faster. If she starts chasing you, then you outrun her. If you have to, you get behind the door. But you don't ever, never, ever put your hands on a woman in anger, ever. These are Michael's allegations. He says that she attacked with football moves and tackles and punched.
You hear these women laughing in the background? Absolutely disgusting. And then here, which is funny because it's the most space that is replayed. So she can physically harm him, but he is not allowed to strike back? Sorry, my friend, but we have equality here. These hands are rated E for everyone. If you punch me, you better know that I'll be throwing my hands back. What is this garbage? This is a grown-ass man saying that it's okay when he gets punched, he should run away. But when he fights back, that's evil. You should never hurt a woman. Fuck these rules. If you hurt me, if you hurt somebody that is important to me, I don't care if you're a woman or somebody's grandma, I'll knock you out.
Never, ever put your hands on a woman in anger, ever.
If you had a magic wand, where would you like to go?
This is Paul Jenner. On the 23rd of October 2019, he was violently assaulted by his girlfriend, Sherry Naidu, and not for the first time. He had been assaulted by her before, but this time the beating was particularly savage. This assault came just 5 days after his partner had been released for committing a similar offense. Paul was treated in hospital for facial injuries and a brain bleed. He sadly died 12 days after the attack.
This is sad. This is so sad. Nobody cares. Because it's a man.
In February of 2021, coroner Sean Cummings recorded a conclusion of unlawful killing. He said, "Hearing the evidence, I consider that it is likely beyond the balance of probability that Sherry Naidu did subject Paul Jenner to a violent assault, and that assault put in train a sequence of events that led to his death." Even though Sherry Naidu admitted to the assault, the judge in her case declared there was insufficient evidence to prove this was the cause of his death. Judge Lynn Taton ruled there was no case to answer on the murder charge, nor even for the alternative charge of manslaughter. Guess what Sherry's sentence was? Go on, Have a guess.
Nothing. Some community service hours at best.
16 months.
In jail, right? In jail.
Look at this article I found while researching this video. It's by a writer named Natalia Milano, and it's called Why I Stopped Slapping My Boyfriend in the Face. In this piece, Natalia talks about how she used to occasionally strike her boyfriend and thought nothing of it. Even her friends, she says, admitted to slapping their boyfriends once in a while. So why did she think this behavior was acceptable in the first place? Well, I'm going to get to that. But first, there's a famous joke by Richard Pryor from his 1982 stand-up Live on the Sunset Strip.
Now you gonna believe me or your lying eyes?
Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? He's talking there about his wife catching him having an affair with another woman. But that joke is essentially how I feel about the news media. Their gaslighting is often breathtaking, and it's been nowhere more apparent than with the Amber Heard Johnny Depp version.
Yeah, this was an absolute shit show. This clearly showed the bias of society towards abused men, and that a woman just cannot be an abuser, never ever in any eye of any woman. There are still women out there, fairly popular accounts out there, that still defend Amber Heard for abusing Johnny Depp and shitting on his bed.
Verdict. It's been a maelstrom of misinformation and bad takes.
Either this was a case of what one expert called mutual abuse, or Amber Heard was the primary victim.
The media are talking about this trial as if we weren't able to watch it ourselves live for 6 weeks. Here's Moira Dunnigan on The Guardian, who calls the ruling illogical in her article, "The Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial was an orgy of misogyny." But the problem with Moira's article and many...
Yeah, misogyny. Defending yourself. I'm still horrified of the video we watched Book Talk. How about no one hurt no one? That's my take. That'd be the best case scenario, right? That'd be the best case scenario. But the harsh truth is that if somebody hurts you, you should be allowed to like defend yourself by all means necessary, right? Not by not like by all means, but like equal, equal force, so to speak. What's your type? Him? People from prison. She looks evil. Yeah, that's why I always wear body cam around a woman who looks sus. Remember Ninja? The popular Fortnite streamer, he said he will never be alone in another room with a woman. Yeah, that's and people attacked him for being misogynistic when he is right. Aside from his wife, he will never be alone with another woman. Completely understandable. Police has also been wearing more body cams now, and ever since police in the United States has used more body cams, people that were like, there's police violence, have been really quiet.
Many others like it as they forget that a large percentage of the people supporting Depp are female.
I'm looking for justice for Johnny because he deserves it.
Justice for Johnny Depp.
I hope that Amber gets exposed.
I'm just very excited to be here and, actually be, with Johnny Depp.
I am not an Amber fan.
My outcome for this is that Johnny wins the defamation trial.
As Chris Rock said, believe any woman but not Amber Heard.
She says in the article about the vitriol Heard has faced that it is hard to shake the feeling that really it is directed at all women. So that begs...
That's crazy. I know the women that supported Johnny Depp were far more than the women that, hard like the women that were happy about Amber Heard and supporting Amber Heard. I know that.
The question, why are the pro-Depp female supporters directing vitriol at all women?
I actually quit my job for this.
Trying to explain the Depp verdict with the accusation of misogyny is lazy and simplistic. I suppose we should be thankful that the one thing these gatekeepers haven't done on this occasion is blame it on QAnon. Oh no, wait. This is a familiar refrain from the media today, portraying enemies of the official narrative as crazy conspiracy theorists. Here's Caitlin Tiffany in an article for The Atlantic with a snide aside about a Depp.
React to the Cameron Herring situation, it's crazy. Maybe. Why the internet hates Amber Heard? Because she's the piece of shit.
Fan Lady Victoria Hervey saying that she's espoused a New World Order conspiracy theories and described the pandemic as a eugenics program. Even if she did all of those things, so what? That has no bearing on her support for Depp and what it means for male victims of domestic violence. The media have given Amber Heard the benefit of the doubt, justifying all the times she admitted to being physically violent or is heard cackling like a crazy person.
Like selling your journals.
They have ran with the theory that she was reacting to Depp's alleged abuse. This was the same defense Amber Heard herself used. In fact, she had a good excuse for all of the abuse she inflicted on Depp. In this article,
it's all, but it's real crazy. Okay, maybe I'll look into that. Was that her laughing? That is insane. How a washed-up celebrity, men's rights activists, and true crime stans convinced millions of Americans to buy into a conspiracy theory. Insane, dude.
Article, The Bleak Spectacle of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp Trial. Michael Hobbs says that despite Heard admitting that she hit and taunted Depp, she's still the sympathetic one because, to quote Michael, she's not a perfect victim. He at least admits that the evidence against Heard is damning, but since we must take it for granted Depp was beating her, he says, why are we talking about whether she was annoying sometimes? Why is Amber Heard the more plausible victim, according to the news media?
And they did not believe your...
Because she's a woman, you know? That's the harsh truth, because she is a woman. In addition to that, she's also a successful woman. That man killed a mom and a child, and girls are protecting him because he looks good. Oh, now I remember this. Like the curly hair guy with the brown hair and the black mask. I remember that.
Your testimony or your evidence.
Moira Donegan in her Guardian article says that many are quick to point out that Heard is not a, yes, you guessed it, a perfect victim, but no woman is. And here we get to the crux of the matter. Abuse has long been defined as a woman's issue, and domestic violence is a term that has become synonymous with wife abuse. Gendered Situations, Gendered Selves, a paper published in 1996, states that victimization may be so deeply female in experience that a man who is victimized, in an attempt to refrain from being emasculated, may refrain from expressing his fears, asking for help, or even discussing the situation. One of the good things about the very public Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial is that it has opened up a discussion about the abuse men can suffer.
That's also, when we look at relationship dynamics. A man is supposed to be the rock for a woman, but a woman can never be the rock for a man, because, you know, you can't be emotionally vulnerable, because, unfortunately, there's a lot of women out there have told us men that if you are emotionally vulnerable, it will heavily backfire. That's also one of those, like, gendered situations. Yeah, okay, then I knew who that guy is.
Suffer in intimate relationships. Abuse that some women are capable of inflicting on men, all with the understanding that nobody, it seems, would believe a man can be a victim.
See what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny.
I have 2 permanent indentations in my left shoulder where I was attacked with a hammer with such ferocity that the...
With a fucking hammer? Yeah, if somebody was attacking me with a hammer, it's over. Somebody's dying, and spoiler alert, it's not me.
The handle of the hammer actually broke. Her justification was that I didn't tell her often enough that I loved her, and I didn't instigate the physical side of the relationship. That was her justification for the violence, that I'd made her feel unattractive.
In the UK, the Office for National Statistics figures show that 1 in 3 victims of domestic abuse are male, equating to 757,000 men.
1 in 3. Hear that? 1 in 3. However, that is, again, that is unofficial reports. A lot of men that receive physical violence by their partner don't recognize it as that because they're men. A lot of men that also, I can tell you, there's a lot of men out there who have like been sexual, like have received, what, how to put it, not SA, but molestation by women that they do not consider that because nobody ever told them that such a thing is bad. I think the case of physical abuse and sexual abuse are pretty close when we look at the genders. That's horrifying, it is. Imagine the woman you love, or the man you love, goes after you with a fucking hammer.
But these figures may not be accurate because of the stigma about coming forward. Men underreport the abuse they have suffered. This makes it difficult to capture the abuse rates accurately. An in-depth study in Canada examined the experiences and effects of physical abuse for 12 married men aged 25 to 47. These men had sustained injuries such as multiple bruises and abrasions, dislocated ribs, injured genitalia, minor head trauma,
multiple bruises and abrasions, dislocated ribs, injured genitalia, minor head trauma, numerous lacerations, and internal injuries.
Numerous lacerations and internal injuries. The men indicated something quite typical when it comes to this issue. When they spoke up, their claims of abuse were not taken seriously.
Let me go back. Let me go back.
Something quite
Let me go back. I want to know what these women used. Weapons used by the wives included clothes hangers, steak knives, scissors, screwdrivers, cellular phones, fingernails, metal pots and pans, rolling pins, keys, and other thrown objects. Holy hell!
Minor head trauma, numerous lacerations, and internal injuries. The men indicate.
How do you even dislocate a rib? I don't know, but apparently it works.
It's something quite typical when it comes to this issue. When they spoke up, their claims of abuse were not taken seriously.
Tell me right now. Why? Why?
And later brought bystanders together to talk about what they'd seen.
My first thought was that he must have cheated on her.
The men are laughing. Are you retarded?
But he looked guilty. Exactly.
Shane admits during his career, he has seen many men in the same situation.
I've answered more calls, almost more calls, dealing with men being abused as opposed to women.
Some male victims do not speak up because they fear people will assume that the woman is the real victim and she must have been acting in self-defense or retaliation.
Yeah, because it is easy to turn that around. It is very easy to turn this around. I do understand this.
Retaliating to his abuse, a narrative that the media have went with in the Depp Heard case. This self-defense claim is a great get-out-of-jail-free card for some abusers. In the UK, we actually have a member of parliament.
How can someone even do that to a person, let alone a partner? How the hell do you even raise a person that would do that? Victim card, pretty much. How do I put this? So there's multiple routes, yeah? There's multiple routes. Okay. One is that person, like in this case the woman hurting her partner, was raised in a household where that was the norm physical abuse. In this case, they usually continue that habit because that's what they have learned. Another thing is that these violent women know that they can be violent and that they can get away with it. They have turned that way. So I think just like people that turn that way, or people that were raised in homes where that was normal.
Parliament who once physically assaulted their partner and was even arrested and detained for the offence. To understand why this person is still an MP for the Liberal Democrats, it would be helpful to explain that she's female.
But most bonkers of all are the complacent, often white, often male.
Layla Moran was arrested in 2013 for slapping her then boyfriend at a party conference. In her post on Twitter, she says it wasn't their finest hour and says she slapped him because she felt threatened, of course. She's currently the spokesperson for Foreign Affairs and International Development. Some sections of the media couldn't wait to defend her. This article...
You don't lay your hands on another person because you might feel threatened. You get distance. You don't slap another person. Hey, where Boo Boo Bear? Why am I a Boo Boo Bear? What is happening?
Was actually published, mitigating female violence against men with bizarre logic. It reads, female perpetrators of domestic violence do not go on to mass murders and terrorist binge kills. Here's the person who wrote that article. While Amber is on the more extreme end of the scale when it comes to abuse, women with personality disorders can inflict all kinds of trauma that don't necessarily involve physical violence. Physical abuse can sometimes be less psychologically damaging over the long term than the slow and steady drip of emotional abuse.
It's a lot of breaking the spirit. It's a lot of...
Yeah, a lot of people don't really talk about emotional abuse. A lot of people really don't do that. And it's hard. Because a lot of people also don't believe that that is a type of violence.
A lot of belittling. And after so many years of hearing the constant belittlement, or the belittling, the comments, the negativity, a person could start to believe that.
Yeah, she was academically very bright. She got a lot of A's, went to university, obviously, and I wasn't of that type, and I think she used that quite a lot.
My girlfriend tortured, stabbed, and starved me. What the fuck?
In what way? What did she do?
Just to belittle me, say you're dumb, you're stupid, you're thick, all the time.
This study, Abused Husbands and Narrative Analysis, looks at female and male intimate partner violence. One of the subjects, Brian, issued an almost identical statement to others in the study, saying that the verbal and psychological abuse were much worse. The destructive force of emotional abuse is the favored weapon of the disordered female. This abuse can be...
Yeah, because it's not physical. It's harder to prove. So they can use that. Not that women use that that method exclusively, but a lot of women do use it. More women do use emotional violence. But again, you can't really prove that. You have no proof of it.
Very subtle and builds gradually over time.
Well, I guess you could record it, but how do you ever get into the situation where you could record it?
Toxic women can subvert their femininity and exploit their physical attractiveness to lure a victim. Many red flag behaviors like love bombing or being overly attentive or complimentary in the early days of courtship are of course taken at face value by the victim. Narcissistic personality disorder is one of the most common personality disorders following this pattern. Another thing the narcissist might do is mirror her victim to such an extent he thinks he's met his soulmate. For the average guy who gets into one of these relationships, it's truly heartbreaking because he thinks he's met someone who genuinely loves and cares about him. But this, of course, is only the deceptive precursor to the real fun and games.
I don't really understand why, but then it just developed into more.
When did she burn you?
She started stabbing me before that with a knife.
If she starts
So she burned him as well? Ugh.
Punching you, then you turn around and walk away.
The average guy out there is in what's known as the scarcity mindset when it comes to relationships.
But so anyway, I was also wondering, I'm going up to Santa Barbara this Saturday for an orchid show, and I
Oh.
I'm sorry.
In the dating arena, men simply don't have the kind of leverage the average female has. And the frightening thing is that the toxic
Yeah. A lot of men live with the scarcity mindset, yeah. The truth, however, is that a good partner is rare. That's also an issue, but I understand. I have that same mindset. Though the difference is I've accepted that I'm running out of time. So I don't really care at this point anymore.
female may be fully aware of this. Daryl, another case study from abused husbands and narrative analysis, said, "I have a really low self-esteem and would go out with anyone who gave me the time of day." Progressive verbal degradations accompanied by increased attacks aid abusers in controlling their spouses. The insidious...
Understandable. There are a lot of men out there who will take just anybody. And it quite literally means just anybody. They would rather be with somebody that physically abuses them than to be alone. I know that because I know men like that.
Emotional abuse perpetrated by someone with a personality disorder like narcissism includes things like dehumanizing comments that are designed to disarm you and jokes that are designed to hurt you. There is gaslighting, making you doubt your own perception of reality, and rules. So many rules. The rules are there to remind you that you're the servant and she's the boss. Nothing you do is ever good enough, and you'll be constantly trying to please this person. Chasing her approval will become your life. Think of what it might...
Honestly, this explains men changing to women. There is a lot of men out there who transitioned because they weren't able... Like, it's not the majority. It's a really small minority, very, very small minority. But there is men out there who transition to being a woman in order to find the partner, if that exists.
Might feel like to be living with a person like this. One of the most evil characteristics of a narcissistic person is how they have come to know your weak points. This person is someone you have invited into your life, someone who is supposed to love and care about you, and they're using your weaknesses as weapons. These people, these toxic narcissists, see you, their most intimate partner, someone they're supposed to love. They see you as the enemy. This is not a relationship. This is warfare. When the narcissist is settled into the relationship and things have become more solidified, this is when the mask will begin to slip and you'll start to see and hear.
Last stream you said you would try to fix physical abuse. Please don't do that. I think it's better to be alone than to be abused. You say that, but then again, you don't know how hard loneliness is at times. I would still rather try to fix that, to be honest, than to be, like, alone. A woman turned into a man. She committed the rope death. I won't say suicide. Crap, I said it. Well, anyways. Yeah, I think, was it Nora Vincent? I think it was was it Nora Vincent? The lady that turned into a man for a few like as an experiment to prove that men have it easier than women. And when she what was the word? When she like realized that was not really the case, she actually it was too much for her, and she unfortunately ended her life. That is really sad.
Things that unsettle you. One of the double standards we've all internalized is that female on male abuse is no big deal. Think about how many times in a TV show or a movie you've seen a man being slapped or punched or kicked by a woman, and how often has this been done for comic effects, or maybe simply because it's assumed the man deserved it.
That's one of my favourite scenes, actually.
It was something I cannot explain.
He wasn't really annoying in that moment. You couldn't help it. It's like, yeah, he deserves a good punch for that one.
You must see I had no choice.
Debbie felt that the Demelza should stand up for herself and just be a bit modern for once. And so she wrote this punch, and I turn around and I smack him. And everyone went, yes!
Remember that
It is so weird. Just like the dad being nowadays normalized as the babbling fool. I disagree. I think you can still not be lonely. It's just more to do with family and friends instead of a lover. Yeah, but if you have that desire to have a family of your own and to have kids of your own, friends and your like parents and siblings cannot replace that empty hole. That's not possible. Neither of those two are the love is different. it cannot be replaced.
Article by Natalia Milano, Why I Stopped Slapping My Boyfriend in the Face. Natalia blamed the cultural influences that promote this behavior. She at least realized, better late than never, that hitting the person you ostensibly love should never be acceptable. Amber Heard felt emboldened to publicly accuse Johnny Depp of all kinds of abuse.
Or simply put, you cannot fill a circle with a triangle.
Despite knowing full well that she was a violent abuser within their relationship, she realized she would have been coddled and supported by a culture that seeks to give women the benefit of the doubt while never for a second taking Depp's claims seriously. Some of the worst takes about the case have come from mainstream media outlets, like this article in Vox by someone named Constance Grady. Listen to this. The article states, if Heard is not a perfect victim, if at times she instigated violent encounters with Depp, that does not change the fact that Depp had power over Heard that she did not have over him.
And along with that, I also find it horrific that we have started to more and more infantilize women. We are not treating women like adults. It is so weird to me. I understand that. I'll still disagree. Yeah, you can disagree with that. I'm not saying that you should disagree with that, but at least understand where I'm coming from.
Depp sure was older than Heard and had more star power, but what good were those two pieces of leverage within their relationship when she still felt emboldened to mock him, to bully him, to berate him, and to hit him?
Your bug. Is this gonna be good for your bug? Is this gonna be good for your bug?
All of this talk about being an imperfect victim rests on the presumption that during the entirety of their relationship, Depp was the one from the outset instigating physical violence, and Heard was only ever reacting to it. Strange then that she'd be hunting her abuser from room to room and attempting to break down doors so that she could strike him.
Attempting to break down doors, shitting on his bed. I wonder how that looks if she finds another partner. Are they gonna mock her partner? Like being with somebody that shits in another man's bed?
Unlike with the Paul Jenner case, the Amber Heard verdict went the right way. It's so shocking to some voices in the media because of how unusual it is to see such a public shaming of a woman. Harriet Williamson writes in The Independent, Heard has been summarily destroyed. I wonder how many of us could honestly say that our mental health would ever recover if we were subjected to the same treatment. Sure, that's a good point, but if Depp were on tape saying to Heard, I didn't punch you, I was hitting you, stop being a baby.
But I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. You're a fucking baby.
Would Harriet Williamson be complaining when people condemn Depp? Would she be...
She won't, I think. Who do you mean?
Concerned about Depp's mental health when he received a Twitter pylon?
Depp's star power dwarfs Amber Heard's, an imbalance that has led to his ex-wife being vilified online.
The media behave like an abuser. They gaslight like the worst kind of narcissist.
And it's like, that's not, like, think about it, that's not just all. Like, he lost, like movie roles and stuff. Like, his career is still, like, heavily damaged to this day. Even if he has one.
It's a relationship we should all probably quit. Remember when Amber said this to Johnny?
Tell the world, Johnny.
She knew male victims seldom speak out, and when they do, what court is going to believe them? Well, on this occasion, she was wrong. While many in the media still support her, twisting the narrative to bolster their anti-male bias, this conversation about the chaos some women can cause in relationships is at least being discussed.
This video is private. Okay, bro's video is gone. That was a good video. That was a good video. Yeah. What can you say? This is the fate of men when it comes to this, and I highly doubt that it will ever be, you know, undone. And like anything's gonna change. If anything, it's probably gonna get worse. This is just a rare case. Because remember, Johnny Depp is successful. If that happened to me, I just had to take it no matter what. Let's watch something less impressive and more something to make people fun of. Oh, he's followed by Elfin Psyop. That's cool. Now, they're fun. It's interesting that he follows her. I like that. React to wait what? I want to get through this video because Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll is cooked by Ref says Desu. Remember when Crunchyroll said that they would start to make shorter anime? Yeah, apparently did something new. Something new evil. So let's get into it. I wonder.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So today we're going to be talking about a pretty serious situation involving Crunchyroll. So a voice actor for the company has come forward with a series of allegations that, if proven true, would not only be a PR nightmare, but also the company could be facing some potential legal and civil penalties as well. Yeah, who would have thought the company that took the two biggest monoliths in the anime streaming service scene and then combined them into a giant monopoly would have some scummy behavior going on behind the scenes. Yeah, I'm totally shocked too. But here is the main protagonist of today's video, a voice actor for the company named David Walds, who is making a whole...
What did they do? I think it could be that I've already saw it on Twitter. I could be wrong, but I think I know what they did.
Whole round of allegations, but the main one right here is what most people are talking about, with a whopping nearly 4 million views, nearly 100,000.
I mean, couldn't a man get a camera and record for 24 hours so that the abuse can be seen on camera? They could, but let's be honest, most men... Again, you have to think of this from this view. First of all, a man has to realize that he is experiencing abuse. That's where it already starts to be a problem. Because a lot of men, like, they already start like with this mentality where they cannot open up to anybody. So the idea that somebody could get a camera and record it is not the starting step. The starting step is to realize that you are being physically abused. That's where the problem already starts. West Cheap talking about Andrew Tate, YouTube's crypto clown, Andrew Tate. I will watch that. I already put it in a list.
Likes, nearly universal support on this tweet, all while directly tagging Crunchyroll. So what happened here is a anonymous employee has informed David Walds of some pretty scummy stuff going on behind the scenes, where he made this tweet right here saying, "Dear friends, if you sent me anything care of Funimation or Crunchyroll in the last 5 years, I apologize. I didn't get it. I learned yesterday that Crunchyroll opened my private mail, threw away your letters, and passed out any included items to their staff."
What? Okay. So, private mail. Dear friends, does he mean fans in general, I think? So, they opened his, like, pretty much, like, is I think, physical private mail. They took all the letters from the fans, threw them away, and passed any items that came with that to their staff. That is disgusting. I think, however, that that this only happened to this voice actor in this case. This happened to multiple voice actors, probably. I assume that has to be illegal. That has to be illegal.
So before we get into the potential legal consequences, let's just talk about the optics here, because it looks terrible. If what's being alleged here is true...
By the way, I've never paid for Crunchyroll. Never once. I've never used Crunchyroll, and seeing this proves to me why I will never use Crunchyroll.
This is a cataclysmically bad look for Crunchyroll. It is a total violation of this voice actor's privacy, but also a violation of the privacy of anyone who sent mail to this voice actor, because if they had a private correspondence through this set of private mail, that person didn't expect Crunchyroll to be reading it. And same goes with fan letters. The fans sending letters to this voice actor did not expect anyone but the voice actor to be reading these letters, let alone receiving and distributing the gifts they sent to this voice actor. They clearly had that sort of expectation that Crunchyroll and these extra employees would not be going through this mail. Now, in terms of the legal issues here, this is a pretty scary situation, very serious stuff. If you're in the United States, there's one set of advice I can give you, and that is don't mess with the mail, okay? I know a lot of people think of the United States Postal Service as like your jolly neighborhood postman walking around with a sack of letters.
He lets the mail sound really dangerous in the United States. Here in my country, they're pretty much incompetent. If mail gets lost, it is over, bro. You are not seeing that ever again.
Handing them out. Yes, that's true too, but they also have an enforcement angle to their agency as well, and they have federal jurisdiction. There's two things you should never mess with in the United States. I don't care how powerful you are. You don't mess with taxes in the mail. I don't care where you are or how insignificant of the part of the country you think you're in. Don't mess with the mail, because they instantly have federal jurisdiction over you, and you could have feds kicking down your door. So that is not something to mess with one bit.
Damn, I did not know that. New fear unlocked, living in the United States and committing mail fraud.
And a lot of people are starting to guess as to what potential statutes or laws that could have been violated if these allegations are true. And as Wald points out here, this is likely mail theft. And if you look at the actual statute for it, yes, it sounds like that is a potential thing on the board here. So here is the relevant statute, 18 U.S. Code Section 1708. So there's two sections relevant for what we're talking about here. There's three sections in total, but you only have to violate one section to be found in violation of the statute, because it's an or after each section. So the first part says, whoever steals, takes, or abstracts, or by fraud or deception obtains or attempts to obtain from or out of any mail, post office, or station thereof, letterbox, mail receptacle, or any mail route or authorized or other authorized depository from mail matter or from a letter or mail carrier, any letter, postcard, package, bag, or mail, or abstracts, or removes from any such letter, package, bag, or mail, or any...
Yeah, they're not letting you run off scot-free. Wow, I did not know that.
Article or thing contained therein, or secretes, embezzles, or destroys in any such letter, postal card, package, bag, or mail, or any article or thing contained therein. So that's the part that really applies probably the most generally to what we're talking about here. If you have Crunchyroll employees opening up the mail and even distributing it to other people, this seems very relevant. But this part too is interesting as well. The third section saying, whoever buys, receives, or conceals or unlawfully has in his possession any letter, postal card, package, bag, or mail, or any article or thing contained therein, which has been so stolen, taken, embezzled, or abstracted as herein described, knowingly or knowing the same to have been stolen, taken, embezzled, or abstracted. Meaning, if you know what you're receiving from this package,
you do not mess with the mail. You do not mess with the mail. The mailman will shoot you. He's like John Wick. John Mail.
Someone else opened is stolen and doesn't belong to them, you are found just as guilty as them. And let me make this clear. These are federal statutes. So you can see, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both. And this is a very serious deal, right? And what I find very interesting about this situation is this tweet that he shared saying, "Dear fellow workers at Crunchyroll, below is a photo of the complete contents of one of the packages addressed to me that was opened and distributed to employees. If you ended up in possession of any of it, I would very much like it returned to me." And that goes beyond just what one individual person did when they opened up this package. They were distributing it to other employees, and under that statute we just read, they might be in just as much trouble as the person who initially opened it. So a very serious situation. And on top of that, because this is a mail-related offense, there's joint jurisdiction, meaning there's federal jurisdiction with the United States Postal Service, for example, and also the state likely has some sort of jurisdiction as well. So you can have these rules applied against you on a federal and a state level. And whatever the state laws are regarding this, I'm not sure, because Crunchyroll itself is based in many different places in the US, but their main hubs are in California and Texas. And when you look at the bio of this voice actor, you can see he is from Dallas, Texas.
Interesting. I wonder how harmful that will be for the company. Like, I know this won't kill the company, but it'd still be interesting to see.
Which is not surprising in the slightest, because a lot of Crunchyroll and former Funimation employees were encouraged by these companies to move to their headquarters in Texas, because Texas is a right-to-work state, meaning they can't bar you from employment if you're not a part of a union. A company like Crunchyroll can't bar you from employment opportunities if you're not a part of a union. Now, that might seem like a good thing on its face, like, oh, Crunchyroll's giving these extra employment opportunities to people who might be barred by conditions applied by the union they're in. However, Crunchyroll's doing this in a way to save money. And I don't think that's really surprising, because the majority of voice actors, if they're a part of a union, almost all of them are part of the Screen Actors Guild of America. And if they show up to work with Crunchyroll, for example, if you're a member of that union, there's likely going to be conditions and benefits that you're going to receive, and Crunchyroll will have to guarantee you in order to work with them. And Crunchyroll's saying, hey, buddy, don't worry about that. We'll work with you even outside of your union. Even if the union says you shouldn't work with them or you can't work with them because the conditions aren't met, we'll just work with you anyways because our state law provides for that. So they do that.
Again, I don't consider anything wrong with that from a business perspective. Morally, I think it's kind of but financially speaking, I don't see the issue necessarily.
That in order to save money, and I don't think that really surprises anyone. And this was a big controversy from 2 years ago. If you're wondering why I know about this, it was something I covered in a video back in 2022 where some voice actors were raising concerns about this, that basically that Crunchyroll is trying to underscore all of these unions by operating in Texas and taking advantage of those state laws for their own financial benefit. Now, some people have been pointing to some potential exceptions here with this whole potential violation of that statute, where from the own USPS website, which I will not show you, I'll show you this article instead, because that is a typical government website that literally burns your eyeballs, where it's like the bright white background with the size 4 blue tinted text that doesn't really expand. If you zoom in, it just expands the page wider. It's completely unreadable. But as they cite here, some employers do have some ability to open up your mail if it's sent to their place of business. And first off, if there's another lesson you can learn from this video besides messing with the mail, Also, do not have your personal mail sent to your place of employment. Do not do that, because employers in most places have some level of right to.
Why would you even do that? Why would you let your private stuff be sent to your employer? How? Why? There's no good reason to have that. Huh? Just let it send to your place. What else?
To open it to see if it's relevant to their business. And yeah, so I would definitely recommend not having your personal mail sent to your place of employment. And the only assumption I'm going to make in this video is that this voice actor had his personal mail as well as his fans. The type of fan mail was all directed to his place of employment in Texas, working with Funimation, now Crunchyroll. That's the only assumption I'm going to make. And there is some arguments to be made that you're allowed to do that, but there are certain, limits you can go. I mean, at this point, yeah.
I don't think giving the mail away to other people, destroying it is fair game. I don't think that is the case.
They might have peeked in to say, hey, is this relevant to our business? But is it relevant to your business to hand out the contents of the package and give it to your employees when it's clearly something given by a fan to that specific voice actor? No, that seems like a really big stretch here. And there's also some tort law here about the standard of intrusion upon seclusion, where they could be held civilly liable for going too violative of a person's privacy, in this case, this voice actor, by consistently looking at things, which includes mail. You can see right in here, it includes personal mail. And there's this other standard involved here where you don't even have to publicize any of this information. You don't have to, Crunchyroll doesn't have to make an article saying, hey, here's what we learned about our voice actor through opening his private mail. It's just kind of, it speaks for itself at that point. You're already violating their privacy. So again, I don't even think we have to go this far. I went probably too deep in all this because at the end of the day...
Yeah, you clearly went too deep. This was a lot of this could have been shorter.
The original federal statute looks like it's being potentially violated if these things are true, especially given the fact that they were opening these things and then distributing the contents to their employees, and that might get the other employees in trouble as well if they knew that stuff was opened in a violation of whatever statute, or that it wasn't supposed to be opened at the very least. And things just get very messy here. And on top of that, we see from this voice actor that he has been emailing them for the past 24 hours, the producers for Crunchyroll, and has gotten no response.
They got caught in 4K. You what? Something with Shiny Dino, but I don't know what you're trying to say.
Response, and on top of that, he also said this, me thinking, geez, it's a good thing that I didn't tell them about the gay discrimination, or the medical discrimination, or the union busting, or the continuous culture of fear, or the hostile workplace environment, or ... So he's implying that there is potentially some other serious violations going on at Crunchyroll, which that's a whole nother story. But for right now, looking at this situation for what it's worth, it's a pretty scummy thing if true. And if it is true, there's potentially some legal and...
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. If it is true, that means Crunchyroll is stealing your fucking mail and distributing it to their staff. That is insane. Now we know Crunchyroll might be stealing from their voice actors and might have some other skeletons in the closet. That's interesting to see. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. How that's gonna evolve. I don't think it's gonna harm the company really. However, it would be interesting to see if there were serious legal repercussions. That would be interesting to see. But yeah, we gotta wait for that. This is so weird. Big company, don't try to screw over your your workers. Challenge impossible. How the hell does that even happen? How the hell does that happen? It is interesting to see. Let's watch this one. This one. If it loads.
We're Gen Alpha.
Okay. Are we creating a generation of self-absorbed bullies? Motherhood in Progress, okay. By Ashley Ambers. Are we creating a generation of self-absorbed bullies? We are creating a generation of bullies, that's for sure. I've seen it with the I've seen it with the kids in the school I was working in. These kids are worse. Thanks to the internet, they are worse when it comes to bullying than back in my day. It is interesting to see. About the self-absorbed part. Yeah. Also, yeah. Certainly. In some aspects. A lot of kids, like, disregard the feelings of others. Oh, no, no, no. Yes, yes, yes! I need another one of these. I need another one of these weird videos. Let's get into it. There's a lot of kids who disregard the feelings of others. Totally. Like, totally. There's nothing more like, you can tell some kids nowadays, they have narcissistic tendencies at like the age of 7 or 6. It is really weird to see. But yeah, let's get into it.
We're Gen Alpha influencers. Of course, we are obsessed with skincare.
Things that I hate, people like, okay, I don't know how to say this without sounding so self-absorbed, but when people get views off of me.
What is going on with Gen Alpha students and their poor behavior at school?
They don't care.
We're Gen Alpha influencers. You're 4.
Gotta keep those wrinkles away.
You've been asked before our thoughts.
I consider, and I'm gonna be fully honest, I consider putting makeup on a kid. And I don't mean like 13, 14. I mean like a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, or an 8-year-old. I consider that to be child abuse. And nobody will prove me otherwise.
On discipline. I don't know what is discipline.
They
I
do
bet
not
kids
care about authority. It's wild.
Perhaps we need to have a serious conversation pretty soon about whether or not it is healthy for young people to be plugged into the internet the moment that they are able.
I think it's going to be equally interesting and heartbreaking to see like the psychological effects that we see later down the road of using social media at this age for Gen Alpha.
We all love making fun of young.
I would use a belt on my kids at this point. No. Not violence. You wouldn't even let your kid go to that point in the first place.
Young people. It's almost like a rite of passage when a new generation is labeled to separate ourselves from them by putting them on a lower pedestal than ours. We pat ourselves on the back and congratulate ourselves for being better children than the current lazy, entitled, and self-serving youth. While we now have research showing that for the most part this isn't true, and that the kids these days mindset comes from our—
I think it's more about parents not being parents, because it's not the kids' fault. The problem is like that also a lot of like kids get only now socialized through school. And the internet, because a lot of parents don't spend a lot of time with their kids, because a lot of parents only work. It is the parents' fault. But it is also this weird development where there is no parent at home who takes care of the child after school. Because like both parents are just like working all the time. Now you could argue they shouldn't have children if they don't have time for them. But if we argue that, then nobody's gonna have children anymore.
Our own memory bias of our childhoods, there is still growing concern for the newest generation. Gen Alpha, with their unique struggles,
there is no bias. Gen Alpha is worse than the Zoomers. They are worse than us.
Specific to being born between 2010 and 2025 may be causing permanent damage to their development. Between growing up chronically online and surpassing the level of coddling that the participation ribbon generation was raised with, Gen Alpha is now facing a label of their own. A label that may be forever imprinted on them as the most narcissistic generation yet. I went into this video hesitant to make such claims because, for one, I don't love labeling large groups of people, let alone the group of people that my own children are in, but the more I've researched, the more concern I've grown for these kids. So let's dive into it and try and decode the symptoms of growing up Gen Alpha. Have you guys been keeping up with Gen Alpha influencers? It is both terrifying and fascinating.
Hey guys, it's Johnny with a G. Get ready with me for school. Next up, my glow recipe firm serum. Gotta keep those wrinkles away. So, like, I got...
This is weirding me out. This is weirding me out. This is weirding me out a lot. These kids should not be on the internet making videos in the first place. These parents are retarded. If I ever have children, I won't, but if I ever have children, you guys will never see those. Never ever. They do not exist. Like, on the internet. That will not happen.
Got this new moisturizer from Glow Recipe because they love me. It's been a rough day, guys. Of course I need to moisturize my face.
Outfit of the day. So this is from Kendra Scott. I don't have any earrings in. This is from Lululemon. Before I get more comments from people being like, that's not a real Lululemon jacket. You can't afford Lululemon. Which, first of all, why do you care? Okay. Second of all, this is Lululemon. I just took the hair tie out.
If you're wondering how this happened, it of course all started with the iPad kids. In 2010, when the iPad came out, parents were quick to adopt it as their new parenting hack. A 2011 study found that 39% of 2 to 4-year-olds have direct access to digital media, just a year after the iPad's inception.
That was back in 2011! I wonder how big that number is now. If that was back in 2011. More like 60, 70 now? 72% in 2013. So probably like 90. Why the hell did do these kids even have these products? Even I don't use that stuff, the hell? Because their moms give that to them. Because everybody fell... I always say that, and like, a lot of women attack me for that. But makeup is a scam. And when women say they do makeup for themselves, then they are lying. You do makeup because you were taught that you do it for yourself, which is a lie because you are secretly doing it because companies want you to spend money on those products. This is not your desire. This desire was created by you. This desire was created by ads, by your parents, by whoever influenced you when you were younger. Not because you were born and said, yeah, I want to wear makeup. It is a scam. It's just there to take your money. You don't need this stuff. At this point, it's because of the damn phone. It is the damn phone. It is.
In 2011 to 2013, the percentage of children under 8 that were using digital media increased from 38% to 72%. And as kids grew up and grew out of iPads, they needed the next upgrade, which was, of course, the smartphone. A 2019 review of NPR found that over half of children have a smartphone by the age of 11. These smartphones, of course, came with all the bells and whistles that you get from your iPad, with the constant entertainment, but with the convenience of being able to bring it everywhere. And kids have been getting smartphones smartphones earlier and earlier every year since they came out.
Let me go back to that statistic. Okay, 2015 was 11, 15, 19, 32. I mean, this one makes sense, right? These here, these are okay. Back in 2015, like, this is also still okay, understandable, you know? This is weird. And this is also weird. And this is also weird. My kid will get a smartphone they will get a phone, but not a smartphone. They will get a like one of those old Nokia and stuff, like, yeah, button phones, pretty much, for only calls. That is what will happen.
Every year since they came out. Some kids are getting smartphones as early as age 5, and I know of some schools struggling with cell phone issues in the classroom as early as grade 3. And with this access to smartphones, children are using video sharing apps like TikTok and YouTube.
We had first graders that already had like the newest like Samsung. That's how bad it was.
Even earlier ages. These kids are spending much more time on technology than any other generation at the same age. They found that 65% of those ages 8 to 10 are spending up to 4 hours a day on social media.
I don't know what's in the water right now, but all of the educators I know are experiencing this like collective shift around one particular issue. It's phones. The levels of addiction range from mild to, this is not an exaggeration, students who are on their phones scrolling every class the entire hour, like the entire.
At least in our schools, there is a clear like smartphones are prohibited. So pretty much like if the teacher catches you with the phone, he will take it away from the teacher will take it away from you. So at least there's that. Nobody can scroll in like in class. Good luck with that. The phone is gone. Like even the adult ones, like 10th grade and stuff, they get like it's even worse because they they can get it first after school, right? My parents never bought me a phone until I graduated from high school in 2020. Yeah, understandable.
Entire school day. Whatever's happening in the classroom, if you are on your phone, like that's more interesting than whatever we're doing. So even if you're like kind of in and out, like no, your phone is what's dominating your mind. But I think what's worse for me is the social element. Like it is so weird and disturbing to just see kids not like talking to their friends. Like I'm like, I want you guys to talk to each other. Like goof around, be kids. Like, I almost want them to, like, act up in the traditional ways where they're just like, haha, talking, joking, passing notes. Time to do something. What are we going to do?
Not have kids use their phones in school. Now, I don't know how you can, like, if that is an issue in the United States. I can't tell. But here it's not an issue. I had unlimited internet access as a kid, but at least back in the day, the internet was safer, in my opinion. But I can't lie, that affected me back then. I had pretty much no internet access until, like, very limited, because internet was bad. I think around, like, 14? I think around that, yeah, I like, to 14, because we didn't have really internet until then. Yeah. In addition to that, I hadn't really access to the internet also because I didn't have a phone. I think I did get my first smartphone around like 14, 15. And it was a Windows phone, so it was already very limited.
Yeah.
Despite the minimum age for using these platforms being 13, we know many children under 13 are on these apps. And that's how we've gotten the Gen Alpha influencer, because while there is a minimum age of 13, there is no regulation preventing children from downloading and using these apps. And not to mention that these companies don't want to keep children off their platforms, because the earlier the children join, the more likely they are to build those scrolling habits that they'll take with them into adulthood. And in my opinion, the worst offense of them all, which is preventing anyone from shutting down these Gen Alpha influencers, is that a lot of these kids have parent-run accounts, which allows them to get around the rules. I just don't understand why parents would think that this is a good idea, a good thing to do for your kids.
I think it's about time someone said it. I think that parents who have entire TikTok accounts and Instagram accounts where the entirety of the content is them filming their like babies and toddlers need to stop.
Not only that, not only Gen Alpha influencers, but those family influencers. Nuke them off the platform. Why are you putting your family out on the internet? What if someday some crazy person decides to go after your family?
Because like what the actual am I watching? You're telling me, as a parent, especially the ones who like their entire life is this family TikTok account, you're telling me one of the main sources of income in your house is videos of your baby? I feel like a lot of them don't really have much say in the matter. They're so small and they're just doing what their parents are telling them to.
Now, I could make a whole video on the negative repercussions of having children on social media, but today we're talking specifically about the narcissistic repercussions. The reason children should be kept off social media is because prepubescent and pubescent kids are the most vulnerable at this age. During this time, their brains are still malleable, and the neuron pathways that they make during these years will stick with them for the rest of their life. Children are, of course, very impressionable. That is how they figure out what path they want to take and who they want to be. And with that, they often copy whoever they see to be the most accomplished or having the highest status. Older Gen Alphas are forming their habits now, and these habits have impacts on children's aspirations. One survey found that today's children are 3 times more likely to aspire to be a YouTuber than an astronaut. This is, of course, because they're primarily seeing influencers being the most accomplished in society.
Why would... I mean, that's a bad example, right? Why would you want to be an astronaut? First of all, this would be very limited. Like, realistically speaking, right? Of course, these are kids, they have unrealistic expectations. But also, we are not sending anybody in space, really.
And so that's what they want to be as well. During the time of life when kids are finding their own identities, Gen Alpha influencers are hijacking their attention and retraining.
Also, I'm a Zoomer and I fall into this category of wanting to be a full-time content creator, so I guess. I guess, fine. Again, I think you should teach children that early on that is not necessarily something that you can like achieve. You have to work your ass off. You pretty much just like have to depend on the algorithm and on luck. It's unreasonable to expect being like a YouTuber or a streamer or like a TikTok celebrity. So I think it's also on the parents again here. They have to teach them that they should do a job that's actually reliable. Again, what job is reliable at this point? I love you, baby boy. Thank you, dude lost. Yeah, I think it's a bit weird, but thank you. I appreciate it. My little sister is getting to be... Wait, my little is getting to be like my... Okay, wait. My little sister is getting to be like my older sister, which is bad. Okay. I need more context to understand that.
Training them to aspire for their version of success. Since succeeding on social media requires primarily a focus on the self, especially when these children are too young to have any life experience that would allow them to offer anything of value, these children will continue to turn inwards to try and reach the same level of success that these Gen Alpha influencer role models have reached. And so these young people focus obsessively on themselves and their public image. And even if you don't want to be an influencer, you're still dealing with the increased social social comparison from being on these apps, which increases your self-focus as well. Now, if you are a well-balanced person who has the capability to compartmentalize all these effects from social media, then you can get away with minimal negative repercussions. The problem is, really only adults can do that, not even all of them, because your brain is fully formed. Children's brains are just too sensitive to prevent these negative repercussions that this obsession with the self can...
I think the brain is not fully developed until 25, I think. I could be wrong, but I heard that. In case I reacted to the Sus remix, I think of it. No. You don't trust me? Now you just make me more curious than anything. How could you do this to me? This is torture.
Make you prone to narcissism. Research shows that higher amounts of social media use predict higher levels of grandiose narcissism. This includes time spent on social media, frequency of posts or tweets, number of friends/followers, and how often participants post pictures of themselves on social media. As well, in a 2018 study, researchers tracked 74 participants aged 18 to 34 over 4 months and quantified their narcissistic traits. They found that participants who posted large quantities of photos and selfies showed a 25% increase in narcissism.
Narcissism! Well, if that's the case, but with 25%, that's kind of wild. This is age 18 to 34. Let's imagine what this would do to a child. I assume that the number would be higher. And probably the effects would also probably be more severe.
It's a cyclical issue too, where the more you're online, the more prone you are to narcissism, and the more your narcissism grows, the more likely you are to be chronically online. One study found that young adults with grandiose or vulnerable narcissism were at higher risks of TikTok addiction. If we don't cut out these Gen Alpha influencers, whether that's through government agencies shutting down the content or parents taking control of their children's access online, we will continue to see children's brains
ban TikTok. I don't care. I do not care, ban TikTok.
Being warped to see success in narcissism. This portion of today's video is sponsored by YouLike. Did you know that you can have 90% of your leg hair permanently removed in just 4 weeks from a 10-minute home treatment? Well,
sorry, bro. I don't want to. Sorry. Sorry, I don't want my hair removed. Thank you. I like it.
The use of smartphones and the overall internet by Gen Alpha expands to more than just the consumption of Gen Alpha influencers. Between video games, messaging apps, streaming platforms, and more, children are growing up with their eyes glued to a screen. A survey from Pew Research showed that in the smartphone and social media era, nearly half of the nation's teens say they are online almost constantly. Specifically, they found that overall screen use among teens and tweens increased by 17% from 2019 to 2021.
These are the minors. Okay, these are the minors that will go after you if you say something about like My Hero Academia or Has Been Hotel. These are the exact same age group. In my house, TikTok will be banned for life. It's the worst app. Easily. No TikTok. Easily. Easily. Yeah. My sister is picking up bad habits from my older sister, like not doing chores when told to and talking back when you're told to do the chores. Ah, so you have the same problem that I have with my younger brother, where he is a ungrateful little shit. Understandable. He has also picked up the bad habits of my big brother, who does not do any chores, and he try to appease my parents with money. Interesting. You have a good head screwed on your neck, baby boy. What the hell, bro? I'll take it, I guess. My head is pretty good, yeah. I'm a good thinker. Instead of music, after every stream we do memes. Maybe.
Growing more rapidly than the 4 years prior. On average, daily screen use went up among tweens, ages 8 to 12, to 5 hours and 33 minutes from 4 hours and 44 minutes, and to 8 hours and 39 minutes from 7 hours and 22 minutes for teens, ages 13 to 18. Now,
I mean, daily screen use, I'm already over that, I guess. But the difference is that I'm an adult and I at least create content. These people probably just, like, these kids probably just scroll and don't do anything productive with it.
Now, there have been arguments that say that this increase in screen usage isn't all bad because it can be used for educational reasons like schoolwork or for messaging platforms that of course connect people together. The problem that is rarely brought up is that the time spent on these screens takes away the time available for other activities that children need for proper development. Specifically, children are not getting...
Also, are we really arguing that 6 hours would be used for just homework or just educational purposes? Are we arguing that? I don't think we are arguing that, because that would be unreasonable. So yeah, these kids, you could use it for something else. If I compare like my time when I was a kid and like when looking at playgrounds were full here, around here. They were full, always, constantly. Now, not too much. These playgrounds look like ghost towns, pretty much, is what you would call it. There's nobody on there, no child, nothing. Yeah, but my older sister is de-evolving to the point where she asks to be put in the crazy hospital. That's wild.
Enough in-person social time with others, despite living a life centered around social apps.
Millennials were fine because they had flip phones. They weren't online all the time. Gen Z is not fine.
I agree with him that perhaps we need to have a serious conversation pretty soon about whether or not it is healthy for young people to be plugged into the internet the moment that they are able to be plugged into it. Is that beneficial for their education? Are they learning? I don't know. But as a millennial, I remember peace. I remember that. I remember peace growing up. I remember not having the noise, the constant noise of connection, of screens, of being able to just grab for something to look at it when you...
As an early Zoomer, I also remember that. There was like constantly negative news or drama or anything. It was just like me, my GameCube, and peace.
Were feeling a certain way of observing large groups of people that were being present because they had no choice. And you could go days without looking or seeing a screen. There was a slowness and a peace to that life. And millennials experienced it when they were young. And then it was slowly chipped away as they grew into adulthood. Yeah, I mean, I knew that peace. I knew that peace when I was like 8, 9, or 10. And now it doesn't really exist anymore. You have to find ways to carve out peace because there's just so much noise all the time. So, are they fine? I mean, I don't really think anybody is fine, but it's different. They're not fine, but it's different. Yeah, I don't know.
Prior to the 1990s...
I remember nothing from high school was pretty bad for me. The high school part, I, like, barely remember. But anything else, the only reason I remember high school fairly well is because of my ex-fiance. That's the only reason why I still... why I remember most of like high school and most of like middle school.
The time that children and teens spent with their friends stayed fairly consistent. And then when we hit 2010, we saw a massive drop-off of the amount of time that kids are spending with their friends daily. This trend of self-isolating is confidently said to have been caused by the introduction of smartphones and other technologies taking up the attention of children and teens. This is because the decreased time spent with friends follows the same timeline as the increased usage of social media platforms. And as we were seeing the time spent with kids on the decline, then of course we got hit with the pandemic, where this social trend downward got accelerated. While children were only forced to stay locked down for
the pandemic was the worst thing we ever did to children. Not only that, the pandemic was the worst thing we ever did to the economy. Because the reason why the inflation is so high is because that pandemic also accelerated quite a bit.
Few years. Like I said earlier, children are very sensitive to the habits they make in their youth, and this sets the path for their habits to be self-focused. We're now finding that children haven't rebounded or regained the social lives that they had in the early 2000s. And this is what's leading children to having fewer and fewer friends and feeling lonelier than ever. Not surprisingly, this isolation is having an impact on children's social skills, which is showing a rise for the potential of a narcissistic generation.
I feel like because of the internet, Gen Z and Gen Alpha do not know the power of words. Just because you cannot see a person's face and the pain that registers on their face when they hear horrible things written about them on the internet or spoken about them does not make their feelings any less valid or real. If you are a parent or someone that has influence over Gen Alpha or Gen Z, please remind them the power of their words.
One of the most important things kids are supposed to do in their youth is to learn social skills and foster emotional development. During adolescence,
I didn't do that. I was mostly alone. Like, friends-wise. But yeah, my social skills are in the dirt as well. They do not exist, barely. I cannot pick up on, like, hints or anything. It's like, horrendous. And, like, I've slowly started to, like, rebuild that kind of, like... I'm working on my social skills, but... not being not having contact to anybody is kind of, you know, streaming has kind of fixed that stuff in a way.
Adolescents, friendships are vital. They help young people forge a sense of independence and identity while teaching them valuable skills like compassion and empathy. While children do maintain some friendships through online platforms, they need face-to-face interaction to learn the skill of empathy. Dr. Michelle Borba, who wrote the book Unselfie: Why Empathetic Kids Succeed in Our All About Me World, said our children become very plugged in around the year 2000. It's very hard to be empathetic and feel for another human being if you can't read another person's emotions. You don't learn emotional literacy facing a screen. You don't learn empathy and face-to-face connection if you're looking down and texting. You don't learn emotional literacy with emojis. Raising empathetic children is important for them to become well-adjusted kids, but it's just as important for them to become well-rounded people in general.
I've been seeing a lot of teachers on here talk about how they can tell in their classrooms who the iPad kids are because they're inattentive, they have a lot of problems with focusing. And I just want to take it one step further and tell you that that's not only going to be a problem with attention later in life, but also personality as a whole. You're going to raise an apathetic child if you are a chronic iPad kid. And that's because in developmental psychology and cognitive neuroscience, we have this term called theory of mind. And that's a developmental necessity when you're a child that allows you to understand how you interact with your environment and how it interacts back with you. If you're stuck in front of an iPad for your whole adolescence, there is no way that you are going to develop your place in the world and your interactions with other people, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. And at the
I'll be honest, it's actually easy to make friends if you know what to say and do. The thing is, like, I have a very strong, like, definition of what a friend is. Because when you're my friend, you're family at this point. You're pretty much family. I take a bullet for you, you take a bullet for me. And no person on this planet that I have met before would ever be willing to do that. I thought I met a few, but they dropped me after all getting married. So I'm kind of like doing my own thing at this point, because, yeah. I had a few friends. I was mostly shy. If you met me in person, I would talk to you, but after some time together, I would not talk to you, but after some time together, I will talk. To me, it's like, I can make acquaintances. I can make, colleagues, but I cannot make, like, friends on the same level that I feel about having a friend, you know? Because I commit a lot more than others do.
the end of the day, if you don't develop it, it leads to different psychiatric disorders and also just a complete lack of empathy.
Children do better in school, work, and life when they have the capacity to be empathetic. Research shows that empathetic children are better adjusted socially, more likely to rise above peer pressure, and are less prone to aggression or bullying. They tend to become effective communicators and find it easier to form bonds with others. Empathy also empowers children to understand, to cope with their feelings and the feelings of others. As you can probably predict what I'm about to say, a lack of empathy leads to an increase in narcissism. At extreme ends, empathy and narcissism are like oil and water. Highly narcissistic people lack empathy, and genuinely empathetic people aren't narcissistic. For this reason, raising empathetic children who have a healthy, balanced sense of self and feel connected to others is a kind of psychological insurance policy we can invest in as therapists, parents, caregivers, teachers, family members, and neighbors, nurturing the next generation.
Isn't it more like best friend? I'm more talking about acquaintance level, and then only after time you can tell if you will be a deep friend or not. What? Dude lost. Why are you dating $50? What? Thank you, but what? Why? Huh? I'm not doing all that much. You can watch the stuff for free. What? I I don't know what to say. I'm just so confused. Thank you. Thank you so much. What? That is way too much. That is way too much. You can buy new hair. No, this would definitely go into the channel funds to make the channel better. All the money that I get through this, no matter where it comes from, will all go back into this channel. This will not $1 will be spent for or euro would be spent for anything else. I'm even so far to go that I want to be transparent enough to, when I buy stuff from that money that I get from this will all go like I want to actually like post receipts of what I buy with that money to be like transparent and say, yo, this is how I use the money for. Your confused faces are cute. I'm just confused. I don't know what to say. Was it intentional or a mistake? That's a good question. I hear the confusion. Again, if you're still in chat, dude lost. Thank you so much. You have no idea. Thank you so much. Actually. Again, I don't know what to say. This is crazy. Wow. Again, thank you so much. Thank you. I guess I continue with the video. Yeah, oh yeah, what I was trying to say. The thing is, like, I have like a very high, like, I have like a really, what is the word? I have a very high distrust of people, and that distrust came from like bullying. And like at this point, I cannot water down the term friend. Because like friend is for me just somebody who, like, no matter how bad it gets for them or for me, they can depend on me, pretty much. And like, it's difficult to explain. You know, it's difficult to explain the logic in my head. But I don't really have like any Let's just say the most social interaction I get is with viewers. I don't have any IRL like interactions or anything, or like friends right now, or acquaintances. I'm pretty much by myself when it comes to that.
Generation of global citizens. If we continue to let our children stay face down in screens instead of experiencing people in the real world, then they won't have the capacity to learn empathy during these developmental years when they learn the social skills they will use for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, and those I never learned. Like, even pre-internet, I never learned, like, these social skills. Like I said. I don't, like, pick up on clues very well. So, like, I think that also benefited me in a way, because I don't have any shame in being as blunt as possible. So I guess there's that. Don't thank me, bro. I enjoy your content. But still, thank you. What do you mean don't thank me? Thank you. Thank you so much.
One of the biggest ongoing concerns that people have with Gen Alpha's upbringing is the parenting style millennials have chosen to use, which is, of course, gentle parenting. There has been an uproar of opposition against gentle.
This gentle parenting sucks so much because it's pretty much just like I have an example, okay? I have an example. There's parents out there who fall to their knees because when it comes to their children. So what happens is pretty much like the child says, "I want an ice cream," and the parent says, "No." Eventually, the kid will complain again, "I want an ice cream." The parent will say, "Okay, after dinner." And this just like goes into more extreme, where until the point where the parent says, "Fine, have your ice cream before the dinner." Gentle parenting is ass. Start a movement. Gentle parenting is ass. I want my kids to learn early on that if they want something, they have to give something in return. You know, like, not like super early on. Obviously, I don't want my 4-year-old to run around and take out the trash. You know, just like, you know, it's just like little chores when they're younger. And then, like, you know, you want to have whatever. You want to have, like, a new whatever, like a new, let's say GameCube for example, because that's my favorite console. I don't know, do like like some chores for like an entire month, and I will buy you that. I want my kids to learn that when they want something from me, they need to earn that, or when they want something in general, that they need to earn that. I've seen a small girl kick her father, and the parents didn't push the daughter. Ridiculous. Punish the daughter. Ridiculous. I've seen a little girl being abusive to an older man because he was in the way. I've seen that in the supermarket because he was standing in the way, and that girl was really mean to him, like calling him names and stuff, like an asshole, right? And like the mom said, like, at first she didn't even scold the girl. She just said like, did you really call him an asshole? And then the mom says, also, this comes from the mom, by the way, that he should have moved out of the way. It is so weird. It is so weird.
Gentle parenting, because while it may seem wonderful on paper, acknowledging and responding to your child's emotions, staying calm, and showing mutual respect, it doesn't seem to be putting out the best kids.
Oh my god! Did my son just curb stomp your son? My baby! Fig,
Fig Newton, come here, buddy. Okay, buddy, first of all, are you okay? Let's do a check-in. Let's do a full body scan. Hey, Figgy, we don't do that. But that was a really good throw, buddy.
Will you tell your kids to stop throwing things?
Oh, we don't believe in the word stop. Only go.
Millennials gravitate towards this style of parenting.
That's pretty accurate. My parents beat the shit out of me. The noise that a clothes hanger makes before contact is iconic. Oh no. I only got like beaten when I did something absolutely horrendous. Like I got physical. That's when I got not the fist, but the hand. And like aside from that, what else? Shoes were a thing. Shoes. What else? There were a couple of other things that I got. Didn't really harm me, to be fair. And interesting enough, I never got literally got my ass beaten, literally. Like spanked. I never got that. Funnily enough. My older siblings did though.
Parenting to try and break the pattern of some toxic parenting techniques that many Gen X and millennials had to endure growing up, things like spanking and screaming. If you watch my videos, you know that I have talked about gentle parenting before and that I stood
the classic belt. What did I get? I also, like one time, I got a fist from my dad. One time. And it was when he was sleeping and I got up to him, put both of my hands on his belly and just pressed down with all my weight. And he woke up and flung his hand. I lost some milk teeth that day. I lost some teeth that day. Like my small baby teeth that day. Aside from that, yeah, I don't remember quite that much.
Behind it saying that gentle parenting is good for kids, but since then I've learned more and I have more concerns. The problem that seems to be rising is that while gentle parenting is good for our children, many millennials are not in fact gentle parenting, but permissive parenting. I didn't think this was the case before because I saw so many surveys showing that millennials are gentle parenting, not permissive parenting. But many of these surveys were just millennials saying that they gentle parent and not actually proving that they are gentle parenting. But since then, more surveys have been taken from these parents practicing gentle parenting, saying that 40% of them don't actually know what they're doing. And many of them have said in gentle parenting, they felt exhausted, overstimulated, and hanging on.
It's very simple, right? It's very simple. To me, when my kid wants something, and I'd say no, it's gonna be a no. No matter how much you scream, no matter what you do, it's gonna be a good old classic. No. The classic swords. The Middle Ages. Stab your child with a blade.
On for dear life. Like I said in my previous video, if you are correctly gentle parenting, it is great for you, it's great for your children, but there is a slippery slope towards permissive parenting if you aren't careful. If you haven't looked into gentle parenting, the idea behind it is to approach your kids with respect and empathy, to offer choices rather than making demands, to give space to your children's feelings and emotions, and to avoid losing your cool in frustrating situations. And that's why it's not hard to see why it's become such a popular parenting style. But while the outline of gentle parenting may seem clear, the day-to-day application can become blurry. Having natural consequences.
Okay, so here I'm gonna talk about my experience as somebody who worked with primary school kids, right? These kids are were at one point so out of control that I have started to get like a sports whistle, whatever you want to call it. Whole Roman style, leave them outside and forget about it. What are 6 years? I can always start again, make another kid. Yeah, so I established whistles, right? Like sports whistles. And I got these kids under my control. Still proud of that until this day. And eventually, my coworker eventually like started doing that, and then eventually the teachers also started doing that because it worked. That was great. I created the hype for whistles.
Instead of timeouts seems like a great idea, but what are the consequences for, say, biting a sibling or refusing to get your shoes on, which will lead you to be late for an appointment? Parents are finding that real-life application of gentle parenting isn't straightforward enough for their day-to-day, despite wanting to do their best for their kids.
So I can always tell permissive parents, like out in public, I'm not judging them, but I always just notice it when they give in. It is really like the classic, no, we're not going to buy you a toy today, or no, you have to sit in the booster seat, or have to hold mommy's hand in the parking lot. And the kid will be like, no, or whatever. I want what I want. And the parent will be super sensitive and not tolerate the kid's negative emotion and give in to it. And I'm not.
To me, it's very simple. No. Because I say so. I will make them do push-ups. Unfortunately, that school, physical punishment is not allowed. Here in Germany, at least, it's not allowed. So, yeah. Wait, bro. Wait, what? I don't understand. The dude lost. Wait, but were you... What? Wrangler? What? I don't understand.
Not judging that at all. I didn't like when my kids had negative emotion either. But because I'm a psychologist, I was always more afraid of conditioning them to not tolerate their own disappointment by giving in. I thought that was interesting.
Unless you've previously thought through the exact natural consequence for each scenario prior to the event happening, it's really hard to think on the spot of what makes sense right here when you could just give them a timeout. Annie Pizzella, an assistant professor of psychology, said that the problem is that it's not straightforward to describe or explain what gentle parenting says these parents should do instead. From our study of 100 parents, we found that parents who identified as gentle usually note 3 things. They regulate their own emotions in the middle of a conflict and try to name their child's emotions. You look angry, do you feel angry? They try and give their child coping skills like sitting with their feelings, and they give affection. There is a lot of hugging it out. When we asked about a time when their children misbehaved and how they handled it, many parents said, I asked my child if they needed a hug.
One thing these parents emphasize is...
You know what I've seen recently? Like this is from Christian parents, okay? When their child gets angry, they have pretty much they have told their child very early on that if they get angry, that they should pray. And I think first of all it's cute, and second of all it seems to work from what I've seen. That's kind of cute. That is really cute.
Giving their child a voice. Many parents that I've talked to have felt disempowered by their own parents, or their authority has been undermined by them. And that can lead to them feeling like no one's going to listen to them anyway, so what's the point? Or not believing that they can be in charge and instill their values and set boundaries with their kids. And that can lead to an imbalance of control where the child feels like they're in charge and they can set the rules and expectations in the home. And then that can lead into school as well. And these kids will be bossy, defiant, argumentative, disrespectful. When they become adults, they can often be self-centered but dependent in relationships. They could be demanding of others but then fail to follow through with responsibilities and obligations on their end.
And they're gonna end up as horrible workers. This generation will have it really hard in like finding a job, really hard.
And that often results in a very lonely life.
In the process of moving away from traditional discipline and towards gentler strategies, we find ourselves exhausted from the emotional weight required to gentle parent. In authoritarian parenting, you just react and shut down the situation and emotions, while gentle parents have to go through the whole routine of acknowledging feelings, calming the situation, coming up with applicable consequences in real time, and holding your ground despite the backlash that your child will give you.
Gentle parenting is really hard, especially when you were not gentle parented. You are doing the work to reparent yourself, so you have that stress of breaking generational trauma, and then on top of that you have to parent in a healthy way. So I'm sitting there And while my son's about to dart into the street, I'm like, okay, what do I say in this moment so he doesn't get scared and he can learn because his limbic system isn't freaking out? Oh, baby, stay in the grass. And that interaction, although it was 2 seconds of his day, was 40 minutes of my brain power. So I come home, my son won't nap. And you know what I did? I went into the pantry, I closed the door, and I screamed as loud as I could. And then I crushed my soda can instead of throwing my phone through a window and breaking the glass. So it's just really hard to be a parent, and especially nowadays because knowledge is power. But, you know, burying your head in the sand seems really nice right about now.
This mother gave a great depiction of what it actually feels like to try and hold those boundaries as a gentle parent. If a kid is screaming for a third cookie and a parent...
I will, like I said, I have my clear, pathway of what I would do. It's very simple. A no is a no, whether you like it or not. I will talk to you, I will treat you well, I will validate your emotions, but a no is a clear no. Absolutely. How did you add YouTube payment? That's not so easy, my friend. Because, first of all, you need the 500 subs. You need those 500 subs. And second of all, you need 3,000 hours of watch time. I already have, the second, and then for, actually getting ads and stuff, you actually have to have the 1,000 subs. In addition to that, you need 4,000 hours of watch time. And if you are a shorts creator, you need 10 million views on your shorts. Kind of ridiculous. And after that, you can add, through, Google AdSense. You need to add that. It requires a lot of stuff. Depending on the country, it requires you to you need to read some documents. You have to make sure that you get the right taxing right. You also have to have an ID verification and all that stuff. Please no BetterHelp ads. Nah. I hope that I don't get these on this channel in the future. That is, if I stay monetized. But yeah, it's a long, first of all, a long process, and second of all, annoying to set up. I would certainly look up when you're at that point. I would certainly look up a video on how to do that, because nobody has explained me that, and nobody was willing to explain me that. But it's absolutely horrendous to set up.
Parent is trying to avoid a response like, you won't ever get dessert acting like that, or eat another bite of broccoli and then we'll see. The other choices are these: give the kid the cookie to make the screaming stop, not great, or explain that you've already discussed the rules about dessert beforehand, because that's what gentle parents do, obviously, and affirm your child's disappointment while holding the line, even as the storm rages for minutes or even hours. Meanwhile, good luck having a much needed conversation with your spouse who you haven't seen all day, or making a phone call. I'd hand over the cookie for peace, or maybe yell, stop crying or I'm canceling Christmas, but that's just me. Of course, I'd pay the price. It's harder to hold the line later when you've already caved. The gentle way is better, but very, very hard. It's no wonder parents often choose the easy out and unintentionally indulge their kids. Another example is Hannah, a single mom of 2 boys at ages 6 and 9, who says she met with a school psychologist because she was noticing a lot of disrespect at home. The psychologist said the kid needed boundaries. Hannah readily admits that she might
the kid... Okay, sometimes the dad is a piece of shit, right? Sometimes. But also sometimes it's not. Children need a male figure around. If they don't have, a male role model around, they will turn out horrible. We already know this when we look at statistics of single motherhood in Dude, Lost, thank you so much. Buy yourself a good burger with this. I don't know what to say. I don't deserve this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're gonna make me tear up, dude. I don't deserve this. But thank you so much. Brain overload. Or Raid Shadow Legends, horrible. Apparently they pay pretty well though. Dude, I'm done. You're making me, I don't know. You're making me feel things. Okay. Getting hit with confusion pretty much at this point. So, pretty much, when we look at inmates in prisons, that was my original point. When we look at inmates in prisons, one thing connects a lot of these. They had no dad around. Which makes you think that maybe a male figure for a child would be important so that they learn those boundaries. Because mothers are just less good at setting boundaries. Not all of them, obviously not all of them. I fear my mom more than my dad. That should say something. But yeah. Dude. I don't deserve this.
Be a tad permissive as a parent. She has a hard time holding the line with screen time on school nights and gives in to stop the mind-numbing negotiating her kids have perfected. When Hannah's kids misbehave, she finds that talking about what they're feeling or taking a few deep breaths in the other room doesn't seem to help. And while she's convinced that her kids don't walk all over her, she knows she isn't consistent with expectations and limits. She's getting
the kid is parenting the parent.
tired of the escalating backtalk, throwing, and ruthless negotiating. She tells me she wonders if she's been too soft. No one wants to usher a generation of entitled jerks, but are well-meaning gentle parents doing just that? So what does this mean for the children when gentle parenting is taken too far? When we overindulge every last emotional experience to the point where we become the regulators for our children's emotions?
It's very simple. The solution to that problem is to either get another male figure involved. The fact you laugh when you confuse is cute. I don't know about that one. Now I'm also confused. Stop calling me cute or anything I do cute. I don't take I have amazing compliment deflection skills. I will take them when I deserve them. Back to my point. Either you get somebody involved, another male figure involved, so that kid learns boundaries, or you have to take up the masculine part in that little family. You pick one. It is bad when you have younger siblings, for when she get in trouble from the mom. She goes to the dad, try to get out of it. Yeah. I've seen that a lot, where dads have a huge soft spot. Have a huge soft spot for like their daughters, while moms have like a huge soft spot for their sons. Because I think the saying is actually true. A man's second like big love is his daughter, and a woman's second great love is her son. I do think that there is some truth in that. I have great riz. So weird. You are a cute boy. Thanks, I guess. You guys are weird. I haven't done anything.
Well, funny enough, just like the neglectful, abusive, and authoritarian parenting style that the boomers grew up with, which has been shown to produce narcissism in children, permissive parents are just as likely to produce the same narcissistic children. Differing from the cold and aloof parent, the second type of parent to create narcissists was described as using their child as a direct source of self-esteem. They saw their children as extensions of themselves and therefore played up all their strengths while downplaying all of the child's shortcomings. And we are already seeing this.
Bro likes Wincest? No, that's not what I meant. Obviously. You know that. In a sense of like emotional connection is what I mean by that. We are pro at this. You get hit with cute charm. Oh no. By the way, there is a glitch in Pokemon Heart Gold where when you get the right ID for your save file, Cute Sharp will either produce no shinies or way too many shinies. The more you know.
Start to affect the older end of Gen Alpha. It seems like everyone's talking about how horribly misbehaved and self-entitled they are. I keep seeing these videos of teachers saying that they're actually scared of Gen Alpha because they have no respect for authority and just live according to their own rules.
And I'd agree with that. Teachers are scared to say anything because you never know if that 13-year-old will stand up or a 12-year-old will stand up and punch you in the face, mop the floor with you. You don't know that. And like for a guy that might not be an issue, right? For a male teacher, especially since I was in watching some like. Because I had to do something for university where I was watching a lesson where the teacher said that if I weren't like your teacher, I would knock you the fuck out. That was interesting to see. That was very interesting to see. Yeah, and a lot of teachers are women, so I highly doubt that a woman would like win a fist fight with a 13-year-old. I think that's a rare situation, or like even a 12-year-old.
They do not care about authority. It's wild. They are so aware of their power and what they want and what they don't want, and they are not afraid to share it. They don't buy into the argument that this is good for you, so learn it.
In the current school system, they've found a lack of empathy and emotional intelligence, demonstrating feelings of entitlement and self-absorption, struggling with self-image and social comparison, and a lack of moral compass make for a future generation of narcissistic bullies. They are spurred and protected by their parents who set a trend to continuously rescue their child, or to completely ignore that their child is the wrongdoer. Parents who exhibit power in their own behavior and attempt to bully other parents set an example and become poor role models to their own children.
This is one of the most disturbing things I've read in a while. A post on r/teachers has gone viral titled, "It's going to get worse, isn't it?" This person has been teaching for 14 years and they teach grades 9 through 12 English.
Cute and sexist, I'm about to bust. That was not a sexist statement. A 13-year-old. Depending on like how 13-year-old depends on what the 13-year-old is. If the 13-year-old is like from like a Eastern country, or a 12-year-old, if you are a woman, they will fuck you up. 100%. They will fuck you up. And to me, I think it is a huge problem that female teachers don't feel safe in the classrooms. And in this country, we are at a point where even like male teachers wouldn't be safe because these students bring to school knives. They bring to school knives.
Language arts or
and we know what kind of where these students are originally from. We know that.
ELA. They start out by saying that all grades seem to have in common a one-and-done aesthetic, meaning all students get a chance to improve their grades with revisions, but fewer than 1/3 even try. And then the parents complain when the kid doesn't have an A, even though the kid refused to do revisions didn't address the prompt, and had tons of spelling errors even though it was a digital assignment. He says the parents just stare stone-faced and say, but you assigned a one-page essay, and he turned in a one-page essay.
And this was only amplified by the pandemic, where
See, these new kids, they get the chance to, like, that now it's a personal problem. These newer kids, they get the chance to, like, improve their grades. I didn't have that luxury. I feel robbed. Back in my day, it was a one and done. You couldn't do anything additional to get better grades. I feel robbed.
parents bent and twisted to their children's desires as they tried to navigate at-home learning while...
No, they bent and twisted to their desires. That's what she gets wrong. The amount of bullshit that teachers nowadays have to go through, because parents think that teachers are like slaves, that they are always available at any time. You have parents texting teachers at like 11 p.m. or like in the middle of the night, and it's like, let these people rest. They are not always responsible for your children. You have all the time in the day, but then you like text them in the middle of the night.
Maintaining a happy household. Kathleen, a first grade teacher at a private school in Manhattan, said that there has been a significant shift. It's as if parents feel their children missed out on something and now want life to always feel special with no disappointments. I haven't noticed an uptick in overly disruptive behavior, but more of a it's my world and everyone should revolve around me mentality, where
If I couldn't do extra project in chemistry, I would have failed the class. That shit saved me. I did some extra stuff for economy, and I didn't fail, but it was a nice additional thing to have. 'Cause like failing for us means pretty much like in high school at least, you fall under 5 points. So we have like a point system from 5 to 15. Like it's similar. They will later be changed into grades, like when you get like the papers at the end of the year, whatever you want to call them. So if you fail in a class, literally means just like you can continue the next. But when you have like, what was it, 8 courses that were under 5 points, you were pretty much failing high school. And I somehow managed to get through this with 6. You don't understand? We're all equal regardless to biology. I don't buy that for a second. We are not equal. Regardless of biology, at least like between like genders, we are not equal. Women are physically weaker. That is a harsh truth. Men are typically more violent. That is also not a lie. That is the truth because of testosterone. And women that have more testosterone are also more violent than other women. That's also true. Physically, we are different. Muscle-wise, we're different. A woman cannot build the same amount of muscle than a man. There is difference. There is a like, we are equal in value. We are equal in value. But we are not equal in what both genders provide. Because we provide different things. We have 1 to 10. Anything under 4 is a fail. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, for us, we were able to fail 8 times, and then it was over for you. Then you would need to leave high school. That's what it was.
I used to see kids rolling with a paper cut. Lately, they need a Band-Aid now. Kids refuse to carry their backpacks, and parents are more than happy to oblige them. Kids are less resilient. They don't know how to compromise. Parents, of course, have some...
If I had to, like, carry these backpacks that these kids are carrying right now, when I was a kid, I would have not wanted to carry these backpacks either. These things are heavy as shit. This will fuck up your bag. This will fuck up your back. 100%. Kids back in my day were already heavy, and now they're even more heavy. We have kids that come like with these like bags that you can roll on the floor. I don't know the name, but like can like extend like them and like roll them on the floor like they're like going to the airport at this point. That's what we have.
Such a big role in the development of their children, but I didn't realize that the loved too much style of parenting could actually be so detrimental for your kids. The gentle parenting movement comes from a great place, and I've said it a million times, but it can be so good for you and your kids. But we now know that it can be pushed to the point where the power dynamic is flipped and the kids start running the show. So all of that is quite discouraging, to say the least. Like I said, I went into this cautiously, not wanting to make outrageous claims without strong evidence to back it. And strong evidence I found. I'm having a hard time trying to put a positive spin on this. I've realized that I kind of unintentionally do that in my final thoughts, is find a positive viewpoint to end on. And not because I'm an optimist, but because I think I need a little bit of hope. And I also want to give people the benefit of the doubt that we can be greater than these.
There is no hope. Give in to your nihilism. Nothing matters. There is no hope.
Big claims, but there's so much compelling data showing that Gen Alpha really needs to fight for their life to not be harmed emotionally and mentally from just being born after 2009. I do and must still have hope. I have to, especially because my children are Gen Alpha, and everything that's been said about Gen Alpha is a generalized statement, not a claim for every child. For the parents who have been exposed to this information, whether through my videos or other resources, obviously, you have the power to change the narrative and spare your children's developing brains from the impacts of a technology-focused world. No other generation has grown up from birth with internet access, and this so-called guinea pig generation has been giving us warning signs.
Is she referring to us? I think she might be referring to us. Us Zoomers. We are the guinea pig generation. I have never heard that in that term. That is interesting.
That it's not working. We need to change our tactics, know when to be protective of our children, and know when to let them take the reins. Otherwise, if all these stars align of what we talked about today, I'm really worried we have a big problem on our hands.
The problem is to reverse that will be almost impossible. Because the youngest Zoomer, the youngest Gen Alpha is now what? 14? How will you undo that in 4 years? Like maybe 2 years even in school. Once they're fully adult, you cannot undo that. From one of my lectures, I have learned that the moment, like, when you don't socialize somebody until they're an adult, they will never learn this, ever. They can never learn this. This will stay the way it is. It is unchangeable. You cannot undo this anymore once they're, like, fully grown. I think, like, even early, like, 15, 16. When they don't learn the important part, like pre-puberty, they will not learn this ever. That means if a child is violent and it does not learn to not be violent until it is in its teenage years, it will never learn that. It will stay violent. As a man, I find you attractive. Thank you. I take that as a compliment, but I don't swing that way. So I have to... I'm gonna hand my child to you. I take that as a compliment because I know how to take care of children. Always had to take care of my younger brother. I can take care of like primary school kids, and even the older ones I can take care of. Because I know how to handle kids. I've been trained excellently. Okay. That was a really good video. I think I'm gonna jump into maybe 2 more videos. Let's jump into the video Deer has recommended.
I'm never launch a crypto.
So Deer has recommended me YouTube's crypto clown Andrew Tate by West Jeet, a total like content reaction 180. Let's get into it. My view on Andrew Tate is very simple. He is a scammer. You can't handle Paimon. I just eat her. She's emergency food. I'll just eat her. Andrew Tate is he's just Jet. Right, Jet the plane. Yeah, I mistyped his name also a couple of times when I looked for him. Because I think it was written with a double E. Andrew Tate is interesting in the sense that he somehow managed to pick up young men. Just give Paimon food, you'll have no problem, pretty much. I think either you give her food, or she becomes the food. He has somehow managed to pick up young men where others can't, which had catastrophic results. I think he's like as damaged. People are always jumping on him. I know he sucks as a person, but they're always jumping on him, but they're not jumping on like those Red Pill podcasts who pretty much just like push the same idea of like stuff like Fresh and Fit and the Whatever podcast. Though I'm a little bit more tolerant of the Whatever podcast, though they also have use shady tricks like inviting like these whores and not average ladies, because then those podcasts would look very different. It's a grift either way. I think this man gets too much shit for yeah, he may have cultivated a culture, but like that man is kind of irrelevant now, and I think we should focus on those podcasts because they're still up and running. This man doesn't do much, really, realistically. He's like also gone from like all social media places. Aside from that, he does have some point. But personally, I hate the idea of like these idiots, like these red pill fools, promoting the idea that you can like only should strive for like a hot, attractive like woman all the time and have like all these women around yourself. I find it weird. And I'm gonna say it again, and I have said it before, because of these red-pilled fools. Smoking faithful is better than smoking hot. Now, this isn't about this topic. This is about the crypto stuff that he's been doing, apparently. Let's get into it.
I'm never gonna launch a crypto. I just like to with crypto Twitter. Because crypto Twitter are full of the biggest degenerate losers on the planet. They're losers.
Turns out he did. Multiple times. And of course, that price is down as well. Tate also promoted F Madonna token. And of course, that ended badly too.
CoffeeZilla popped off and investigated Andrew Tate, this time for crypto scam.
Yeah, right. I saw the tweet by CoffeeZilla and I saw that tweet by CoffeeZilla where like Andrew had then a meltdown on Twitter as usual when somebody criticizes him, and he did it very funnily and in an interesting way. I 100% understand if you don't swing that way. However, I will stay as a fan of you as long as you stream. Thank you, appreciate it.
And not alleged human trafficking. The shirt he's wearing, which is essentially a photo of himself with daddy under it, is actually associated with his crypto.
Or you can look at this coin.
The fact that red pill men won the virgin woman, and yet they're a big male hoes themselves. It's hypocritical, right? Because you want women to not hoe around, yet you are creating hoes. Like, how does that work? I would spit on them and insult them, allegedly. No, I would spit on them and insult them, not insult them. Not allegedly. I would do that. It's like, you can't complain about fire when you create fire. You can't complain about your house burning down when you have burned it down. It is so. That argument is so stupid. If you want a virgin, you better be a fucking virgin.
Daddy token. You know, which makes sense given that Tate is sick of crypto being infantile, childish, and degenerate.
It is kind of funny how a top alpha male got essentially clowned by a dude wearing suspenders.
I'm in big trouble, guys. The alpha male Andrew Tate is after me.
This is my statement to you, CoffeeZilla. You're a You're doing this little breakdown, this investigation. You just emailed me in a actual tone saying, oh, I want to ask questions about this coin, this coin. You really think you're going to do a investigation into the fact that meme coin prices go up and down,
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't really see it going up anywhere.
Well,
of course.
It did go up when it was finally down, and then it went further down again. We all know that this is like a role play. This man is fooling people into thinking that he's actually upset. We all know this.
Of course they go up and down. It's meme coins.
It's rug pulls. This might be a bit of a hot take and might anger some of you, might leave you shivering in your boots, but I'm gonna keep it honest. If you get scammed by like Andrew Tate or Logan Paul in crypto, you're sort of the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Like, what are you doing with your money? Of course, I'm not excusing them. They're essentially scammers and grifters, but shouldn't you be able to see that and catch that?
Logan Paul is something else. He's a man-child. Same as KSI, same as Mr. Beast. The Lunchly ad is one of the most horrendous things I've ever seen. This is 3 kids. This is 3 adults acting like teenagers. It especially weirds me out with Mr. Beast, because bro is acting like a child. You know, we are used to this with KSI and Logan Paul, but Mr. Beast was really putting me off.
From a mile away, like, it doesn't take a genius to know that Andrew Tate's a grifter. Like, he's selling Hustlers University. Like, you're the one getting hustled. He also blocked me on Twitter, so I have to find a new Sigma male role model, and I settled with Sheehan Tate. 10 times more.
10 times more appealing, I'd say.
Or swag, and he's not selling me a course. Bro is straight up skibidi yacht riz.
Understandable. That does have more charm, at least. It does have way more charm.
Every single person who can show me they have emailed CoffeeZilla and called him gay, I will buy daddy. And for every single dislike on his upcoming bullshit expose, I'll buy more daddy.
Regardless of your opinions and thoughts on Andrew Tate, we can all agree that he is entertaining. He's pretty charismatic, and some of the stuff he says is quite funny. But that's if you take him as a joke, like a jester, if you will. Like, don't take him seriously, don't buy his stupid course, don't do any of that.
And not everyone found it as funny as Andrew did.
PhD is a pimp and hose degree that I'm...
No, see, like, that is funny. And it's even more funny when you...
This man is a retard. An absolute fucking retard.
Add the layer that he was actually pimping hoes at his compound. It's like... Before making his video, CoffeeZilla sent Andrew Tate an email telling him he was going to make the video, and Andrew Tate ended up leaking his email and telling everybody to call him gay. And oh boy, they roasted him.
The plan is, dislike and call someone gay, so the alpha male you like buys daddy coins for you. Got it.
The words Ava Chris type.
You know, calling somebody gay, but then having a coin named Daddy, and then buying somebody else daddy coins, so they're basically your daddy, and this is a lot of young men, sounds kinda gay. I see the hypocrisy.
Tyson and child should never be used in the same sentence, exactly like influencer and crypto. It's just an instant red flag. Avoid it.
I do not want any of my fans to ever lose money in my name, ever. Because I don't need money, so I refuse to sell out my fans for money.
While the hypocrisy is crazy, and albeit his fans did lose some money, Andrew Tate had a genius idea. He was going to launch his own crypto instead of just promoting other rug pulls.
I was going to fix it. I decided I had to come up with an idea that allowed people to make money from the things they should make money from.
Daddy coins, pretty much. Like, imagine, dude. You could never get, like, this information out of me that I would buy these coins. You could never get the, like, not even at gunpoint, kill me.
Which is hard work. Which is hard work.
But now the new angle is this real-world token. Tate is promising a crypto airdrop to people who subscribe and stay subscribed to his monthly get-rich-quick course.
It's also very important for you people who think you can join for a month and quit the real world and just go back to being a nobody. No. You have to stay inside.
Here's my get-rich-quick course for free. Find something that you accelerate at. Find a way to turn it into a job. And you will never work a day. That's what I call rich. I'm a homosexual, and that shit sounds gay as hell. I mean, the people are saying a lot of times that Andrew Tate looks gay, and acts kind of gay. Maybe. I don't know, man. It's just, this guy's just weird. I know that he's just playing a role, and like, you know, this guy doesn't care, because he's chilling on a yacht or something. I don't know. This guy's just weird.
Increase your rank, your power level. Because if you quit and then you rejoin, you lose all your power points.
Tristan knows he's gonna scab some kids. He can't even keep a straight face.
Goal is that you can buy the token and own a percentage of the school. So imagine you sign up for the real world, you start to make money, you focus on your tasks, then you can invest that money in the real world token and get paid.
You know what he kind of reminds me of, now that you mention his bald head? You know, like the first, I think, was it the first SpongeBob movie? Like the King, Neptune? Was it Neptune? He kind of reminds me of him. Just a lot more clown and a lot less Neptune.
Paid every single month, a monthly dividend.
If you remember how you said you can't leave and you have to stay dedicated for your hard work, well, essentially it's a pyramid scheme, and CoffeeZilla exposed that.
Claims to be working hand in hand with the SEC on this.
I am working with the SEC.
Now, maybe that is all true, but maybe Tate actually has another plan.
SEC, come from me. I'm in Romania. There ain't no SEC in Romania. We're scammers. We're out here doing what we want. I'm gonna pump a coin up, make 10M.
This is some, like, iDub Sam Hyde giga-level meta irony. Like, he's probably actually gonna do that, but here he's being sarcastic, which makes it, like, insane.
iCucks mentioned. iCucks has been mentioned. Bald, exactly. Bald, my eyes!
And low-key, I feel bad for Tate, too. He parked outside McDonald's too long, he had his cars towed, and, like, I guess he needs money. Like, it's one thing to pump and dump crypto and scam your audience, but it's a whole other level to tell them specifically that you wouldn't do that and then go into crypto. Hey guys, WestJet here. I would never promote gambling. That's a morally gray area. I'm not a piece of shit. I'm not a scumbag. And low-key, Andrew Tate's turning into a laughing stock by the internet. He's getting ratioed left and right on Twitter. Baby No Money posted this, like, ironic cooking video where they were kissing and Andrew Tate got pissed, being friendly-ass guys for humor. And he just said, "This you little bro," showing the interest over time dropping for his name. He got, like, 10 times his likes. Imagine getting ratioed by a guy named Baby No Money.
CoffeeZilla, who I actually kind of respected and thought had a brain.
So essentially what Tate...
Bro is finished. We all know bro is finished. Bro appeared as fast as he like, bro disappeared as fast as he had appeared. It is insane.
Tate's getting at is that he respected CoffeeZilla until he started talking about him. Now that is wild. But to make matters worse, CoffeeZilla didn't even drop the investigation, and Tate sent his audience to call him gay.
About an investigation that none of them have seen, but they're planning to dislike in advance to own me and to prove to their daddy that they're gonna be, they're good little boys, right?
And you know, Andrew Tate and his brother are like two peas in a pod.
Daddy and boys should not be mentioned in the same sentence. That should not be in the same sentence. Never ever.
Tristan Tate also had something to say, and this one was quite funny, I'm not gonna lie. You are still a woman beater. That's right, bitch, so watch out. No, like, at this point, I don't think he cares at all. Like, he's just completely off the rails. Bro's Men Health Guru act felt like a house of cards, and now he's just having fun saying f it online.
Some of it got to me. Specifically, Tate called me a DNG, a dork, nerd, geek. I'll admit, he hit a nerve here. But I just couldn't believe who it was coming from. Haven't you noticed that they're obsessed with the Matrix, councils, and chess, all things very much in the domain of nerds? Just because you try to slap a rented supercar in the middle of all of it doesn't mean we're fooled.
Tate wasn't even hungry and he still cooked him. God damn. Nevertheless, we're getting a little off topic here. I decided to do some due diligence. On the WestJet channel, we are known for our meticulous research. Is Andrew Tate broke? I remember for a fact that Andrew Tate said he owned casinos in Romania, and this guy cross-referenced some photos and found the exact casino that Tate was referencing. Like, no hate, but come on, it's called Las Vegas. This casino's probably the size of a public bathroom in Vegas. I don't know about y'all, but looking at this casino, they have like a handful of slot machines.
So bro got caught owning a small casino. That's interesting. Bro has fallen off insanely hard. As a man that likes men, I find women beautiful. What kind of turbo... I can't say that word. Do you have to be to find women as anything less than beautiful? I mean... Yeah. Women are pretty great. Most women are pretty great. There are also some women that are not great. But most women are pretty great.
When he said he owned casinos, I pictured like a big building. And before you Tate fans write a mean-spirited email calling me gay, remember that I'm actually on his side. Like, I'm trying to see if he needs the money or not.
Andrew Tate is a con artist.
UFC legend Sean Strickland kind of nailed the nail on the top of the head, to be honest.
I can see why you guys look up to him, because you are moralist men. You have no values. You have no positive male role models. So you latch onto a piece of shit like Tate.
I could never look up to somebody like Andrew Tate. And I find it funny because, like, at least like how he presents himself, his brother Tristan is a lot more pleasant. I assume also he's probably a lot more pleasant to be around. But maybe that's just me.
Who has money, who has women, you say, no, I want to be like Tate. All my problems in the world, they're because women are me. They're because this is you know, that's not it. You ever watch an interview where he goes on in detail about how he pretended to be a cam girl and used to rob people's savings?
What the fuck? You know who I look like, and like, I don't know, what my role models are usually like. Okay, they're mostly anime guys. Goku is still something that is like moral wise still there for me. But when I look at like men that I like inspire, like that are like good role models, it's kind of difficult. At least like when I look at like my childhood heroes, because like they're all kind of like, I don't know. It's just weird to look. It's hard to find men that I can like relate to, like see as a role model. It is difficult. If I saw him in real life, I would get the hell out of there. Absolutely, absolutely. I would give his brother a chance. He seems a lot more rational. At least, again, from what he presents him like. Anime guys. Yes, it is pretty much just anime guys. Naruto, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo when it comes to like being wise. What else? There's a lot of anime guys that I much more have as role models. My role model is a billionaire. I don't know. It's really difficult. It's really difficult to like pinpoint like real life people that I could consider like worthy of using as my role model.
PhD is a pimp and hose degree that I'm.
But hey, props to Andrew. He found a new way to extract money from people. This time he doesn't have to pretend to be a woman and message creepy guys.
Then, of course, we will have kings, rooks, bishops, knights. You will all get a base allocation. This means that if you're a knight, you should work as hard as possible.
Teen Bulma is my role model. I mean, technically, if you want to be like a intelligent scientist, I guess so. Bro, I chose Gerard Butler from Law Abiding Citizen and stuck with it. Yeah, that's also a good option. That's also a good option.
To become a bishop.
By hard work, he means buying his program and staying in it as long as you possibly can. And you know, CoffeeZilla going above and beyond. He made this whole ass out of about Tate. Loki reminds me of like Dr. Disrespect returning to Twitch, kind of the same thing.
Trigger dog, say what I want. SEC, come from me. I'm in Romania. There are no SEC in Romania. Scammers. I'm gonna pump a coin up.
Like, fair play.
Here's another one of Tate's coins.
You want to collect balls like her? I mean, Bulma was a hoe. Even at like a young age. Bulma is a hoe. You are correct. That also sounds kind of gay, bro. But the very top, I would want to be a Dragonborn. Oh yeah, right, you love Skyrim. You love Skyrim, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be difficult, but maybe you get like hit by a truck and get isekai'd. Who knows?
Coins, which is down over 90% as well. Or you can look at this coin, Daddy Token.
Hey, well, at least Daddy isn't down to 0, so, you know, Andrew Tate, that's an improvement. You gotta pat yourself on the back for that one. Another thing CoffeeZilla talked about was a roost coin, and this one was quite funny.
Exactly the type of thing Tate would call a scam a year ago, but now he and his brother heavily promoted it over multiple videos. They even had flyers in their videos. And of course, during the promotion, the price did well. But when it was over, Roost is now down over 90%. Not only that, Roost's treasury wallet got hacked. So the community literally got scammed.
Like, it's one thing.
The fact that you remember that, why would I not remember that? Why would I do like with people that are here regularly, I have like it's easy like for like things to remember that like are unique to a person. I guess. Because, like, you're the only one in here who said, like, that you love Skyrim a lot. So, obviously, that is easy to say. Bulma got that sane-worthy get, though. It is insane. It is insane that she wanted to abuse the Dragon Balls to get a bigger butt. And she has abused the Dragon Balls to look younger. Because she wants to stay young like Vegeta does. It is interesting to see. Weird.
To be Jake Paul scumbag with crypto zoo, but it's a whole other thing to essentially trick your fans saying you're never going to go into crypto, then 180-degree flip your mind, which is why I've dropped Andrew Tate officially for Tebu Tate. Also, I'm in need of a new gym partner. Somebody can edit me with Tebu Tate. I'll be greatly appreciated. Subscribe now to get your own.
That was good. That was really good. That was fun to watch. That was funny. I mean, the guy is a fool. Let's be honest. The guy is absolutely a fool. Like, it is ridiculous. That man is just I don't know. I think pathetic is really like works really well at this point. It's weird that he has somehow used the loneliness and purposelessness of men to build a platform. I find that kind of disgusting, to be fair, but that's just me. Okay, I'm gonna jump into one last video here, and it's gonna be this one. Okay. Stop Defending the Games Industry by Cara Lena Sard, I think is how you pronounce it. You know, I'm a gamer. I love video games. So let's get into that. I wonder what she's gonna say. But yeah, let's see. This is gonna be the last video for today. Yeah, stop defending the games industry. Let's get into it.
I somehow very naively thought that the layoffs were going to die down. That the games industry layoffs were now at 21,000, I believe the number is. Intel just laid off another 15,000 people. We're going to get better into the...
It won't get better, because here's something that not Alana. What Alana? The only Alana I know is Smug Alana. Did I pronounce the name wrong? I don't know. I don't care. Back to what I was saying. It is bad because one of the CEOs at Microsoft received a pay raise. I think it's either another 30 million, or is it up to 30 million. It is interesting how when we look at Microsoft, that happened, by the way. The increase in money happened right after another 2,500 layoffs. It's interesting to see when we look at Nintendo, where the original CEO of that company cut his own payment by 50%, so people wouldn't need to lose their job, and you have these motherfuckers sitting there taking another pay raise. It is very interesting to see.
The latter half of 2024, and I was wrong, and I punched my microphone. The first video that I made
happens to the best of us. I at one point knocked my microphone over
about games industry layoffs was 8 months ago, the 10th of November 2023, and it was about Bungie. How wild that we've come full circle to August 4th, 2024, and we are once again talking about Bungie layoffs. And Game Informer, the magazine, completely shut down. And at the same time, there is a SAG-AFTRA video game strike, which I'm also going to talk about. I don't have a lot left to say about layoffs. We've spoken about them a lot. There is a separate thing that I want to talk about today. The layoffs suck. They continue to suck. It continues to feel useless to say anything. I mean, I gave a whole speech about it at the Game Developers Choice Awards, which is in a room in front of a bunch of video game industry execs. We've lost people with years of experience who worked hard to make some of the games that have been nominated tonight, but more importantly, we've watched our friends get...
Sorry, her name is Alana Pierce. Okay.
...laid off. We've seen how it impacts their families, their children, their... sorry, I mean, I love the company. All companies. The stock market is actually the best thing to happen to video games. Okay, that was close. I've spoken about them on podcasts, on streams. I tweet every time that I can. The fuck else can we say at this point? It sucks. It's really sad. You know, I'm just so sorry to everybody who's lost their jobs. I'm just...
Yeah, but you know where that comes from? It's because people who are in the industry, you motherfuckers, made it so that people that make games are no longer gamers. That is people's fault in the industry. Because the modern games are currently released, they suck balls. Star Wars Outlaw, Concord, Dustborn. You have all these weird consultant companies like Sweet Baby Inc. who ruin games. That's just another game studio that had to close because they were affiliated with Sweet Baby Inc. Sorry, but you created the problem. Instead of delivering what your consumers want, you want to push a message that even the people who you talk to through that message, they don't care about it. Because they don't want to hear it either.
Today, what I want to talk about, this is probably going to be a pretty short video. Well, let me catch you up on the news first, and then talk about the part of this that I keep seeing people talk about that, I feel like they just really don't understand, is kind of what I wanted to jump into. Probably going to be a bit of a somber tone. Sorry about that. This is an article from GameSpot written by Tomo Hussein, and it says, on July 31st, Bungie executive Pete Parsons confirmed the company is cutting around 220 people from several departments. The number represents 17% of its workforce. Further 150 people are reportedly being moved around Sony Interactive Entertainment. Due to rising costs of development and industry shifts, as well as enduring economic conditions, it has become clear that we need to make substantial changes to our cost structure and focus development efforts entirely on Destiny and Marathon, Parsons said. He also indicated that layoffs at every level of Bungie and that most of Bungie's executive or senior leader positions are impacted.
That's because also there's another problem. Destiny 2 sucks absolutely. It's bad. People are leaving Destiny 2 to go to Warframe because Warframe is just better by leagues. I remember playing Girls Go games. I need to go. See ya. See ya, dear. Take care.
As part of the layoff announcement, it was also confirmed that Bungie is working on a brand new game, but it is not Destiny 3 or Payback. Instead, this new sci-fi project will be developed at a new internal studio being set up within PlayStation. This obviously pretty closely follows the release of Destiny 2's The Final Shape expansion, which was super positively received by fans, like genuinely very positively received, which is the biggest thing that I want to talk about today. I've touched about it before. We're going to talk about it again. Even if I recognize I'm speaking to like a minority of people, it still feels like something that should be discussed. The second part, before we dive further into this, is Game Informer. Game Informer is being completely shut down. Game Informer magazine. This one,
I mean, it's sad to see people lose their job, but at the same time, I have my personal issues with game journalists. What's your favorite game, by the way? For me, it is Xenoblade Chronicles. It is the best game ever made. It has an amazing soundtrack, an amazing cast. It is just, overall, the best thing that ever came out of Nintendo's hands, ever. It is amazing, this game.
I mean, look, the Bungie layoffs suck. They sucked before, they suck now. Like I said, I don't know what the fuck else to say. It sucks. What are we doing? The Game Informer one, while obviously traditional media like print magazines have been in a decline for quite some time, Game Informer just holds like such a place in my heart. I worked at EB Games, which is...
Oh, it's a print magazine. That is interesting. I never knew that. That's interesting. Those exist still?
The Australian version of GameStop. I was a Game Informer subscriber for years. I was so excited to get those magazines.
My answer is obvious. Yeah, it's Skyrim. I know that. You're gonna forever be remembered as the Skyrim girl. Is that Xenoblade Chronicles X? I have a Wii U, but I still but little time to play. That is also a Xenoblade game. It's not as good as 1 though. I mean Xenoblade Chronicles 1. There's 4 games. There's Xenoblade Chronicles, the original. There is Xenoblade Chronicles X, the Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and Xenoblade Chronicles 3. But the new Crime Scene Cleaner also is a fun game. I think I've seen that some VTuber stream, if I remember correctly. I did see that before.
Every single time, and I actually, when I started out in games journalism, I used to be a games journalist like 6+ years ago at this point. Some of the first paid pieces I ever wrote were for print magazines, none of which exist now. I think that Game Informer may have been a pretty pivotal part in what made me realize that I wanted to write about games professionally. And it lasted 33 years.
The thing is now with games journalism that they don't really write, like, they don't write anything about games. They much rather write about politics. So if you fail, it is oftentimes your fault. Now for this one, I don't know. That's the first time I even heard about this company. But a lot of those game journalists aren't not game journalists. They much rather write about politics than games.
I have a few friends who work for Game Informer, and it seems like none of them knew this was coming. They did not expect this news. And the memo says, after 33 thrilling years of bringing you the latest news, reviews, and insights from the ever-evolving world of gaming, it is with heavy heart that we announce the closure of Game Informer. From the early days of pixelated adventures to today's immersive virtual reality realms, we've been honored to share this incredible journey with you, our loyal readers. While our presses may stop, the passion for gaming that we've cultivated together will continue to live on. Thank you for being part of our epic quest, and may your own gaming adventures never end. This magazine is older than I am, and I don't think that anyone is doing anything like the Game Informer cover story. That Game Informer cover story, you're just having the full cover wrapped in whatever game is about to come out, and it's so exciting to see every time. Such beautiful art, and then a whole feature and a bunch of interviews, and I don't feel like anyone else has really replicated that. IGN has certainly tried. I know that they...
Oh shit, you mean the Wii one? I have that on for the 3DS. I'm gonna make it a priority to finish it now. Nice. It is so good. It is amazing. And like the optimal way would be to play it on the Switch, the definitive edition, as it got an epilogue which connects the game to the third installment. But yeah, it is. You will not be disappointed. It really is an amazing game.
Literally said that they had tried to do that. That's what IGN First was intended to be, but IGN First never felt as cool as the Game Informer cover story, and it's just, it really feels like a really iconic part of video game culture has been lost, especially for people who still go into their GameStop to buy video games and get that magazine every month. It was just really fucking cool. The third part of this, in case you haven't seen it, I will have an interview up with a member of SAG-AFTRA talking about the video game strikes, which are all happening at the same time. Video game actors are striking. That basically means that for any game that has not signed an interim agreement, which a lot have, there will be no more production on video games in voice acting capacities. There are a lot of different things to say
Yeah, that
about
was back then with the strikes with in Hollywood. Same thing. That was, I think it was that must have been at the same time.
this. But the main holdup is AI protections. SAG-AFTRA is not actually asking to like ban AI. They are just asking for transparency in its use. In theory, to know how it has been used. We don't actually know why, presumably, the publishers are denying the contract negotiations as it currently stands, because as it turns out, again, I have an interview, I'll leave a link in the description below if you want to check that out. It'll be up on my podcast channel. But I didn't know this, that they don't actually negotiate in person. It's basically just like the two separate bodies go through lawyers, and then the lawyers like look at each other's contracts. They don't actually like get in a room and negotiate, which I totally did not know. But all we know is that SAG-AFTRA has been negotiating this for, I think, almost 2 years.
I think that's weird. Why do you like? Shouldn't like the two parties talk with each other and not the lawyers? I always found that weird. I would like to play Overcooked, but it's a multiplayer game. The thing is, like, I don't really to me, like, personally, I don't like multiplayer games that much. There's like a certain games, like, I do enjoy party games. I do enjoy party games, but like other certain multiplayer is not really my thing. But yeah, party games are more my style. I think Overcooked might be one of those.
Years and is asking for transparency where AI is concerned, and that is not being permitted. So there will be no more voice acting for video games or performance capture or facial capture or anything else pertaining to a performance in a video game that will be able to be made over the next few months or however long the strikes last. A lot of ways this can go. It could last a really long time. Yes, it will impact almost every single AAA game that you play. A lot of game directors are pro-union. From my experience in the games industry, a lot of game developers are pro-union, a lot of game developers are pro-worker. Actually, every single one I have spoken to, including numerous game directors, literally 100% of them seem to be on the side of SAG-AFTRA. It is the publishers making decisions like this, not your usual game developers. And from my understanding, talking to some people,
yeah, there we can connect back to my point that I was making. These companies are not run by gamers. They are run by corporate people. Now the woke part is obviously a problem that adds to this. But it's also greedy corporate people that are ruining these games.
They don't want to move ahead with non-union actors because they want to respect the workers. But we don't really know how that's going yet. Don't know how it's going to go. You are almost definitely going to see game delays, even though the truth is games can still be made without actors. They could be recorded a little bit later. They have like some more room to shift where game dev is concerned.
I played a little of Horizon Zero Dawn. I don't really care if the main character is ugly. It was a good game with good mechanics and story, so I don't care. That original Horizon Zero Dawn wasn't really where Aloy got uglified, in a sense. That was with the sequel. So, and then the sequel was at least a good game. So I don't think people should complain too much about how Aloy looks in that game. I think it's a bad example for like characters are ugly. I think that's a bad argument here. However, you want to make an argument for some games, it is like Star Wars Outlaw. I can't understand it because that chick looks like a fucking Wookiee, and I don't think that's what they were going for. She does not even look human at this point.
But the reason I'm talking about these three things in the same one video,
Or like Dragon Age: The Veilguard is also one of those where I'm like, games 10 years, no, games 15 years had better character creators than this game. The characters look horrendous in this, like the character you can make. Like the original Dragon Age Origins had a better character creator than this.
there was just this one thing that I really want to touch on. Let me use this here as an example. So I tweeted this stupid tweet. Felt sucky to even tweet it. Felt like one of those things where it's like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. How it keeps happening, and I always feel compelled to say something, but what's the fucking point? But I said, I really thought we would work through the worst of it, and I did. I'm just so sorry to everyone at Bungie and Game Informer impacted by this week's layoffs. You deserve better, and so do the people who play and read the things you've worked so hard on. This reply, of which I have seen numerous, that they deserve to get laid off, do a better job. I actually had the exact same thing on my post about SAG-AFTRA. I posted on Instagram some photos from a recording session about how I am really thankful that some of the game studios that I have been recording voices for this year have actually already signed the interim agreement, meaning that I still got to record.
The harsh truth, however, is how blunt that comment, that reply might have been, you know, how blunt that might have been. It's the truth. If you don't deliver a product that is worth buying, then you kind of deserve the layoffs. It's sad to people losing their jobs, because usually it's not the people affected that are responsible for what is happening. But at the end of the day, that's the result of not delivering a product that people want to buy.
Something last week because they already signed the interim agreement, basically saying, yeah, we agree. Sounds like it's not that difficult. But I went to screenshot a comment from this, and it would seem the guy has blocked me, so I can't. You still may be able to find him under my post, but I can't. Effectively shared the same sentiment that was like, well, if actors were good enough, they wouldn't be replaced by AI. That's what happens when you're not good enough at your job. If you're not good enough, you will be replaced. I've seen the same sentiment for Game Informer under my own tweet. Basically this...
I mean, that's the harsh truth, right? It shouldn't be AI, but at the same time, if you don't do your job, you're gonna get replaced. Either by AI, which in my opinion it shouldn't be, or by another person. That's how it goes. And there are certain parts where I think I have no sympathy if you get replaced by AI. You shouldn't be, but for example, localizers. Localizers are one of those people where they simply cannot provide accurate translations without putting in their own shit. I think Dragon Maid was one of those where it was like, why are you inserting your political beliefs into media that has nothing to do with it. To the point the translations aren't accurate. And before somebody comes, you're a bigot and like, no, or like, sexist. I would have said the same thing. I'm still saying the same thing. For example, for Dragon Ball GT. The dub sucks. Because it is not what the source material is telling. Very simple. Localizers are already being replaced by AI because they can't do their job.
Logic that if people were just better at their jobs, they wouldn't have to worry about layoffs. They wouldn't be affected by layoffs. Well, if the games were better, this wouldn't be happening.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
That's the part of this that I want to talk about today, okay? Layoffs in the games industry are also bad for you, the consumer, the gamer. Voice actors in the games industry being replaced with AI is also bad for you,
The problem is, with what she's saying, is that at this point, we want companies to close. We want the Ubisoft to fail. The harsh truth is that the games industry has pushed away gamers by not providing what gamers want. And the harsh truth is, I can go back and play older media. You with no money can't make new games. I can go back and play old games.
the gamer, the consumer. Being supportive of layoffs or of artists being replaced is just so shooting yourself in the face. It's so hard to fathom people thinking this way, but
It's not shooting yourself in the face because I wasn't buying the product in the first place. If the product is bad, I'm not going to buy it. So I'm not shooting myself in the face because I wouldn't have bought it in the first place. Because the reason why there's layoffs is because people aren't, first of all, not buying your games. And second of all, you're putting too much money into producing a game for 7 years. It will flop. It can't make back the money that it cost. Plus, it doesn't make any money anyways. Of course, it's going to be layoffs. You provided a bad product, and nobody bought it. If there's no consumers, like the consumers are harming themselves because they weren't buying it in the first place. What is that argument?
let me present my case. I believe the games industry, an industry that I love and have worked in for numerous years at this point, to be extremely greedy. That does not happen at the game developer level, that happens at a publisher level. The game developers themselves do not come across as greedy to me in any capacity. The publishers come across as greedy. And I quite strongly believe, again, I've been in the games industry for, like, if you total it including games journalism, 12 years now, I think? 13 years? It's a long time. It's a lot of my life. Layoffs will not give you better video games. Layoffs is removing people who have a ton of experience, who know how to execute a product better, who know how to produce things faster, who know how to solve problems faster, who have experience dealing with the many complicated intricacies that come along with game development.
I would disagree with that. Just look at the Halo team. Look at BioWare. The people that originally created Dragon Age, they are no longer with BioWare, which it results in Dragon Age being fucking awful. The people that were originally in charge of Halo are no longer with Halo. Gotta go. See ya next stream. Yeah, take care. Take care. And again, thank you so much for your support. It is insane, man. Thank you. I'm still confused. Damn it. No, I lost my point. Shit. Fuck! It's gone! It's gone! Shit! I need to continue. I'm brain dead.
That experience. Some of these people have 20 years experience. That was senior staff laid off.
Yeah, right. The people running currently Halo Studios are not, like, they are not even, like, the people programming are not even game developers. A lot of studios nowadays, they don't even have, like, people that know how to make games. That is the issue. My old point still stands. You mean that see you next stream, and thank you for stopping by in my stream. No biggie, no biggie. Take care. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It doesn't matter if, like, characters. I guess it depends on how you put it, right? If you make characters, like, ugly on purpose, for example, if you make female, because we have to look at, like, male characters and female characters. They don't make male characters ugly, but they are making female characters ugly, and it happens, like, very often. There's, like, this weird shift. If like a character is ugly because of your art style, that's an art style. If you wanted to make a character ugly because you wanted an ugly character, that is your decision. But if you are making characters, women, ugly in games, and I'm talking specifically of women, because they're not doing it to men for some reason. If you are doing it to women because you want to support an agenda, then that's bad. That's my point. It always depends on the intention. Because, like, I can live, for example, with the new Fable, right? The new female Fable protagonist being ugly. Because characters in Fable were never pretty. I can live with that, right? That's okay. But if you have, like, what? Xenoblade, and you make Eve ugly in the next game. I've never played Xenoblade, but if you make, like, the main characters ugly next game, I do question why you were doing that.
At Bungie. That experience is irreplaceable. A lot of those people are going to leave the games industry permanently. We will never get that back. Where Game Informer is concerned, there was so much reporting that will not be replaced anywhere. Where AI is concerned, it doesn't matter how good AI gets. It is my firm belief that the industry will give you the cheapest version of things possible so long as you accept them. You, the consumer. What they will do for as long as they can, as incrementally as they can, are edging closer and closer and closer to being able to make much cheaper games with more microtransactions. You're seeing so much push towards live service games, even if they're unsuccessful, right? The Suicide Squad, Killer Justice League, that game was considered to be unsuccessful, and yet WB is still talking about how they want to make more games like that. Replacing voice actors with AI has absolutely nothing to do with the quality of the voice actors. It has to do with the fact that they are slightly more expensive than something that can be replicated, usually in a much worse way, actually every time in a much worse way, but for cheaper. It has nothing to do with how good.
Like, the voice actor thing, okay, that's separate. I don't think voice actors should be ever replaced with AI, in my opinion. That should, in my opinion, not happen. Completely separate thing. However, the quality of the games is another topic. And that is important.
People are or are not at their jobs. It has to do with knowing that you, the consumer, will still buy and accept things that are of worse quality and them not caring because it's cheaper. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is not about Destiny 2 being bad. I've had many a criticism of things that have happened in Destiny 2, to be clear.
The point still stands though. People, that's the problem. It's like an endless cycle. You don't provide a game people want to play. People are not going to buy the game. Layoffs. You provide a product again that people don't want. People don't buy it. Layoffs. It's like a vicious cycle. It will always continue. And it can only stop if the developer provides something that people want. Like I said, you can't alienate your consumer base and then think that they're still going to buy it. Because people aren't buying the slop. I think she doesn't understand that. People aren't buying the slop. When we look at Ubisoft, people aren't buying Assassin's Creed Shadows. people weren't buying Star Wars Outlaw.
The final shape was great. Imagine working so hard on the final shape and then being laid off even though you just worked so hard on something that players really fucking liked. That's sort of the point. The quality of the games is objectively going to get worse. You have a less experienced staff. You have less stuff. You have less resources to make a good...
Yeah, but the problem is, we can cycle that back again. If you didn't fuck up in the first place, and then you provide a good like a good update for a game, but the rest of the game before that was absolutely horrendous. Sometimes being good late does not save you. And that is the result.
Good video game. You literally have a smaller budget. Where AI is concerned, they do not care about AI being better than actors. It has nothing to do with thinking AI can do a better job than actors. It's to do with the games industry thinking that you won't give a shit and you'll buy it anyway. That you, as a gamer, will not care about how...
The harsh truth is that most people probably don't care and buy it anyway. That's why a lot of people have no issue with AI in art. Because a lot of people don't care. They just want the product. I can understand that point. I agree with her with her on that. A lot of AI is like, there should be humans behind it, right? Though for some certain industries, localizers, I have no like problem with if they lose their job. You caused that yourself at this point.
How poor the quality can get, you will buy the thing anyway. Because they told you to, and they're really good at marketing, and gamers are really easy to hype up. You keep pre-ordering the game. What happens here is that quality only gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, because they think you'll keep buying it anyway. Voice actors are not being replaced by AI because they're bad at their jobs. One voice line is a whole person's life worth of experience goes into even delivering one line. It is a human...
I never show my face on the internet. The deepfakes scare the hell out of me. Understandable. 100% understandable. My face is out there if you were to try to look for it. Though it would be the face of an 11 or 12-year-old. So, but yeah, you would find that face. Because I once took part in a reading competition. So, yeah, I made it into the news. At least yeah. To a magazine.
Performance, informed by human emotion, informed by somebody's memories and things they've felt. And they're picturing a person they love when delivering a romantic line, or picturing the dog they lost when delivering a sad line. That is a wealth of a human experience that goes into presenting those emotions to you in a video game. There is so much value in that. And no, I do not believe...
She focuses a lot on like voice actors, and like that's not what makes, like, the voice acting is not a problem. That is not gamers' concerns. I know this video is 2 months old, but this is not gamers' concerns. She is so close to getting it. She is so close to getting it, but she doesn't quite get it. It's infuriating. She's so close.
If that AI can replicate that, of course it can't. But the point is, even if it could, that's not why the publishers are choosing to do it. They don't think that AI can replace a good voice performance. That's not what they care about. They just care that you don't give a shit. So for every time you leave a comment saying, good, they deserved it, or who cares, AI is going to be better anyway, you are basically asking for a worse product. You are telling these companies that you're okay with a worse product. Anyone who argues in favor of AI overtaking writers and is like, well, the writers are shit anyway, or the artists, or the voice actors, you are just giving these companies permission to give you worse quality products. That is what you are saying. And maybe they'll do it gradually or slowly. But the more that you're okay with it, the worse shit you're going to get. Layoffs are also bad for gamers. Mindlessly accepting AI is bad for gamers. It is a step that leads to a slippery slope of, oh, interesting, what else can we replace without gamers caring? And
I understand the point, and I agree with her on that. Again, I think for writers and voice actors, this is a different situation. I do make a differentiation for localizers, don't do their job, like, genuinely. At least writers, like, write something. At least, like, even if it's bad sometimes. Like voice actors, there's a difference like between like, voice acting and like what you politically believe, and like you can't really insert that, right? You can't really do self-insert into like voice acting, right? And like the writers thing would sort itself out if the games don't sell well, right? So I do make the differentiation here. But that does not like removing AI out of the discussion doesn't solve the issue. You're still gonna get layoffs. Because again, people aren't buying your games.
And this is just me coming from the angle of like, hey, the products are going to get shittier and shittier and shittier. Especially if you tell them you don't mind and frankly you're okay with it and that you agree humans are too expensive. Give me the worst version of the product. I'll consume all of it. It's also just, I've said this before, here's my stance on AI. I am not anti-AI across the board. We already use AI all the time in video games. I'm using...
Again, she's so close to getting it, but not quite. She sees that like she gets like that the products are right now are bad. But she doesn't allude to why the products are bad. And she only goes into publisher level when it's also the problem with like DEI and bridge. She doesn't, I don't think she has looked into that. I think if she would look into that, she would understand it more. I hope so, at least.
AI and talking to you right now. My background is not actually blurry. I'm using AI to do that. I just feel like if you're consuming products that aren't even being made by humans, that a human is not telling the story or performing the story or making the art or doing the writing, it's just mindless corporate products. There is no human influence.
There's no soul, and on that I agree with her. There is no soul. This does not have any soul.
What the fuck is the point? You may as well just be playing a game that's a series of numbers that you can just click something on, and what do you even need the experience for? Like, at least the structure that we have now, that the industry is trying to cling to and hold on to, and is openly very sad about, is publishers who have a shit ton of money giving money to creatives. Like, at least that's the setup we currently have. Multi-million-dollar corporations give money to little tiny baby companies, in comparison, who are full of creative people who really care about making creative shit. And sure, there's wars all the time, and the publisher tells them, oh, they have to put microtransactions in, or they have to make it a live service game, or you have to do this amount of things.
Or you have to put the political agenda into it. Because that kills games.
Because that's what the market says that the creatives will fight against, but ultimately lose a lot of those fights. But at least you have those creatives who are really trying, across the board always, to give you something worth playing.
Where are these games? I'm not talking about indie games. There are a lot of wonderful indie games. Where are the big AAA titles? Where are they? They don't exist. Because again, the message. People don't want to see that message any longer. They really don't. I've just threw over my bottle. Anyways, it does not exist. The games that you are talking about, they do not exist now.
I promise you, every game dev cares a lot about video games. And every actor cares about giving you the best performance that they possibly can. The publishers, the more that you're okay with people being laid off or people being replaced or jobs being cut and you don't give a shit and you share no sympathy for that, are gonna, as quickly as they fucking can, into the, well, they don't care, let's just give them whatever mindless garbage says will make...
Again, she doesn't realize that the games performing bad is what results in layoffs. So yes, if you provide better products, you will have less layoffs. There will be 100% a robot takeover, but the real question is, will it be like Detroit? I think it's gonna be a little more dystopian, like people having relationships with robots and stuff. I don't know if that was like in Detroit Become Human. I don't know, but I do see it like that. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. My robot girlfriend kind of situation.
Make us more money. That's how you get more games with microtransactions. That's how you get all of the stuff that you claim to hate. I don't get it. I know that I'm probably talking to a small minority when saying this, but I promise you that the more that you allow publishers or even support publishers in replacing creatives or even just getting rid of creatives, the more they are going to take from you also. Games aren't going to get cheaper. They're not going to cost less. They're still going to go up in price. They're just going to become worse quality. They're going to have smaller budgets and thus be less impressive. And it's also just not the quality of the games matters because of the way that the system functions. Making profit isn't enough. You have to make double the profit you made last year. That's the way that capitalism is set up. You have to make more profit. So it's not like you can just make a good game that a lot of people like and a lot of people bought. You have to make a game that is like almost infinitely sustainable and it's competing.
Yeah, like I said, but I don't think that that'll be the case. That does not solve the problem. The root problem is that people are done with this bullshit of like being lectured all the time. They're done with getting half-cooked games. They're done with buying a game that you don't even own. People are done with microtransactions also. People are done with live service. There's like a lot of things like come together and like there's like a huge disconnect between like game developers and publishers and gamers. We can just like look at some examples. Let's take Wolfenstein for example. Male lead replaced by female lead, but you have like a female leads. Now, female leads aren't a problem. The problem is that they're written in a way that alienates the original, mostly male consumer base. Let's take... Nobody bought Concord. Characters were uninspired. It was like DEI the game. 2 weeks, done. Of course, she didn't know that because Concord wasn't out that time, so she probably was really confused that day.
Competing against FIFA/EAFC Ultimate Team, the ultimate money printing machine. Everything has to make Ultimate Team with Ultimate Pack's amount of money at this point. You can have a team who has made the best thing in the world with every effort that they have, and it doesn't matter. It's just never enough money. It always has to be more money. And they will cut corners every step of the way.
Okay, so she does have some points. The problem lies with the publishers. I agree with her. Voice actors should not be replaced by AI, same with writers. The gamers will solve that issue if they don't buy the game. That problem is solved by itself. However, she does not get why... She does not understand that games performing bad will result in layoffs, which, if you make then again another bad game, it will result in more layoffs, and you have like this vicious cycle. She does not understand why this is happening, or maybe she does understand it, but like she doesn't want to admit it, I think. This video is a bit all over the place, but she does bring up at least the point that the problem lies with the publisher. Absolutely. And fun fact, here's a fun fact for the end of this. They did like an IQ test for gamers, right? And the one with the worst IQ, with the lowest IQ, were people that play the EA sports games. The more you know. Yeah, this was a bit to get through. This was a bit to get through. But yeah, I think it is time to end the stream here. Let me change something. Let me remove over this screen. Yeah, that's what I like. Turn in some music. And I'm gonna end stream here, and I'll be back tomorrow. thank you for everyone who showed up. Thank you who for the support as usual. You guys know. It has been insane today. It has really been insane. It's been absurd. But yeah. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. I will post the stream schedule this time. I'm not retarded. But yeah, take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.